Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Naruto had the ultimate dojutsu? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Two young men found themselves in a valley, or rather what remained of it. Everything was destroyed. In the center stood two figures, one with black hair and dark eyes, and the other a blonde with bright blue eyes, sporting 3 marks on his cheeks that resembled whiskers. These young men were Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, both gravely injured. It was evident at a glance that they had lost an arm each, and the blood flowing from them intertwined. They were barely conscious, fatigue overwhelming them as their vision grew blurrier. The two had exchanged words for a while, during which Sasuke asked Naruto why he had come so far for him. Naruto simply turned his head and replied that they were friends, and that was reason enough. Sasuke turned his head away, telling him to be quiet, but the blonde noticed a tear escape from his friend's left eye. Minutes turned into hours, and they lay in silence, too weak to speak. "Naruto," Sasuke called. "Sasuke," the blonde replied. "As an Uzumaki, you have greater endurance, and without my eye, you won't be able to break the infinite Tsukuyomi," Sasuke said, staring up at the stars. "Why do you say that?" Naruto interrupted. Sasuke didn't respond. With his last ounce of strength, he brought his right hand to his left eye and tore it out. "What are you doing, Sasuke?" Naruto exclaimed, watching in shock as Sasuke removed his eye. Sasuke remained silent and repeated the process with his right eye. After removing both of his eyes, Sasuke transferred them to Naruto with all the strength he had left. Naruto received them, exerting the same effort as his friend. "Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "My time is up, I can't hold on any longer," Sasuke replied. "Thank you, Naruto," were the last words of the young Uchiha. Naruto realized that his best friend was gone, that the last Uchiha had died. He felt a profound sadness and helplessness. Although he had saved Sasuke from the darkness in his heart, he couldn't save his life and bring him back to the village as he had promised. Naruto wanted to cry, but he knew that the effort to receive his friend's eyes had cost him dearly and had only deepened his own wound. So, he decided to use his left hand to do the same as Sasuke, placing his friend's eyes into his own, thus acquiring the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Naruto waited a moment to adjust to his new eyes. After a few minutes, he raised his left hand while forming a seal with it. "Release," Naruto declared, freeing everyone from the infinite Tsukuyomi. His hand fell heavily as he felt his soul begin to leave his body, having used the last of his chakra. The blonde slowly closed his eyes, but with the enhanced vision of his dojutsu, he saw his teacher and his pink-haired friend running toward him in the distance. "Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, I'm sorry for having to leave," were Naruto's thoughts as he finished closing his eyes and passed away alongside his best friend, his brother from another mother. Naruto awoke in a lush green meadow full of life. As he lifted his head slightly, he saw a massive orange fox with 9 tails moving behind him. "Kurama, I'm sorry for bringing you with me," the blonde apologized as he sat up and looked at his great friend. "Better with you than with those foolish humans," the enormous fox replied with a grin. "You know, this sky is really appealing and peaceful," Naruto said, tilting his head back to gaze at the passing clouds. "That's true, it's very tranquil here," said a voice behind Naruto. "That voice," Naruto responded, beginning to turn around. "Old sage," he said, recognizing Agoromo. "Show some respect for my father," Kurama scolded, playfully tapping Naruto on the head. "How do you feel, Naruto?" asked the sage of 6 paths. "What do you mean?" the blonde replied, looking into the ringed eyes of the akatsuki. "You made many sacrifices to achieve your dream, but in the end, you couldn't make it a reality," Agoromo said, floating closer to the blonde ninja. "That's true, I feel sad for not having fulfilled my dream, but I don't regret my ending either," Naruto replied with a smile. "Tell me, Naruto, would you like to start over?" asked the sage. "Start over," Naruto said, tilting his head to the side. "He's asking if you want to go back in time," the giant fox exclaimed, annoyed that his host was being so dense. "Old man, can you do that?" Naruto asked Agoromo. "No, I've tried before, But chakra is not just life energy, it also connects life and death, the sage of six paths explained. Then tell me, do you want to stay here in the sky, or do you wish to start over and correct some mistakes? Agoromo asked, gazing intently at the blonde. If I can correct my past mistakes, I would appreciate it, Naruto replied. Then it's decided, Agoromo said with a smile. But what will happen to Kurama and Sasuke's Dojutsu? The blonde asked. Kurama will, of course, go with you, replied the first user of the Rinnegan. If I'm not going with you, what kind of trouble would you get into? The nine-tailed beast retorted, while Agoromo watched with amusement as his son and successor bickered. And you can take your Dojutsu with you as well, but I will make a change. I hope you put it to good use, Agoromo concluded as he used his fingers to close the blonde's eyes. When the blonde opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the ceiling of his apartment. He sat up in bed and began to look around, taking in his shelves and his Kurama ramen cups. Kurama, said Naruto as he entered his mental space and saw the giant fox locked behind bars. Amend these bars again, the fox complained. Wait, I'll remove the seal, Naruto said as he approached. Don't do it, pup, Kurama exclaimed, surprising Naruto. If you try to remove the seal, your body won't be able to handle it, and you'll die, Kurama explained. I saw the year on the calendar. I'm 7 years old, Naruto replied. At least you know how to count. It seems we're not doing too badly, Kurama mocked his host. Who are you calling a furball? Naruto said, annoyed. Come over here and say that to my face, Kurama shot back as they locked eyes. Beef, they both said in unison before bursting into laughter. So, what happened with the Dojutsu? Naruto asked, looking at the nine-tailed fox. My father made a very good change. Get out of here and see for yourself, Kurama said, pulling the blonde out of his mental space. Naruto got out of bed and walked over to the mirror, channeling some chakra into his eyes, and was taken aback by what he saw. Naruto watched as his eyes became lighter, revealing 3 tomo of white. What happened? He asked his tenant. When you got the Uchiha eyes, you gained the power of the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. But when my father closed your eyes, he gave you the abilities of the Byakugan. My father gave me all the knowledge, so pay attention. The explanation is long, and I don't want to repeat it, Kurama said. All right, the blonde replied as he deactivated his Dojutsu. Your Dojutsu has 4 stages. The first is when your eye only has the ring and no tomo. In this state, you can use the 5 abilities of the Byakugan but in an enhanced form. First, you see movements slower than a normal Byakugan. Second, you can see in 360 degrees, but unlike the Byakugan, which can only see horizontally, you can see both horizontally and vertically, leaving you with no blind spots. Third, you can see for kilometers, unlike the normal Byakugan, which can only see 1 kilometer. Yours can see 1 kilometer and 500 meters and will increase its range as you grow stronger. Fourth, you can see through objects. This ability doesn't change anything. And fifth, you can see chakra and its network, but you can also see the network better than the Byakugan, even the elemental chakra network, Kurama explained before being interrupted. Elemental chakra network. What's that? Naruto asked the fox. The elemental chakra network is the affinity to your element. Each network is different. Look, Kurama replied, projecting an image into Naruto's mind. Depending on your element, your network is different, he finished explaining to Naruto, who was beginning to understand. Now don't interrupt me, the nine-tailed beast growled, annoyed. Well, I've explained how your Dojutsu works in its first phase. When a tomo appears in your eye, it gives you the main abilities of the Sharingan and enhances the abilities of the Byakugan. In this state, it allows you to copy techniques and even predict your enemy's movements. I call this ability the 6 eyes since you gain the 5 abilities of the Byakugan and that of the Sharingan. When 2 tomo appear, you gain the ability to perform Genjutsu, which is good for you since you're terrible at it, and it also prevents you from falling into 1. Finally, when you have 3 tomo, your body becomes ill, but what's happening is that you're acquiring the elemental chakra network of the 5 elements. Your entire network changes, allowing you to copy and learn all kinds of elemental Kekkei Genkai, something the Sharingan can't do. You'll also be able to sense chakra better, becoming a sensor, and you can even activate a Rinnegan that will let you perform space-time techniques and learn the 6 paths, but you still can't activate it. You don't have enough power. To be precise, you have the 3 Tomo, but it's because of my power, Kurama finished explaining. Naruto looked like he was about to faint from all the information flooding his brain. Also, this dojutsu has merged with your genes. Do you know what that means? Kurama asked. My genes? Naruto said thoughtfully. It means that when you have a child, they will inherit these eyes, Kurama explained. Wow, Naruto exclaimed as an image of a girl with pearl-like eyes appeared in his mind. Don't you think you're a bit young to be thinking about girls? Kurama teased. Well, Naruto tried to say, slightly flustered. The Hyuga girl has been in love with you since you were 5. Plus, remember she jumped into battle against pain to save you and was even willing to die for you. The fox scolded his host for being so blind. Alright, I get it, Naruto replied. And the Uchiha massacre? He asked, touching the marks on his cheeks. Sasuke is a year older than you. The massacre happened when the Uchiha was 7, the giant fox explained. Last year was the slaughter of the clan, the Uzumaki concluded. You still have 2 years before you enter the academy. I think it would be best for you to start training, especially with your dojutsu, Kurama said in Naruto's mind. By the way, what are you going to call your dojutsu? The fox asked. Shutengen Celestial Eye, Naruto replied as he stepped out onto the small balcony and placed 1 foot on the railing. I'm going to correct my mistakes and bring a better future, Naruto said before jumping off. Naruto leaped from his balcony, but he didn't land as far as he had hoped. What happened? The blonde wondered. Don't you remember that as a kid, you had terrible chakra control? The beast with the powerful tail replied. I guess I'll have to walk, Naruto said as he jumped from the roof to an alley and began walking through the streets. As he walked, he could hear the villagers talking about him and looking at him with disdain. Not this again, Naruto complained in his mind. And what are you going to do? Kurama asked. Nothing. I'm going to the forest to train. I need to get better control of my chakra, the blonde replied to his tenant. Then I'm going to sleep if you don't need my help, said the 9-tailed fox as he used his paws as pillows. Lazy fox, Naruto responded, hearing the snoring in his mind. Well, the faster I get to the forest, the sooner I can start training, the blonde ninja told himself as he began to run toward the woods. Naruto arrived at a forest not far from the village, contemplating how to improve his chakra control. He recalled one of Irika's teachings. That's right, Irika-sensei told me to use my chakra to stick a leaf to my forehead, he thought, picking a leaf from a nearby tree. He sat down in a meditative posture, placing the leaf on his forehead. Initially, it was challenging to keep the leaf in place, but as time passed, it remained there longer. When he finished his training, he lifted his head to gaze at the sky and noticed the sun was at its zenith. It's already noon. I'm a bit hungry. I didn't even have breakfast, he mused, just as he heard a branch snap behind him. Curious, Naruto decided to use his Shotengen to see who it was. Activating his dojutsu, he scanned the area and discovered that the branch had been broken by a small girl with dark violet hair, pale skin, and pearl-like eyes. Hinata, he thought, focusing his Shotengen for a better look. You know what you need to do, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. Hinata, I know you're there. Come out and let's talk for a bit, Naruto called out, standing up and turning toward the tree where she was hiding. Hinata felt a rush of fear at being noticed by her crush, wanting to run away, but she gathered her courage and stepped out to face him. Hinata emerged from behind the tree. Hi Naruto, she attempted to say, but her stammering made it nearly unintelligible, and her face turned bright red. She's really cute and sweet, Naruto thought with a smile. Lolicon, Kurama teased in his mind. I'm not a lolicon, Naruto retorted, slightly annoyed. The fox chuckled, pulling Naruto back to reality. Hi, Hinata, what were you doing there? He asked. Well, I saw you running through the village and wanted to see what you were up to, so I ended up here, where I saw you meditating, she replied, managing to control her stammering. Do you want to go grab something to eat? He offered and she nodded, using all her willpower not to faint. As they walked through the streets of Konoha, Naruto had his hands behind his head, while Hinata walked beside him, flushed and fidgeting with her fingers. They soon reached their destination. "Tuchi, 2 bowls of ramen," Naruto exclaimed as he entered the shop. "Of course, Naruto," the ramen chef replied, just as a small girl followed him inside. "Excuse me," the little girl said shyly as she entered and sat next to Naruto. "Naruto, don't you think you're a bit young to have a girlfriend?" Tuchi teased, causing both of them to blush. "Dad, don't tease them," I chimed in, emerging from the kitchen. "And tell me, little one, what's your name?" the cook asked the violet-haired girl. "Hinata Hyuga," she replied, feeling embarrassed. "Naruto's going for the big prize," Tuchi remarked, making Hinata faint. After a few moments, Hinata began to regain consciousness, initially thinking it had all been a dream, as she had often experienced such dreams before. What surprised her most was the voice she recognized. "Hinata, you're awake," Naruto exclaimed. "Naruto, it wasn't a dream?" she asked, looking at him. "Of course not." "Look, our ramen is here," he replied, picking up a pair of chopsticks. "Enjoy your meal," he said before starting to eat. "So, Naruto, what were you doing?" Hinata asked, trying to maintain her composure. "Training," he answered while slurping noodles. "Training," she echoed, finishing her bowl of ramen and surprising Naruto with her speed. "Yes, chakra control," he explained. "And you, Hinata, shouldn't you be training?" he inquired. "Yes, but my father says I'm too weak and doesn't want to train me anymore. Now he started training my little sister," she admitted, looking down. "Then would you like to train with me?" Naruto asked, and Hinata blushed at the suggestion. "Yes, I would like that," she replied shyly. "Great, let's go," Naruto exclaimed, grabbing her hand and running out of the ramen shop. "See you, Tuchi he called as they dashed away, hand in hand. Arriving at the same forest where Naruto had trained earlier, he asked, "Hinata, have you awakened your Byakugan?" "Yes, why do you ask?" "Not," she replied. "Could you teach me how to use the Byakugan's abilities?" he asked with a smile, leaving her momentarily speechless. "But Naruto, you're not a Hyuga, and you don't have pearl-like eyes," she said. "Look," he replied, activating his Shotengen, impressing her. "I've never seen this dojutsu. It looks like the Sharingan," Hinata remarked, releasing his hand and placing her hands on his face, unaware of how close they were. Naruto explained how the Shotengen worked, leaving her in awe. "But Hinata, don't tell anyone. I trust you," he said with a reassuring smile. "Okay," she replied, still smiling, but as the shock wore off, she realized she was still holding his face and that they were very close. Overwhelmed, she blushed and fainted again. Naruto managed to catch Hinata before she fell and decided to lay her down under a tree to keep her cool. "She's so cute," he thought as he gazed at her. He leaned closer, ready to give her a kiss when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Likum." It was the voice of the giant fox, Kurama. "Damn it, you furry ball. You wake up just for that," Naruto exclaimed, blushing and annoyed as he watched the fox drift back to sleep. Shaking off the mental image, Naruto sat down to practice the leaf technique. After a few minutes, he successfully balanced a leaf on his forehead and then placed another leaf on the tips of his fingers, holding it with chakra. It took considerable effort, but in the end he succeeded. As Naruto finished his training, he noticed the sky beginning to darken. He turned his gaze to Hinata, who was just waking up. He stood and walked over to her. "Naruto, I'm sorry I fainted and couldn't teach you," she apologized, her pearl-like eyes filled with concern. "Don't worry, you can teach me tomorrow," he reassured her. But then Hinata realized it was already night, and if she didn't get back to the Hyuga compound quickly, she would be in trouble. "I have to get home fast or my father will be angry," she exclaimed, worried. "I'll take you," Naruto said, scooping her into his arms and leaping from tree to tree, then from rooftop to rooftop. Hinata's face turned as red as a tomato. After a few minutes, Naruto arrived at the Hyuga compound. He stopped in a nearby alley and set Hinata down, who was using all her willpower to avoid fainting. They said their goodbyes, and Hinata entered the compound, walking toward her room while reflecting on the day's events, which brought a smile to her face. However, just as she was about to enter her room, she heard a voice behind her. "Can you tell me why you're home at this hour?" asked Hayashi Hyuga in his cold tone. Hinata tensed but replied firmly, I was with Naruto training all day. This surprised the head of the Hyuga clan, as his daughter had not stuttered. With Naruto? Hayashi asked again, maintaining his tone. Yes, Hinata answered. Make sure you don't come home so late next time, Hayashi concluded, turning to leave. Naruto, you're making my daughter change, he thought as he walked away to his quarters. Meanwhile, Naruto was entering his apartment. At least you have better chakra control now, Kurama said in Naruto's head. I can move through the heights, Naruto replied as he took out an instant ramen package and started boiling water. Tomorrow, you're going to the library, the fox said, hearing Naruto stumble. Why would I go to a place like that? The blonde replied, annoyed, with whisker marks on his cheeks. Because you don't know anything beyond the Rasengan and Shadow clones. Kurama scolded him for his lack of knowledge. The blonde tried to argue but found no valid points. Plus, you need to increase your chakra reserves, the beast added. Is there a way to get bigger reserves in less time? Naruto asked. There is a method, but it's dangerous, Kurama replied. What is it? Naruto asked, excited. It's a meditation technique. You absorb a small amount of natural chakra and then fuse it with your own chakra. This will bring two benefits. First, your chakra will increase, and second, both your chakra and body will become more powerful, Kurama explained. Awesome. Naruto responded, fascinated by the technique. Of course it's awesome, my father invented it, Kurama said with a proud smile. Is that why old Hagoromo's chakra is so powerful? Naruto asked, and the giant fox nodded. But there are consequences, Kurama added, making Naruto tense up. What are they? He asked. If you don't MSTR Genjutsu, you won't be able to learn it, and you have to MSTR it perfectly to avoid turning into a stone frog. Lastly, if your body is weak, it will be destroyed because the natural chakra, when fused with your own, will create immense pressure on your body, the fox finished explaining, leaving Naruto impressed. Now I understand why old Hagoromo was the only one whom stretched it, Naruto said, recalling the consequences of this technique. Well, I'm going to sleep. Call me if you need anything, the fox said before falling asleep. How can he sleep so much? The blonde thought as he finished his ramen and went to bed. Naruto woke up and saw that it was already late for the time he had agreed upon with Hinata. He quickly put on a pair of blue shorts and a black shirt with the leaf symbol in the center, then dashed off, jumping from rooftop to rooftop until he reached the same spot where he had been with Hinata the day before. When he arrived in the forest, he spotted Hinata wearing her training outfit and holding a basket. Sorry, Hinata, I overslept, Naruto said, scratching the back of his neck. Don't worry, I just got here a little while ago, Hinata replied, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Just then, Naruto's stomach growled, making him feel a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't have time for breakfast, he apologized sheepishly. Hinata didn't respond but tilted the basket toward him. Natsu is teaching me how to cook. I prepared some food, if you'd like, we can eat together, she said, her head bowed, a deep blush of embarrassment on her face, fearing he might reject her. Of course. Let's sit down, Naruto exclaimed, taking Hinata's hand as they settled under a tree. Hinata opened the basket and pulled out rice crackers shaped like Naruto's face. I hope you like it, she said shyly. Enjoy, he replied as he bit into the rice cracker. Hinata, one day you'll make a great wife, Naruto said, leaning closer to her, causing her to blush fiercely. Wife? The violet-haired girl stammered. And not just that, you'll also be very appealing, he added, making Hinata's face turn even redder. Naruto, do you think I'm pretty? She asked, stuttering. Yes, Hinata, to me you're a very cute girl, and I bet that in the future, you'll be a very appealing woman, Naruto replied, causing Hinata to faint. Naruto thinks I'm cute. If this is a dream, don't wake me up, she murmured unconsciously while still lying on the ground. You know if you keep making her faint, she'll never be able to train with her Byakugan abilities, Kurama observed. I know, but Hinata is just so adorable, Naruto replied. Well, get out of here. The Hyuga is waking up, Kurama concluded, pulling Naruto out of his mental landscape and drifting back to sleep. Hinata woke up to the broad smile of her beloved. Hinata, You're awake. Naruto exclaimed, grinning. I'm sorry, Naruto. I said I would help you with your Byakugan skills, but I haven't been able to, Hinata replied, feeling a bit sad that he might be disappointed in her. Don't worry, we still have time, Naruto reassured her as he got up and started stretching. Gathering his courage, he asked, Hinata, what do you think of me? His eyes were fixed on her, but she looked down. Well, you were strange. You followed me and kept staring, too shy to have a conversation without fainting. In simple terms, you were a weirdo, she said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. But you know something, Hinata. I actually like people like you, Naruto finished, giving her one of his warm smiles. Well, here I am waiting for you, he added, activating his Shotengen. Yes, Hinata replied, activating her Byakugan and moving closer to him. The young couple decided to split their training into two parts. The first part until noon would focus solely on Dojutsu, and the second part after noon would involve basic ninja training. Hinata, it's already noon. Do you want to go eat? Naruto asked the purple-haired girl, who was tired since she still couldn't keep her Byakugan active for long. Yes, Naruto, Hinata replied, deactivating her Dojutsu and walking alongside him. Naruto took her hand, intertwining their fingers, which surprised her and made her blush. Does it bother you? He asked, scratching his cheek. She shook her head. It doesn't bother me, Hinata replied, tightening her grip. As they walked through the village toward what Naruto claimed was the best restaurant, Ichiraka Ramen, they quickly became the center of attention. Isn't that the Hyuga princess? One villager whispered. What is she doing with the demon? Another questioned. They're holding hands, are they dating? Said another villager. But they're so different, exclaimed another. It seems that opposites really do attract, replied a villager. But honestly, they look cute together, finished another woman, smiling at the young couple. Some villagers began to view the pair with smiles, while others continued to see Naruto as the demon they believed him to be. Rumors about the little demon being with the princess of the Hyuga clan spread quickly throughout the village until they reached the members of the clan. Lord Hayashi, called a servant from the branch family as he entered the clan leader's office. What is it? Hayashi asked without turning around. We've received information that Miss Hinata is with the demon, the branch family Hyuga replied. Hayashi paused to think. We confirmed it by sending some from the clan, the Hyuga continued. Don't do anything. When Hinata arrives, call her to my office, and if she comes with the blonde, let him in too, ordered Hayashi as the servant left. Naruto and Hinata arrived at Tuchi's restaurant, still holding hands. Hey, old man, 2 bowls of ramen. Naruto exclaimed as he entered and sat down without letting go of Hinata's hand. You two are getting closer every day, Tuchi remarked, pointing at their intertwined hands. Dad, I told you not to tease them. Ayam exclaimed, pushing her father into the kitchen. How have you two been? She asked, resting her hands on her cheeks. Very well, Hinata stammered, lowering her head to hide her blush. I'm glad to hear that, Ayam replied as she went to help her father. Hinata, Naruto called. Yes, she responded. Would you like to join me at the library? He asked. Library? Hinata repeated. I want to learn new techniques, he admitted, a bit shy. Yes, I would love to join you, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Naruto said with one of his smiles. After lunch, Naruto with 4 bowls and Hinata with 8, leaving him astonished. He wondered, where does she put all that food? Here, Kurama replied in his mind, projecting an image of Hinata. Kurama! Naruto exclaimed, annoyed, while the fox laughed. Well, come on, the girl is talking to you, the beast said, pulling Naruto out of his thoughts. Naruto, are you okay? Your face is red. You don't have a fever, do you? Hinata asked, concerned. Don't worry, Hinata, it's nothing, he replied. We're here, she announced as they stood in front of the library. Then let's go in, Naruto said as they entered, still holding hands. Inside the library, they searched for the ninja section to find new jutsus to learn. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto exclaimed as 9 clones of him appeared. Physical clones. Hinata exclaimed, surprised. Guys, go look for new jutsus and learn them, The original Naruto instructed his clones. They nodded and dispersed to different parts of the library. Naruto, I don't understand, Hinata said. He began to explain the true use of shadow clones, noting that they were made of chakra and would disappear with a single blow. When a clone disperses, the chakra returns to him along with the knowledge. In other words, if a clone reads a book, when it disappears, all the information from that book will be in your head, Hinata said, impressed. And even if they learn a jutsu, when they disperse, all the knowledge of that jutsu will be known to you, Naruto added. The only thing I can't do with my shadow clones is increase my strength since they're made of chakra, but I can learn muscle memory with them, he finished, looking at a book that caught his attention. That's a book on Genjutsu, Hinata noted as she looked at the cover. Naruto smiled slightly and created another clone, giving it the book and heading to a table to read it along with the other volumes. Naruto, are you planning to learn Genjutsu? Hinata asked. Yes, and also Fuinjutsu, he replied. But a normal ninja doesn't learn that, she said, intrigued. Exactly, I don't want to be a normal ninja, Naruto said with a smile. Look, a book on taijutsu, he exclaimed, opening it, but he noticed that Hinata had lowered her head. What's wrong, Hinata? He asked gently, lifting her chin. It's just that my father said I was terrible at taijutsu for my clan and that I wouldn't utter the gentle fist, she replied, her voice shaky. Then let's prove him wrong. Naruto exclaimed, surprising her. Let's create our own taijutsu style and show your father how wrong he was, he said, and Hinata nodded with a smile. Naruto and Hinata left the library and headed to the forest to continue their training. So, what are we doing? Asked Hinata, her pearl eyes focused on Naruto. First, give me your hands, he replied, his face turning a deep shade of red. Hinata raised her hands toward him without hesitation. Naruto took her hands and transferred some chakra to her. What did you do, Naruto? She asked, curiosity evident in her voice. I passed you some chakra. Now I'm going to teach you how to make shadow clones, he explained. After a few minutes of Naruto teaching her the basic concepts of the second Hokage's jutsu, Hinata managed to create 4 clones. Great. Now, while our clones practice chakra control, we can work on taijutsu and get some physical exercise, he said, creating 4 clones that each took a Hinata by the hand and led them to different parts of the forest to train. Notably, each of the Hyuga clones was blushing. The pairs of clones began various exercises in different locations. The first pair sat in a meditative posture in the middle of the forest, holding a leaf against their foreheads with chakra. The Hyuga clone struggled the most, her leaf falling after just a few minutes. She glanced at the blonde clone across from her, who was still holding his leaf steady. The second pair attempted to climb a tree without using their hands. This is hard, the Hyuga clone said as she fell. If we use too little chakra, we'll fall, and if we use too much, the tree will break, the blonde clone explained, flipping gracefully in the air to land on his feet. Come on, Hinata, let's keep training together, he encouraged, earning a smile from her. The third pair of clones sat on rocks in the middle of a river, meditating. Hinata, don't move. You need to be calm and still to become one with nature, the blonde clone instructed. It's really difficult. What's the point of this? Hinata asked. To MST or Senjutsu, a technique that will increase our chakra reserves, Naruto replied, maintaining his meditative position. Senjutsu? What's that? She asked, confused. Senjutsu, known as the art of the sage, is obtained when you absorb natural chakra and use it in your body. Natural chakra is much more powerful than regular chakra, but if we don't control it, we could turn into petrified frogs. To prevent this, you must become one with nature, let your thoughts flow, and merge with the natural world, he explained. That's why we're learning to meditate, even if we're not absorbing natural chakra yet, he added. And how will that give us more chakra reserves? She inquired. Naruto then recounted the same explanation Kurama had given him the night before. Meanwhile, the fourth pair of clones was throwing rocks at a tree. Will this really improve our aim? Hinata asked as she continued throwing rocks like shurikens. Yes, because aim is muscle memory, the clone replied, matching her pace as they practiced, while the real Naruto focused on basic taijutsu. After a couple of hours, the sky began to darken. Let's wrap up today's training, we'll continue tomorrow, Naruto said, lying on the grass next to Hinata, who was breathing heavily. Yes, I need to go home so my father doesn't get upset, she replied as she stood up. I'll walk you home, he offered, jumping to his feet. Thank you, she said, a hint of fluster in her voice. Let's go, he replied, taking her hand and intertwining their fingers, making her blush intensely. When they arrived at the Hyuga compound, Naruto said, Well, I'll say goodbye here, releasing her hand. Naruto, wait, Hinata exclaimed, causing him to stop and turn around. Just then, she kissed his cheek and ran into the compound, leaving him momentarily stunned. After Hinata entered the compound, a branch family Hyuga informed her that her father was waiting for her in his office. She walked toward his office, slid the door open slowly, and sat on the cushion in front of him. Did you want to talk to me, father? She asked. I've heard you've been spending a lot of time with Naruto, Hayashi said in his cold, serious tone. Well? Hinata began to stammer. What do you have to say about that? He pressed, raising his voice slightly. Hinata straightened, her determination evident. Father, you told me that due to my lack of effectiveness, I would no longer be the heir to the clan and that you would give it to Hanabi. So what's wrong with me being with Naruto? She replied firmly. It's true, there's nothing wrong with it. Just make sure you don't hold Naruto back in his training, Hayashi said, maintaining his serious expression. Hinata nodded and left, a radiant smile on her face. Naruto, I didn't hate you, but I didn't like you either, and now you're doing what I couldn't, giving my daughter more value, Hayashi thought to himself. Naruto arrived home and took a shower to wash off the sweat and dirt. Kid, you didn't disperse the clones you left in the library, Kurama reminded him. That's true, thanks, Kurama, Naruto replied as he finished slurping some noodles. Wait, Kurama tried to say, but it was too late. Naruto dispersed all his clones, acquiring a lot of information and fainting in the process. At least he fell asleep on the couch, Kurama said as he too drifted off. The next day, Naruto woke up with a backache. Ouch, my back, he complained as he got up from the couch. What did you expect? You slept on the couch in a bad position, Kurama replied. Kurama, why didn't you tell me I was going to faint from information overload? Naruto retorted, annoyed. I tried to stop you, but I didn't think you'd be so reckless. If you leave clones reading for more than 6 hours, what did you expect? The fox responded, resting his chin on his paws. Whatever, I'm going to shower to meet Hinata, Naruto concluded. After cleaning up and eating some instant ramen, he headed to the forest, jumping across the rooftops of the village. Upon arriving, he realized Hinata wasn't there. Where is Hinata? He wondered. Use your Byakugan to find her, Kurama suggested. He nodded, activated his Dojutsu, and began searching. She's not within 500 meters. Let's see, a kilometer away, he said. I found her. She's at the Hyuga compound, he concluded, deactivating his Dojutsu and heading there. When he arrived, he found Hayashi at the door. There's your father-in-law, Kurama teased. Shut up, Naruto shot back in his mind. Approaching Hayashi, he asked, Is Hinata here? Yes, she is, but she won't be able to train with you today. I'll let her know you came by, Hayashi replied, turning to enter the compound. Well, that went better than I expected, Naruto said as he walked through the streets of Konoha, conversing with Kurama. I thought he was going to yell at you and tell you not to get close to Hinata, followed by a threat, Kurama remarked. Anyway, what are you going to do today? He asked. I'll go to the library, a weapons shop, and train what my clones learned yesterday, Naruto replied, suddenly stopping. What's wrong? Kurama asked. My house doesn't have many plants. I think some flowers wouldn't hurt, Naruto decided, entering the Yamanaka flower shop, where a bell jingled. Yamanaka flower shop, how can I— Oh, it's you, Naruto, said a girl with light blonde hair and greenish eyes. Hi, Ino. How are you? I'd like some flowers, he replied with a smile. Flowers? Ino asked, surprised. Yeah, it's just that I don't have many at home, so I wanted to add some, he explained. All right, you can take these poppies, Ino said, handing him some flowers. Just be careful not to kill them, she added teasingly. Are you saying I can't take care of them? Naruto retorted. I bet you'll be scared, just like facing Sasuke, Ino teased. Really? Let's see who's the scaredy cat, he replied as he left, activating his Byakugan without anyone noticing. Soon after, screams of terror echoed from the shop, followed by laughter from nearby women. At that moment, Naruto found himself with Inoichi Yamanaka in front of the third Hokage, whom he affectionately called Old Man. Inoichi, could you explain again? The third Hokage asked, taking a puff from his pipe. Naruto placed a genjutsu in my shop, making all the flowers look like giant carnivorous plants, causing a huge disturbance, Inoichi explained. Now you, Naruto, could you tell me why you did that? The Hokage asked. I went to the shop for some flowers, and Ino said I was a coward. At least I'm not the one who can't go back to her own house, Naruto replied, chuckling slightly, which made Inoichi's eyebrow twitch. I don't know what surprises me more, that Naruto can do that kind of genjutsu at his age, or that the Umbu took more than 6 hours to catch the real one, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, clearly surprised as every time they sent the Umbu for Naruto, he would disappear in a puff of smoke. Naruto, as punishment for the disturbance, you'll have to apologize to Ino Yamanaka and Mrs. Yamanaka, the third Hokage said. Does that sound good to you? He added, looking at Inoichi, who simply nodded. Now, Naruto, how did you learn the shadow clone jutsu? The Hokage asked. I learned it myself from a scroll, Naruto replied. Hiruzen tried to see if Naruto was lying but found no trace of deceit and let it pass. All right, then accompany Inoichi to apologize to Ino and Mrs. Yamanaka, the Hokage concluded. After the Hokage dismissed them, Naruto and Inoichi headed back to the Yamanaka flower shop, which was now free of the genjutsu. They entered, causing the bell above to ring. I'm back, Inoichi announced as footsteps approached. Dad! Ino exclaimed, peeking her head out. Hello, Ino, Inoichi replied as Naruto stepped out from behind him. Naruto! Ino shouted angrily, jumping on him and knocking him over, starting to hit him on the head. Idiot, fool, die, she exclaimed, her frustration evident. Ino, calm down, scolded a woman with light brown hair and a blue dress. It was Mrs. Yamanaka, who picked up her daughter as if she were a cat. But Mom, don't you remember what he did? Ino protested. But he came here, I don't think it's for anything bad, reasoned Ino's mother. That's right, I came to apologize. I know I got upset because you called me a coward, but honestly, I didn't mean to cause this disturbance, Naruto said sincerely, lowering his head. Ino's parents smiled at his honesty. Alright, if you ask me like that, then I forgive you, Ino replied, turning her head away. Since when did Ino become Tsundere? Naruto wondered. Would you like to join us for dinner? Ino's mother asked. Is that all right? Naruto asked. Of course, I don't see the problem, Inoichi replied with a smile. Then I'm grateful, Naruto said, smiling back. After dinner with the Yamanakas, Naruto was about to head back to his apartment when heavy rain began to fall. Naruto, you're not planning to go home in this weather, are you? Ino's mother hinted with a firm tone. But it's already late and I need to go to sleep, he replied, his legs trembling slightly. An angry woman is very scary, he thought as he looked at her. That's not a problem, you can shower and sleep here. It's no trouble, Mrs. Yamanaka said with a smile. But Mom, there are only 2 rooms, mine and yours, Ino protested. That's not a problem, Naruto will sleep in Ino's room with her, her mother replied, causing Ino to scream and Naruto to blush. But Mom, Ino tried to protest. Is there a problem? Mrs. Yamanaka asked, her expression making it clear that there was no room for argument. No, none, both father and daughter said in unison. Well then, Naruto, here are the towels. You can go shower. The bathroom is at the end of the hall to the right, Mrs. Yamanaka instructed, and Naruto nodded, taking the towels and leaving without a word. After about half an hour, during which Naruto showered and put on some old clothes that Inoichi had worn as a child, he and Ino lay in her bed with the lights off, facing away from each other. Don't think I like this, I'm only doing it because my mother is making me, Ino said without looking at him. Well, Naruto replied, trying to sleep. A few days ago, I asked Sasuke out, but he rejected me. I've tried several times, and he keeps rejecting me. Am I not pretty? Ino said, turning to face him, tears welling in her eyes. Without thinking, Naruto hugged her, resting her head on his chest. Don't say that, Ino, you're very pretty, and in the future, you'll be very appealing, he reassured her, making her blush but not protest. Thank you, she whispered before falling asleep on his chest, and soon, Naruto followed suit. Ino's parents were in their room, sitting on the bed. Mrs. Yamanaka was reading a book while Inoichi looked troubled. Just let it go, his wife told him. How can I be calm? My daughter is sleeping next to a boy in her room, he complained. You know Naruto isn't a bad kid, and besides, you know who Naruto is the son of, she replied. It's just a hypothesis that Shikaku proposed, Inoichi defended. Hypothesis? How many blue-eyed blondes are there in the village? She countered. Only one, he admitted begrudgingly. Besides, if Naruto and Ino had a child, it would be very beneficial for the clan, she added. And why is that, he asked. Because Naruto is an Uzumaki, and they bring large amounts of chakra, which our mental techniques need the most. A child between Naruto and Ino would bring great benefits, she explained. Inoichi wanted to argue but couldn't find a valid point. Besides, I would love to hear a child walking around the house, she finished with a dreamy expression. But, Inoichi tried to say before being pushed onto the bed. You know, I've been feeling lonely these days, how about you indulge me a little, she suggested, climbing on top of him. I told you to put on a BR, he replied, but she shook her head. It's too uncomfortable to sleep in, and you like it better this way, she whispered. Morning arrived in Konoha, with the sun's rays waking its inhabitants. In a certain house, a light brown. Naruto left his house, heading towards the forest where he trained with Hinata, the purple-haired girl. Upon arriving, he noticed she wasn't wearing her usual training outfit, which surprised him. He decided to ask, Hinata, why aren't you in your training clothes? It's because there are clan meetings for the Hyuga, and my father wants me to attend since I'm the eldest daughter, Hinata replied, feeling a bit embarrassed that she couldn't be with him. Don't worry, how long do the meetings last? Naruto asked. A week, Hinata responded, lowering her head in disappointment. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you so we can be together, Naruto said, causing Hinata's eyes to blush as she ran off, waving goodbye to him. And now what am I going to do? The blonde wondered to himself. I know, he exclaimed, leaping through the trees in an unknown direction. Naruto arrived at Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. He jumped over the fence and ventured into the woods. What are you going to do? Kurama asked, intrigued. Train, Naruto replied, and with a puff of smoke, a katana appeared in his hands. It was a black-handled katana with an unusual tsuba and a white blade adorned with blue flames. How did you get that katana? Kurama asked, eyeing it curiously. Well, Naruto began, preparing to recount the story. Flashback: one of Naruto's clones had visited a ninja weapon shop in the village. Hello, Naruto, are you here for ninja equipment? An elderly man asked the young blonde. Yes, sir, I'm here to get some gear to continue my training. Naruto replied to the old man, who had always welcomed him. Then feel free to take what you need, the vendor said as he walked over to his desk. Naruto grabbed 3 boxes of kunai, 3 boxes of shuriken, and 2 boxes of wire. Sir, this is what I'm buying today, Naruto said, placing the boxes on the counter. Of course, Naruto, the shop owner replied while calculating the prices, but Naruto caught sight of something behind the vendor. Sir, what is that? Naruto asked curiously. The old man turned around and picked up a katana he had intended to sell. This katana has been bought by many, but they always return it, saying it absorbs their energy as soon as they touch it, the vendor explained. Naruto remembered that he was going to learn Genjutsu. Sir, how much do you want for it? Naruto asked, clearly interested. The kind old vendor, knowing what Naruto was going through, didn't want him to spend more money. You know, if you can wield it without it absorbing your energy, you can take it, the vendor said, handing the katana to Naruto. It doesn't seem to be absorbing my energy, Naruto questioned. Touch the handle. When I did, I felt my strength leaving my body, the old man replied. Naruto grasped the sword by the handle but felt no difference. "Sir, I don't feel anything," Naruto said, believing the story to be false. "Well, it seems it has chosen you," the shopkeeper said, surprised. "It chose me?" Naruto asked, confused. "There's a legend among samurai that says the sword chooses its owner, and it seems that sword has chosen you," the vendor explained. "Well, you can let me take it," the old man said with a smile as he watched Naruto celebrate and store it in a sealing scroll along with his other purchases. "Oh, I almost forgot. The sword is called Aoi Hano Blue Flame," the old man concluded with a smile. End flashback. "So that's how you got it?" Kurama said, and Naruto simply nodded. "But I don't understand something. The old man said it absorbs chakra, but nothing has happened to me so far." Naruto wondered. "That's because it's made of Chakura Ishi Chakra stone," the giant fox replied, leaving Naruto even more confused. Chakura Ishi is a material much harder to find than chakra metal. With chakra metal, they create weapons that can conduct chakra, whether elemental or even perform certain techniques. It all depends on the user. Meanwhile, Chakura Ishi is much harder to come by, Kurama explained before being interrupted by Naruto. "You say it's stone, but this is steel," Naruto questioned, touching the blade of the katana. "Don't interrupt me," the fox growled, annoyed. When heated to a very high degree, Chakura Ishi starts to turn into steel, but if heated to other degrees, it can transform into other things. As I was saying, Chakura Ishi can do the same things as chakra blades. It can conduct chakra through them to make them sharper and more durable. However, the difference is that chakra metal depends on the user's chakra, while Chakura Ishi has its own chakra. That's why it absorbs chakra. If a person touches the stone and their chakra reserves are lower than those of the Chakura Ishi, it will start to absorb their chakra. But if their reserves are greater, it won't do anything and the person will be able to use the chakra of the Chakura Ishi, the giant fox finished explaining. "So it doesn't absorb my chakra because my reserves are greater," Naruto said, looking at his katana. "Exactly. Even Samahata, the sword that belonged to the Akatsuki's fishman, was made of Chakura Ishi," Kurama added. "Yes, I remember. Then Killer Bee kept it?" Naruto chimed in. "Yes, and I recall that the first Hokage and Madara had one too. The only ones who can control Chakura Ishi are the Uzumakis, the Kages, and the Jinchuriki," the fox concluded, leaving Naruto impressed that he possessed such a remarkable sword. After Kurama finished explaining the sword to Naruto, he created 300 clones. He sent 100 clones to practice with different elements, 20 for fire, 20 for wind, 20 for lightning, 20 for earth, and the last 20 for water. He instructed the other 100 to start practicing Fuinjutsu. The remaining clones were divided into two groups of 50. One group focused on chakra control while the other worked on String the Six Eyes ability of his Dojutsu. After assigning tasks, Naruto removed his black jacket and ninja sandals. "What are you doing?" Kurama asked. "I found a weight-increasing jutsu in the library. I thought I'd apply it to my jacket and sandals," Naruto replied. "That's a good idea. Even though you can see the enemy's movements with your dojutsu, you need your body to move just as quickly," Kurama responded, using his paws as a pillow. "I recommend getting sandals that go higher up your ankles," Kurama advised before dozing off. After applying the weight seals to his jacket and sandals, Naruto decided to do some physical exercise before practicing Genjutsu. He did push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and jogged a few laps around a clearing in the forest. Once he felt he had done enough physical training, Naruto formed a hand seal and summoned his katana, which appeared horizontally at the back of his waist. He drew it from its sheath and executed some frontal attacks but soon realized that the jacket hindered his arm movements, so he took it off, leaving him in his white shirt. Even without the weight of the jacket, the sandals are a bit cumbersome, he thought, continuing his attacks. Just then, he heard the whistling sound of kunai being thrown at high speed. With a swift movement, Naruto turned around and, using his katana, made a horizontal cut to stop the kunai. In that instant, he noticed someone standing behind him. "It's true, it doesn't matter if I can see her, my body doesn't move as fast," Naruto thought as he looked at the woman behind him. "You know, It's not common for a ninja to use a katana, said a woman with brown eyes and violet hair styled in a pineapple-like updo, wearing a brown coat and a miniskirt, with the rest of her body covered by a mesh suit. The torture lady, Naruto thought, recognizing Anko Mitarashi. I'm not going to be a normal ninja, he replied as he sheathed his katana. And what's a kid your age doing here? Anko asked, watching as Naruto sat down to hydrate. If a villager saw the demon child with a katana, they'd use it as an excuse to beat me up or demand my head from the Hokage, Naruto replied casually. At that moment, Anko took a closer look and realized that the boy in front of her was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She recalled how both villagers and ninjas had looked down on her for being a disciple of the traitorous sanin, Orochimaru. You know, today is your lucky day because I'm going to train you, Mitarashi exclaimed as she stood up. No thanks, I don't want to be trained by the torture psychopath, Naruto replied. Who are you calling a psychopath? I'm the appealing and CC Anko Mitarashi, she declared, striking a pose. I can't deny that, Naruto whispered, but Anko heard him. So, the kid is already noticing women at a young age, Anko said, playfully grabbing Naruto's head and pulling it toward her, causing him to blush. You're blushing, so you like it? Anko said with a smile. All right, I'll let you train me, Naruto exclaimed, prompting Anko to release him. Great. Let's get started with the training. 2 years later, Naruto and Hinata stood in front of the academy to take the entrance exam. Are you nervous? Naruto asked the dark violet-haired girl. A little, Hinata replied, her pearl-like eyes betraying her anxiety. Don't worry, I'm here, Naruto said, taking Hinata's hand, causing all the girls around them to stare and murmur about the rumor that the Hyuga princess was dating the hyperactive blonde ninja. Meanwhile, another blonde girl with green eyes watched with a slight frown. Ino, do you really think they're dating? They're so different, asked a pink-haired girl with a prominent forehead. Opposites attract. What does it matter? I'm going to be with Sasuke, Ino replied. I'll be the one who ends up with Sasuke, you pig, the pink-haired girl shot back. Who are you calling a pig, forehead? Ino retorted, igniting another argument over Sasuke. A few minutes later, the third Hokage arrived with the academy instructors. A Chunin-level ninja stepped forward, sporting brown hair styled in a pineapple-like fashion and black eyes, but what stood out most was a horizontal scar across his nose. Irika-sensei, Naruto thought, recognizing the first person who had acknowledged him. Good morning to all aspiring ninjas. I'm Irika Yumino, a Chunin instructor at the academy, and I'm here to explain how the entrance exams will be conducted, Irika announced. The exam will consist of 3 stages. The first will be a written test, the second will involve throwing kunai and shuriken, and the third will be taijutsu duels, Irika concluded, addressing the young ninja hopefuls. After the exam procedure was explained, the academy instructors directed the students to different classrooms to begin the written test. Naruto and Hinata found themselves in the same room as Shikamaru Nar, Ino Yamanaka, and Sakura Haruno. I don't see Sasuke, Naruto thought to himself as he scanned the room. Looks like the Uchiha is in another room, Kurama replied. As the exams began, Naruto started answering the questions without any issues. This exam isn't so hard, he thought. Of course, I made you study, otherwise, you'd still be the same clueless kid you were before, Kurama retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Don't remind me. I passed out so many times from information overload, Naruto complained. But look, it worked, you're the first one done, Kurama pointed out as Naruto noticed that everyone else still had many questions left. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he thought, there's still an hour left, I can take a nap, and leaned on the table, using his arms as a pillow, falling asleep while the instructors watched him, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Has he really given up right at the start of the exam? One instructor wondered, while Irika observed Naruto with interest, recalling that Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had told him that Naruto was more than he appeared. An hour later, the exam ended, and some students couldn't finish while others managed to complete it on time. Naruto, wake up. Naruto. Hinata called, shaking the blonde to rouse him. He woke up with a string of drool hanging from his mouth. After several attempts, he finally got up and headed to the academy's main courtyard for the second test. Alright, everyone, here you'll need to show us your aim by throwing 15 shurikens and 15 kunais, explained the scarred Chunin, starting to call out names. Meanwhile, some parents and civilians watched eagerly, while others came to see the heir of the Uchiha clan. Next, Sasuke Uchiha, announced an examiner, as praises and cheers filled the air. The black-haired boy approached the instructor with his usual cold demeanor. Sasuke threw the 15 shurikens one by one, hitting the center target 10 times and the lower target 5 times. With the kunais, he scored 11 in the center and 4 in the lower target, achieving the best score of the moment, prompting applause from high-ranking ninjas and cheers from civilians. Next, Naruto Uzumaki, the examiner announced, causing murmurs among the crowd and some jeers from other participants. Good luck, Naruto, Hinata whispered, and he smiled in response. Naruto approached the instructor, grabbing 5 shurikens between each of his fingers, causing some civilians to laugh. The idiot is going to try to throw 10 shurikens. Even Sasuke couldn't do that, Sakura exclaimed. Ignoring the whispers, Naruto threw the 10 shurikens simultaneously, hitting the center with all of them, leaving everyone astonished. Before anyone could react, another 5 shurikens and 5 kunais hit the center, followed by another 10 kunais, giving him a perfect score. After his impressive display, complaints arose from civilians, claiming this was the power of a demon, while Uchiha fangirls accused Naruto of cheating. After the shuriken and kunai throws, the scores stood as follows. First place for Naruto, second for Sasuke, and third for Hinata, making her father show a slight smile at her progress. They moved on to the taijutsu duels. Alright, pay attention, we'll call you in pairs. The rules are simple. If your opponent can no longer fight or steps out of the circle drawn on the ground, they lose, Irika explained as he began calling out names. The fights were fairly standard until Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi faced off, resulting in a draw. Next, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, Irika announced, and everyone fell silent as the 2 participants stepped into the circle. The fangirls shouted. It's obvious the Uchiha will beat the demon, a civilian said, eager to see Naruto get beaten, while others like Shikaku, Inoichi, Hiruzen, Hayashi, and Anko were keen to see what Naruto was capable of. Begin. Irika shouted as the 2 participants switched places. What happened? Wasn't Sasuke on the left? Why is he now on the right? Sakura wondered, noticing the swift change. They were so fast I didn't even see them, Shikamaru said, wide-eyed, while other high-level ninjas had indeed seen what happened. Hokage, did you see that? A civilian asked. Yes. When Irika said to begin, Sasuke launched himself at an incredible speed for a boy his age, while Naruto tilted his head, turned around, and jumped backward, Hiruzen replied, leaving both civilians and students astonished. Sasuke faced Naruto, who still had his hands in his pockets. Why is he so unconcerned? I'm an Uchiha, Sasuke thought as he dashed toward Naruto, launching an attack. The Sharingan user attempted to land a punch, but Naruto merely tilted his head, letting Sasuke pass by. Sasuke then kicked at Naruto, who jumped back slightly while keeping his hands in his pockets. The Uchiha leaped to kick Naruto's head, but Naruto ducked, allowing him to pass again. They continued this way, with Sasuke throwing punches and kicks while Naruto dodged them, until 10 minutes had passed. The atmosphere was tense, only the heavy breathing of the black-haired boy could be heard. Finally, Naruto pulled one hand from his pocket, raised it in the air, and with a small jump backward declared, I give up, stepping out of the drawn circle. Since Naruto Uzumaki stepped out of the circle, the winner is Sasuke Uchiha, Irika announced, but the atmosphere remained silent until a fangirl shouted at Sasuke, calling Naruto a coward and weak for knowing he couldn't face him, causing other fans to join in. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, who once again had both hands in his pockets. The Uchiha couldn't help but see the image of his brother Itachi behind him. Without a word, he channeled chakra into his feet, jumped over the railing and ran off, haunted by memories of his clan's tragedy. After the exams ended and the results were set to be published the following week, night began to fall, and everyone started heading home, including Naruto and Hinata, who had received permission from her father to go eat ramen with the blonde. I heard you gave up against the Uchiha, but he couldn't land a hit on you, Tsuchi said to his favorite customers. Yeah, I heard from some people that you lost the fight but won the battle, I.M. added. It seems some villagers no longer see you as the demon, Kurama remarked in Naruto's mind. Naruto, why did you give up? Hinata asked. Honestly, I didn't want to fight, Naruto replied. After finishing their ramen, the pair of ninjas left the restaurant and headed toward the Hyuga complex. You know, the stars look really appealing tonight, Naruto said as he gazed up at the sky. Yeah, they are very pretty, Hinata replied, her dark purple hair catching the light. Hinata, let's get a better look at the stars, Naruto suggested, taking her hand and pulling her along. Naruto, if I get home late, my father will be angry, Hinata protested as she was led by him. After running for a while, they arrived at the Hokage monument and stood on the head of the fourth Hokage. See, I told you it would be better here, Naruto said. You're right, Hinata replied, looking up at the sky. But at that moment, a question crossed her mind, and she could no longer hold it in. She turned to face Naruto. Naruto, what am I to you? Hinata asked. What are you to me? Naruto echoed, gazing into her pearl-like eyes. Yes, what do you feel for me? She pressed, her determination evident. Hinata, you are a very important person to me. I care about you a lot, and… Naruto began, blushing and scratching his cheek. Come on, just say it. Kurama urged him. I love you, Hinata. I'm in love with you, Naruto declared, causing Hinata to blush furiously as the words echoed in her mind. You really love me, she stammered, looking at him, who also had a slight blush. Yes, Hinata, will you be my girlfriend? Naruto asked. Hinata grabbed the collar of his black jacket and buried her head in it, starting to cry. Yes, I want to be your girlfriend. I don't care if my clan doesn't accept it or if people look at me strangely. Being with you is enough because to me, you're not the Nine Tails, but Naruto Uzumaki, the man I fell in love with, Hinata replied, leaning closer for a sweet kiss, with only the stars and the moon as witnesses that night. After Naruto confessed his feelings and Hinata accepted them, they sat together, gazing at the stars and sharing kisses, forgetting about the time. You know, I could get addicted to your lips, Naruto said as he continued to kiss Hinata. After a while, they were holding hands, walking back to the Hyuga complex. When they reached the door, they said goodbye with a kiss, but then they heard a voice that made them both pale. I was worried that my daughter hadn't come home, but now I see the reason, Hayashi said, standing next to the couple, causing them to separate. So this is what couples do? Asked a small 4-year-old girl with dark brown hair and the pearl-like eyes of the Hyuga, wearing training clothes. Hanabi! Hinata exclaimed, completely flushed. Hayashi stopped looking at his daughter and turned his gaze to Naruto, making him nervous. I appreciate you bringing my daughter home safe, the head of the Hyuga clan said, turning back to his daughter. And you, daughter, please come with me to my office, Hayashi concluded, turning around and heading back into the complex. Well, big sister, you have to tell me everything. Hanabi said with curious eyes as she pulled her sister inside. Goodbye, big brother, the dark-haired girl said to Naruto as she closed the door behind them, leaving the stunned blonde alone, processing what had just happened. Hayashi was in his office, and in front of him sat his eldest daughter, Hinata Hyuga. Now tell me, what is your relationship with Naruto Uzumaki? Her father asked. Naruto confessed his feelings to me, and I reciprocated. From today on, I am his girlfriend, Hinata replied firmly, showing no signs of insecurity. Daughter, you are very young to understand what love is, Hayashi said. But I'm not too young to understand the hatred they have for him because of the 9 tails, Hinata responded, leaving her father impressed. Who told you that? The head of the Hyuga clan asked. Naruto told me, and I don't harbor any hatred or fear, Hinata replied. 2 years ago, I was determined to make your younger sister the heir of the clan, but in these 2 years, you have grown stronger, and I changed my mind. However, if you want to be in a relationship with Naruto, you will have to give up your position as clan leader, Hayashi told his eldest daughter. That's fine, I'll leave the position to Hanabi, Hinata responded without a second thought. Very well, you may leave, Hayashi concluded, allowing his daughter to exit the room. In the land of fire, in Konoha, there was a blonde girl with green eyes named Ino Yamanaka, the heir of the Yamanaka clan. She wandered through the village streets, feeling restless as she awaited the results of the entrance exam to the academy. I never thought a week could feel like such a long time, she thought. If I get accepted, I could be with Sasuke or Naruto, she mused, stopping in her tracks. No, what am I thinking? The only one for me is Sasuke, she whispered to herself, ensuring no one could hear. Besides, Naruto is dating Hinata, she reminded herself, a pang of sadness hitting her heart. That's just a rumor, they're so different, it's impossible they're together, she concluded as she passed by the park, only to see Naruto and Hinata holding hands as they headed into the woods. It's just a rumor, right? Ino wondered, beginning to follow the couple. After trailing them for a while, Ino watched as they ventured deeper into the forest, where they were hidden from view. She saw Naruto and Hinata jump across a river on some rocks, but when Hinata tried to step on the last rock, she slipped and nearly fell, if it hadn't been for Naruto, who caught her midair. They gazed into each other's eyes, and it didn't take long for them to lean in and share a kiss, all while Ino watched from a distance. At least they'll probably break up and apologize, Ino tried to convince herself, but she wasn't prepared for what happened next. Naruto and Hinata pulled away from their kiss only to share another that was even more passionate. I told you, I'm going to get addicted to your lips, Naruto said, continuing to kiss Hinata. You barely let go of my lips yesterday, Hinata replied, smiling as she returned his affection. Meanwhile, Ino felt tears streaming down her cheeks. Unable to hold back any longer, she ran out of the forest toward home. When Ino arrived home, she dashed through the living room without greeting her mother, who was in the kitchen. She ran up the stairs and threw herself onto her bed, burying her face in her pillow as she screamed into it, hoping to muffle her cries. But that wasn't enough, and she screamed again, the pillow struggling to absorb her anguish. Honey, are you okay? Ino's mother asked, entering the room and sitting beside her daughter, who remained face down. Of course, why wouldn't I be? Ino replied, her voice muffled. 2 screams in a row and the fact that you're crying is clear evidence that you're not okay, Mrs. Yamanaka said gently, stroking her daughter's back. I'm not crying, Ino insisted, still hiding her face. Can say that, but the dampness on your pillow gives you away, her mother responded softly. Ino slowly lifted her head and saw that her pillow was indeed wet. She wiped her hand under her right eye and felt the tears trickling down. In disbelief, she got up and looked in the mirror, confirming her mother's observation. Now, can you tell me what's wrong, dear? Mrs. Yamanaka asked. I don't know, was Ino's short answer, leaving her mother intrigued. How can you not know? Her mother pressed. Ino then recounted how she had seen Naruto and Hinata in the park and followed them into the woods, where she witnessed their kiss and what they said to each other. She explained how seeing that had hurt her heart so much that she ran home. So the rumor was true, Mrs. Yamanaka said, and Ino nodded, new tears welling in her eyes. Ino, I think what's happening is that you're in love with Naruto, her mother suggested gently. Me in love with Naruto? Ino questioned, surprised. You know very well that Naruto has been coming to the shop to help us for the past 2 years, her mother continued. He does it because the 3rd Hokage sends him as a part-time worker, Ino replied, still reluctant to accept her feelings. But when he's here, you have fun with him, her mother pointed out. Well, it's because his antics make me laugh, Ino admitted, uncertain. And why does it hurt you so much that he's dating Hinata? Her mother concluded, leaving Ino deep in thought as tears began to flow again, recalling the image from the woods that ached in her heart. Naruto is an annoying, foolish, hyperactive guy. He has no sense of humor or style. But he's cute, kind, caring, sweet, protective, and he was the first person to call me pretty, Ino finished, sitting beside her mother. I'm in love with Naruto, she finally admitted, accepting her feelings. Yes, dear, Naruto has stolen your heart, Mrs. Yamanaka replied, gently resting her daughter's head on her shoulder. But I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. After Kakashi signaled the start, the genin hid, Sakura crouched beneath a bush, and Sasuke nestled among the branches of a tree, both watching their Jonin sensei. Kakashi thought to himself, at least they know how to hide, before turning his gaze to a blonde boy in a black jacket with orange accents. You know, you're different, he said to the blonde. The Uzumaki, with his blue eyes, didn't respond. Instead, he formed a hand seal, and with a puff of smoke, a pillow appeared, causing a bead of sweat to form on Kakashi's forehead. The blonde placed the pillow on the grass and lay down, quickly falling asleep, a bubble emerging from his nose. Kakashi's bead of sweat grew larger. What is that idiot doing? Thought Sakura, watching the scene. He's just a loser, Sasuke thought condescendingly. Kakashi gave up trying to understand the actions of the son of his late sensei and decided to pull out his orange-covered book, sitting down next to the sleeping blonde. After a few minutes, growing annoyed, Kakashi attempted to hit him on the head. But just as he was inches away, the Uzumaki's head exploded in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone, Kakashi realized. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him, only to see the blue-eyed blonde preparing to throw a punch. The Jonin jumped back, dodging the Uzumaki's attack. I need to be careful, he told himself, noticing the large crack left in the ground. What inhuman strength, Sakura exclaimed in surprise. How is it possible for him to have such power? Wondered Sasuke. Seeing the confused expressions on his other two students, Kakashi decided to explain the technique. That technique involves surrounding your fist with chakra and compressing it. When you strike, you release the chakra, creating a massive explosion of energy, he explained, putting away his book. This ability was created by one of the legendary sanin, Tsunade Senju, the queen of slugs. He finished, leaving everyone astonished. How could a loser like him possess such a skill? I need it for my revenge, Sasuke thought angrily. Naruto charged at Kakashi, throwing a punch at a speed surprising for someone his age, leaving the Jonin barely able to dodge. Kakashi evaded, knowing he couldn't block the blows with his hands. If he did, he would be sent flying, as he could see the chakra accumulating in the Uzumaki's hands with each attack. Naruto aimed for Kakashi's abdomen, but the silver-haired man arched his back, causing the blonde to hit nothing but air. At the same time, Naruto attempted to deliver an axe kick, but Kakashi jumped and spun in the air to avoid it, landing behind the Uzumaki. Tired of dodging, the Jonin decided to kick the blonde with some force. Naruto turned around, blocking the kick with his forearm and leaping into the air while spinning. Seeing Naruto airborne, Kakashi decided to throw a punch at him, thinking that in mid-air, the blonde wouldn't be able to dodge. However, he was shocked to see the Uzumaki grab his wrist mid-air and use it as leverage to spin sideways, extending a leg to kick the silver-haired man. Wasn't he supposed to be the worst in the academy? The copying ninja wondered as he used a substitution jutsu to switch places with a log. If I had taken any longer, I would be in bad shape, Kakashi thought, watching as the log he had suched with was smashed to pieces. Meanwhile, the spectators were astonished by what they were witnessing. Sakura watched in surprise and intrigue, even starting to think that Naruto was cool, while Sasuke observed with surprise, anger, and jealousy for not being the one with that power. But neither of them anticipated what happened next. Sasuke, someone called out from behind him, making him turn around furiously. Loser, the Uchiha said, seeing Naruto behind him. I'm a clone. You know that if we don't work together, we won't defeat him, the blonde told Sasuke. Shut up. I'm an Uchiha. I can take him down by myself, Sasuke replied arrogantly. I suspected as much, thought the clone before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Sakura had heard the same thing from the clone, and while she considered it more than Sasuke, she ultimately refused, stating she would only team up with him. Really? Thought the second clone before disappearing, believing that at least Sakura would work as a team. While these conversations were happening, Kakashi had seen everything. Kakashi and Naruto faced each other, while the Jonin also scanned the area to ensure there were no more Uzumaki clones. I need to deal with Naruto first. I think if I activated my Sharingan, I could handle him better, Kakashi thought, unaware that Naruto wasn't fighting seriously yet. Why don't you activate your Sharingan and defeat him? Asked the giant nine-tailed fox within its container. Even if I activate my Sharingan, I wouldn't defeat Kakashi. He's not that easy, replied Naruto to his furry friend. Are you already tired? Kakashi asked his student, trying to break his concentration. No, was the short reply before the blonde slammed his fist into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Is he trying to move through the dust? I can't see him, the silver-haired man wondered, listening for any noise. But then he saw a gust of wind disperse the dust, revealing 3 Narutos. 2 were behind him, each with whirlwinds of wind in their hands, and 1 was in front, holding a kunai with electricity crackling around it. Kakashi thought the one in front was the real Naruto. The front Naruto jumped while the 2 behind stretched their hands, placing them on the soles of the jumping clone, launching him at high speed. Wind style, Gale Fist, all 3 Narutos said in unison. He can already MSTR 2 elements. The silver-haired man praised as he jumped back, lying flat to dodge the blonde charging at him with a kunai in hand. When the blonde flew over him, they locked eyes, and the blue-eyed boy smiled at the Jonin, who was taken aback when the Uzumaki who had just launched himself disappeared in a puff of smoke. The silver-haired man listened as the ground beneath him cracked, and he turned his gaze to see a hand emerging, reaching for the bells. Then he MS'd 3 elements. The Jonin reaffirmed in his thoughts as he pulled his knees to his chest and spun in the air, allowing the original Naruto to only touch the bells. So close, he managed to touch them, Kakashi remarked, glancing at his waist where the 2 bells still hung, then turning to look at the blonde who had just emerged from the ground. Kakashi was ready to lift his forehead protector and reveal his Sharingan, but he was taken aback as Naruto spun around and began leaping from tree to tree, leaving everyone bewildered. What just happened? Sakura asked, confused. Did he run out of chakra? The silver-haired man wondered aloud, something the 2 spectators overheard. No, he didn't look tired, Kakashi replied in his mind, still puzzled. That's why he's the #1 unpredictable ninja, he concluded as he turned to find his other 2 students watching him. Naruto jumped from tree to tree until he reached a spot far from where the others were. Well, I did it, the blonde said to himself as he picked up 2 rocks lying on the ground next to a lake. Let's see how the others are doing, he finished, leaning back against a tree branch and placing his hands behind his head, activating his Shotengen and using the ability of the 6 eyes to check on his teammates. Naruto began searching for them until he found Sakura and Kakashi, where the silver-haired man had placed a Genjutsu on the pink-haired girl, defeating her and causing a bead of sweat to form on Naruto's forehead. So that's how he defeated her, the blue-eyed boy said as he watched the scene, but he shrugged it off and saw Kakashi now heading towards Sasuke, where they faced each other. Sasuke attacked the silver-haired man with taijutsu, which proved useless, so he decided to perform some hand seals and unleashed a fire-style jutsu. When the flames dissipated, the Jonin was nowhere to be seen until his hand emerged from the ground, grabbing Sasuke's foot and burying him up to his neck, leaving only his head above the surface. The silver-haired man then withdrew, searching for his 3rd blonde student, but just then, Sakura appeared. Upon seeing Sasuke buried up to his neck, she screamed, causing all the birds to take flight. After a few minutes, the alarm sounded, indicating it was noon. Naruto got up from the branch he was on and returned to the spot where he had previously gathered with his team. Upon arrival, he saw that he was the only one missing. Well, since none of you managed to take my bells, I'll tie them to the trunks and eat my lunch in front of you, the Jonin said with a hint of mockery. I wouldn't say that, Naruto replied just as the sound of bells ringing echoed. Everyone turned to the blonde and saw that he was holding 2 bells in his hand. How? Kakashi asked, reaching for the bells on his waist, which transformed into 2 rocks in a puff of smoke. A transformation jutsu, Sakura said, looking at the rocks in the Jonin's hand. When did you establish them? The silver-haired man asked the grinning blonde. I think you know this, Naruto replied as a 3-pronged kunai emerged from the pouch at his waist, the handle inscribed with Flying Thunder God. So it wasn't a lie, Kakashi said, clearly surprised. I don't understand, the pink-haired girl said to her sensei. The Flying Thunder God is a space-time fuinjutsu. It allows the user to teleport to wherever the seal is, Kakashi explained, leaving the other 2 genins astonished. But that doesn't explain how you have them, Sasuke said, clearly jealous. Naruto didn't respond and simply showed that both bells had Flying Thunder God inscribed on them, just like the two rocks in the Jonin's hand. I get it. When you came out of the ground and touched both bells, you took the opportunity to place the seal on them. That's why you escaped afterward, the silver-haired Jonin concluded. Now, Naruto, who will you give the other bell to? Kakashi asked, awaiting his student's response. A year more in the academy won't hurt me, the blonde replied as he tossed the bells to Sasuke and Sakura, prompting the Jonin to give him a knowing smile. No, I didn't do anything. I was defeated by a very simple Genjutsu. I don't deserve the bell, Sakura said, throwing her bell to the ground. If the loser doesn't pass, then neither will I, Sasuke finished, mimicking his teammate's action. Congratulations, you pass, Kakashi responded, leaving the young ones intrigued. What does Kakashi-sensei mean? Haruno asked. This was about teamwork, the Jonin replied, making the other two understand. Congratulations, starting tomorrow, Team 7 will be operational, Kakashi concluded, bringing joy to the three Genins. In the Hokage Tower, a total of 8 Jonin, the Academy instructor Irika Yumino, and the Hokage along with his advisors Hamura and Koharu were gathered in the Hokage's office. So, are we starting now? Asked a bearded man while smoking a cigarette. Kakashi still hasn't arrived, Suma, replied a woman with black hair and red eyes beside him. We can't wait any longer, Kurinai, Asuma said, exhaling a puff of smoke. That's true, let's begin with the reports, and when Kakashi arrives he can give us his, said Hiruzen Sarutobi as he started looking through some papers and called the first Jonin. Team 1 fails. They don't know what teamwork is, they don't get along, and there are too many fights among them, the Jonin concluded as he began recounting how they performed in the test. The other Jonin continued to report teams that failed and explained how they conducted the tests until it was Kurinai's turn. Team 8 passes. They were able to work together and figured out what the test was about from the very beginning, especially Hinata Hyuga, whose taijutsu gave me a lot of trouble. It was very difficult to predict, and she even knew some elemental jutsus. Kurinai finished, explaining how they overcame the test and leaving everyone surprised that a Hyuga knew other types of jutsus beyond their gentle fist taijutsu. Are you sure about what you're saying? A Jonin asked the Genjutsu expert. Yes, their movements were uncoordinated, but their attacks were precise, the black-haired, red-eyed ninja explained. Well, let's move on to the next team, said the third Hokage, changing the subject and prompting his son Asuma to step forward. Team 10 passes. Shikamaru is good at strategizing, and his teammates Choji and Ino know how to support each other, the bearded Jonin concluded before recounting how they worked together and the strategy they created to defeat him and take the bells. Well, as for Kakashi, the third Hokage couldn't finish before a puff of smoke exploded in the middle of the office. Sorry, I ran into an old lady who asked me to help with her shopping, the silver-haired Jonin said, offering one of his infamous excuses. Well, Kakashi, now that you're here, tell us how Team 7 did. Village leader asked. They pass, was Hataki's short response, surprising the other Jonin and causing Asuma to drop his cigarette from his mouth. Hey, it's not that big of a deal, the Jonin retorted, feeling offended. At least it was because of Sasuke Uchiha, Hamura said with a smile. No, Kakashi replied, leaving everyone intrigued as the silver-haired man approached the Chunin with a pineapple hairstyle and placed a hand on his shoulder. What the hell did you teach Naruto? Kakashi asked, squeezing the Chunin's shoulder. What do you mean? Kurinai asked, intrigued. Then Kakashi began to recount how Naruto had initially laid down to sleep, but when he went to attack, he had planned it all along and countered with the slug princess technique. He described how he had to dodge the blows and how Naruto's taijutsu was very uncoordinated but precise, how his speed and reflexes were not those of a genin, how he used clones to confuse him, how he demonstrated mastery of 3 elements, and how he escaped when Kakashi was about to use his Sharingan. He also recounted how, at the end of the test, Naruto had both bells because he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to SWH them with a rock. He mentioned how he defeated Sakura with a simple Genjutsu and how the Uchiha had also touched a bell, only to be buried up to his neck. I can't believe it, Irika said, unable to process what he had just heard. The chakra explosion of the sanin Tsunade, the shadow clones of the second Hokage, He knows how to use 3 elements and the teleportation technique of the 4th Hokage, Koharu said, her eyes wide. Irika, was Naruto really the last dead weight in the academy? Hamir asked. Well, the truth is, the Chunin began to explain to those present. Tell us, Irika, Hiruzen said, focusing his attention on the pineapple-haired Chunin. Irika began to recount how Naruto never turned in assignments and always skipped out on the academy, and how he would always give up during taijutsu practices, regardless of who his opponent was, after dodging their blows for a while, which resulted in poor grades. However, he always performed the jutsus they asked for, and in weapon-throwing practices, he always hit the target, which were the few good grades he had that helped him graduate, along with Hinata's assistance in class. So he was always hiding his potential, Asuma declared after listening to the academy instructor's explanation. But what relationship does Naruto have with Hinata? Kurenai asked the girl she regarded as a younger sister, making the others look at her as if she had been living under a rock for the past few years. Kurenai, are you really asking me that? The Hokage replied, looking at the Genjutsu expert the same way the others did. Can someone explain this to me? The red-eyed woman exclaimed, already tired of being the only one who didn't understand. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, began to explain the relationship between Hinata and the Uzumaki. Boyfriends? Kurenai shouted, her voice echoing throughout the village as everyone in the hidden leaf heard her. I don't know why hearing that word annoys me, said a blonde girl with green eyes and bangs covering half of her right eye. The girl paid no mind and continued flipping through the magazine in her hands. You really didn't know, Kurenai? Kakashi said, clearly surprised. You've been friends with Hinata for 3 years, and you didn't know. Asuma added, equally astonished as the silver-haired man. And since when are they dating? The black-haired woman asked the village leader. For about 3 years, if I remember correctly, since the day they took the entrance exams for the academy, the Hokage replied while puffing on his pipe, causing the Genjutsu Jonin to fall to her knees, murmuring that she was a terrible older sister. And also, Kakashi began before being interrupted by the red-eyed woman. Also what, Kakashi? The Jonin asked the former Umbu. Then Kakashi began to recount how he had told his students the day before not to have breakfast and had them meet at 5 in the morning, 5 hours before the normal exam time, causing some present to shoot him disapproving looks. And what does that have to do with Hinata? Kurenai asked, confused. That Naruto didn't arrive at 5 in the morning and did have breakfast, and when I asked him, he said he wouldn't refuse Hinata's food, Hatake replied as Kurenai stood up and looked at the Hokage. If Hinata made him breakfast, it means she has the key to Naruto's apartment, the Jonin said to the Hokage, her annoyance evident. Yes, was Hiruzen's short response. And how did she get it? Kurenai asked the Hokage. I gave it to her, the village leader replied, causing the Jonin to become even more upset. And why did you give it to her? The red-eyed woman demanded an explanation. Flashback. Hiruzen was in his office dealing with paperwork, which felt endless. Not only did he have to read all the documents, but he also had to sign and deny orders requested in them until the 3rd Hokage heard someone enter through his office door and turned to see who it was. Hello, Hinata, the 3rd Hokage greeted casually. Hello, Mr. Hokage, the Hyuga responded with a respectful bow. They really are very different, Hiruzen thought as he recalled how the blonde Uzumaki used to greet him. So, Hinata, what brings you here? Sarutobi asked, setting aside the paperwork to pay attention to the pearl-eyed girl. The dark violet-haired girl tensed slightly at what she was about to ask, but she stood firm and said, Mr. Hokage, would you give me a copy of the key to Naruto's house? The Hyuga replied to the 3rd Hokage. And why do you want a copy of Naruto's key? Hiruzen asked seriously. The thing is, in a week it's Naruto's birthday, and I wanted to prepare a small party at his house, Hinata explained, detailing her reason for wanting the key. Hinata, you know that just as it can be used for a party, it can also be used for an ambush, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, testing the Hyuga, knowing her intentions were not malicious. At that moment, Hinata smiled conspiratorially and said to the man in front of her, how about a trade? The dark violet-haired girl proposed to the 3rd Hokage, who was intrigued. What are you willing to give? Sarutobi asked. Information, Hinata replied with a confident smile. Information. The third Hokage asked again, intrigued about what kind of information the eldest Hyuga could provide. The way to complete paperwork faster, the pearl-eyed girl responded, causing the elder to rise from his desk and open a drawer from which he pulled out a key and tossed it to the dark violet-haired girl. It's the one I use when I go to see Naruto, the Hokage explained, noticing the girl's intrigued expression. Hokage, how many shadow clones can you make? Hinata asked, disconnecting Sarutobi from his thoughts. Around 30, Hiruzen replied, hand on his chin as he recalled. Then Hinata proceeded to explain how Naruto used shadow clones to learn everything faster since the memories return to the original after a clone dissipates. Naruto makes around 50 clones to train, so in 1 hour, he completes 50 times his training, Hinata said. So if you use 30 clones, the paperwork you would complete in 30 hours would be done in just 1 hour, the Hyuga finished explaining as the Hokage wore a depressed aura. Did Naruto know about this? The third Hokage asked as he approached a photo hanging on the. So you also knew the secret, that's how you finished everything so quickly, the Hokage said while looking at a photo of a blue-eyed blonde, with the caption below reading forth. And to top it off, you took the secret to the grave, the Hokage concluded as the pearl-eyed girl exited the office, while the third Hokage could be heard shouting all the curses he knew at the photo. And flashback. Everyone present had a bead of sweat on their foreheads upon hearing the memory recounted by the village leader. Well, I'm going to visit Naruto, the Hokage concluded as he exited through the door. So that's how Hinata got the key, Kurenai said, still in disbelief, but at that moment, 2 Umbu leaped down from the ceiling where they had been hiding. Umbu? Kaharu asked, confused. The men in animal masks didn't respond and each pulled out a wallet from their vests, beginning to hand out bills to the silver-haired Jonin. Wait, what's happening? Hamura asked, not understanding the situation. Among the Umbu bets, there was one that said the Hokage would burn the paperwork with a fireball before leaving. The odds were 85 that he would use a fire-style jutsu and 15 that he wouldn't, Kakashi explained while counting the bills. That's ridiculous, Iruka exclaimed. Yes, it is, Asuma replied, also counting some bills. He bet too, at least he trusts his father, the spectators thought as they watched the 2 Jonin put the money into their wallets. Now Team 7 found themselves in a forest. What's the distance to the target? Kakashi asked. I have the target at 5 meters, Sakura replied. I'm ready, added Sasuke. Me too, concluded Naruto. Then let's proceed, ordered Kakashi as the genin leaped to catch a cat. Mission accomplished, we've captured the target, Sakura declared, looking at the cat in Naruto's hands. Why doesn't it attack you? Sasuke asked, recalling how the cat always scratched him or Sakura when they caught it, but never Naruto. I don't know, Naruto lied, remembering that when he first caught the cat, it tried to attack him, but he used Kurama's instincts to scare it off, ensuring the little feline never attacked him again. Well done, team. We've captured Tora, the lost pet of the feudal lord's wife, Kakashi concluded, marking the mission as complete. Now Team 7 was in the office, watching as the cat was embraced by an elderly woman, the feudal lord's wife. My little Tora, mommy was so worried about you, she said, continuing to hug the cat. Sasuke thought, that poor cat deserves this, as he watched it struggle. Sakura felt sympathy for the creature, thinking, I'm not surprised it ran away. Good job, Team 7. The third Hokage congratulated the genin. Let's see what other missions we have. Painting fences, walking the Inuzuka dogs, watering some plants, Hiruzen said, reviewing the D-rank missions until he was interrupted by Naruto. Come on, old man, we've completed over 30 D-rank missions in a week. Give us something more interesting, Naruto urged, earning a scolding from Iruka, who reminded him that he was just a genin. Iruka, calm down. Naruto is right. They've completed over 30 D-rank missions in a week, the Hokage defended him. Almost all of them were about catching that cat, Sasuke replied, frustrated. If it weren't for Naruto's sensory skills, we wouldn't have found it, Sakura added, while Sasuke turned his head, clearly jealous. After Naruto requested a more interesting mission, the Hokage decided to indulge him. Alright, I'll give you a C-rank mission, the third Hokage announced, lifting the spirits of Team 7. Your mission will be to SERT someone. Hiruzen finished just as the office door opened, revealing a man with a bottle in hand, clearly intoxicated. I asked for ninjas, not a bunch of kids, the man grumbled, pointing at the genin. Team 7, this is Mr. Tsunade. He's a bridge builder, and your job will be to SRT him until he reaches his country and protect him until he finishes building his bridge, the third Hokage explained. You're really sending me with these kids. Especially that one, he looks like an idiot, Tsunade said, pointing at Naruto. And we have to protect a drunken old man, Naruto replied, mimicking Tsunade's tone. You know, I like the little guy, Tsunade said with a grin. Mr. Tsunade, don't worry. They're ninjas. They can protect you from any bandit, and there's even an elite ninja with you. You have nothing to worry about, Hiruzen assured him, and Tsunade accepted. An hour later, Naruto and Kakashi arrived. Sorry, I got lost on the path of life, they both said in unison, exchanging glances as everyone present broke out in a cold sweat over the excuse. Hey, stop stealing my excuses, Kakashi complained to his blonde student. I bet you stole that from someone else, Naruto retorted, recalling Obito. Team 7, along with Tsunade, crossed the village gates while two men watched and followed them from among the trees. Mr. Tsunade, are you from the land of water? Sakura asked the bridge builder. Yes, Tsunade replied. Kakashi-sensei, does that village have ninjas too? Sakura inquired of her teacher. Yes, but each village and its ninjas have their own customs that are very different from ours, the silver-haired jonin responded. There are a total of 25 villages, but among those, there are 5 great villages, also known as the 5 great nations, the jonin continued. The village in the land of fire, Konohagakure no Sato Hidden Leaf Village, the village in the land of lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Hidden Cloud Village, the village in the land of earth, Iwagakure no Sato Hidden Stone Village, the village in the land of water, Kirigakure no Sato Hidden Mist Village, and the village in the land of wind, Sunagakure no Sato Hidden Sand Village. Each country has its respective Kage, who is the most powerful ninja in the entire village, he concluded. As Team 7 passed by a puddle of water on the ground, which was odd since it hadn't rained in several days, 2 ninjas emerged from it, attacking Kakashi and ensnaring him in a chain. One down, one of the ninjas said as he pulled on both sides, but before he could finish, Sasuke threw a shuriken, hitting the chain and pinning it to a nearby tree. He then launched a kunai into the hole left by the shuriken, securing it and preventing the chain from loosening. The black-haired boy then descended from the air, landing on the wrists of both ninjas and striking them in the face. Both ninjas dropped the chain and split up, one headed for Tsunade. When Sakura saw this, she stepped in front of Tsunade, pulling out a kunai, though she was trembling. Sasuke positioned himself in front of her to protect her. Meanwhile, the other Kiri ninja approached Naruto, who regarded him with indifference. The blonde turned his back on the angry ninja, but just before the ninjas could attack, Kakashi appeared, defeating them. Kakashi-sensei, you're not dead. Sakura exclaimed, both relieved and annoyed. I wanted to test them, to see how they would react, Kakashi replied, leaving his student frustrated. Based on their level, I'd say they're Chunin, Kakashi added while observing the Kiri ninjas. Sasuke, well done, you faced the enemies. Sakura, you defended the client, and Naruto, you kept your cool the whole time, great job, Kakashi concluded. Naruto, were you scared, which is why you didn't help us like Sasuke did? Sakura asked, but the blonde ignored her. Scared? From the very beginning, I didn't take them seriously. Their gaze was as if those ninjas were mere ants to me, as if the fight was already won even before it started, Sasuke thought, recalling the look his older brother had given him before disappearing. Kakashi tied the 2 ninjas to a tree and began explaining that ninjas could come to attack them, but it was highly unlikely that ninjas would attack another ninja. Their true target had always been Tsunade, revealing that the mission was not a C rank but could escalate to B rank or higher due to the appearance of ninjas. How did you find us? One of the ninjas asked Kakashi. He was about to respond when Naruto jumped in. A puddle of water in the middle of nowhere when it hasn't rained in days. Plus, I sensed chakra coming from the puddle, Naruto replied, sitting on a rock. A sensory ninja, the other ninja said, frustrated that their plan had been thwarted. If you knew that, why didn't you tell us? Sakura complained, trying to hit Naruto, who simply stepped back to dodge her blow. Well, I thought you guys had noticed too, the blonde replied casually, further irritating Sakura. Guys, we're heading back to the village. This is a higher-level mission, Kakashi told his students, making Sakura happy while Sasuke clicked his tongue. They heard the sound of Naruto walking away. Naruto, what are you doing? The village is the other way, Sakura said. If we go back to the village, the old man will give us a boring mission, and this one is way more fun. Let's go. Naruto urged his teammates. I'm responsible for my students, Kakashi replied as he began walking in Naruto's direction, followed by the others. Now Team 7 and Tsunade were in a boat heading to Kiri, where Kakashi told the bridge builder that if he didn't explain what was happening, he would consider the mission complete once they reached solid ground. Tsunade then began to recount the situation in his country and how it was ruled by a businessman named Gato, explaining that the bridge he was building would connect them to the mainland, thus removing Gato's power over them. That's why Gato wants to kill me, Tsunade finished. But don't worry, if I die, my 10-year-old grandson will be sad, and my daughter will harbor great hatred towards the ninjas of Konoha, Tsunade added, leaving Kakashi with a bead of sweat on his brow. After they reached solid ground, they began walking through the forest toward Tsunade's house. But in the middle of the path, Naruto threw a kunai into some bushes, surprising everyone. Idiot, what are you doing? Sakura exclaimed. Don't scare me like that, you little brat, Tsunade said, placing a hand over his heart. At that moment, they saw a white rabbit emerge from the bushes where Naruto had thrown the kunai. Idiot, you almost killed a poor rabbit, Sakura scolded, attempting to hit Naruto, who simply dodged her blow. Sakura, you really are the smartest, Naruto teased. What do you mean, you idiot? Sakura exclaimed, annoyed. A white rabbit at this time of year is very rare, Naruto replied, turning his head to look at a tree. Everyone, duck. Kakashi shouted as he grabbed Tsunade and threw him to the ground, while Naruto did the same with Sakura, and Sasuke threw himself down on his own. They watched as a giant sword, shaped like a butcher's knife, emerged from the tree Naruto had been looking at, embedding itself in another tree. The sword passed over them, and a figure appeared, standing on the handle. Kakashi stood up and directed his gaze toward the individual. Well, look what the tide brought in, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi said as he approached the mist ninja. Kakashi of the Sharingan, Zabuza replied as Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing his left eye. Kakashi revealed his left eye, which was red with 3 black tomos surrounding it. Finally, I can see the famous Sharingan. I feel honored, said the mist ninja, gazing at the eye for which Hatake was known. What is this Sharingan? Asked the pink-haired girl, confused about the situation. At that moment, Sasuke began to explain the abilities of the Sharingan, including its capacity to read and counter any Genjutsu, Taijutsu, or Ninjutsu. But that's not the only ability of the Sharingan, added the black-haired boy. The mist ninja responded, what's most frightening is that it can copy your opponent's techniques after seeing them. Well, enough talking, I have to kill that old man, Zabuza declared as he jumped from the tree with his sword, landing in the river. Hidden mist jutsu, he announced, and a thick fog enveloped the area, making it hard to see. Protect Mr. Tsunade, Kakashi shouted as Sasuke and Sakura appeared beside the builder, shielding him with kunai. Kakashi turned his gaze to ensure his students had followed his orders but was surprised to see Naruto still standing beside him. Idiot, what are you doing? The pink-haired girl exclaimed, annoyed. It's useless. This mist has chakra and acts as a sensory barrier. As long as we're inside, he'll know where we are, Naruto replied, leaving his teammates impressed by his insight. But we can still protect Mr. Tsunade, Sakura retorted. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are known for their silent assassinations. They can kill you without making a sound, Naruto explained, just as the fog thickened and they could hear Zabuza's voice mentioning various vital organs. Seconds passed slowly, but for Sasuke and Sakura, those moments felt like hours as they trembled from the killing intent radiating from the lost ninja. Sasuke, relax, I'll protect you even if it costs me my life, Kakashi said with a reassuring smile, calming his students. But at that moment, Zabuza appeared among the genin and the builder. Sasuke turned to check on Tsunade, but he was shocked by the scene before him. Next to Tsunade was Naruto, holding the blade of Zabuza's sword, while on the other side was Kakashi, who had stabbed the lost ninja in the abdomen with a kunai. However, instead of blood, water flowed from the wound. "Sensei, behind you!" Sakura shouted just as the Zabuza that Kakashi had stabbed dissolved into water, and another Zabuza appeared behind the silver-haired man, cutting him in half and startling everyone present. But as the Kakashi split into two, he too dissolved into water, and before he could react he felt two blades at his body. Zabuza was stunned to find Kakashi holding a kunai to his neck while Naruto held another kunai to the left side of his chest, precisely at his heart. "This is the end," Kakashi stated, prompting the mist swordsman to laugh. "You still don't understand, even if the monkey dresses in silk, it's still a monkey," Zabuza replied as he dissolved into water. "Sensei, duck!" Naruto shouted just as the original Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi. Kakashi barely saw the mist swordsman's sword coming down to cut him when he dropped to the ground, hearing the clash of two metals. When he looked up, he saw Naruto blocking the attack with the kunai he had previously aimed at Zabuza's clone. "Demon kid, I can't move it." "This kid has quite a bit of strength," Zabuza thought angrily, but he seized the opportunity to kick Kakashi into the river while he leaped and positioned himself beside the Jonin, trapping him in a water sphere with the water prison jutsu. Kakashi was trapped by Zabuza's jutsu, submerged in the river. "I'll deal with you later. First, I'll go after the old man," the lost ninja said as he created a water clone that headed toward the others. "Quick, run with Mr. Tsunade," shouted Kakashi, watching as the clone took shape and grabbed the sword from his back. "As long as he's focused here, his clone won't be able to go far," Hatake finished saying to his group, but he was surprised to see Naruto, instead of moving away, starting to approach the river. "Naruto, what are you doing? We need to get away," Sakura exclaimed, watching her teammate. "I once heard a saying, in the ninja world, those who break the rules are some, but those who abandon their friends are worse than some," Naruto replied as he formed a hand sign, causing an explosion of smoke behind him. In the midst of this situation, Zabuza began to laugh, drawing the attention of everyone present. He started to say they were foolish and had no chance of defeating him, that they didn't know what it meant to be a ninja, because at his age, his hands were stained with blood, and to graduate from the ninja academy, he had to kill all his classmates, some of whom could be considered friends. Silence enveloped the battlefield, and a few seconds later, Naruto began to recount to his teammates how, long ago, the village was known as the Bloody Mist Village. The silence spread across the field but was broken by one person. "Was that all you had to say?" Naruto asked as he drew the katana from the back of his waist. "Then brat," Zabuza replied angrily, sending his killing intent toward those present, which affected everyone except the calm Uzumaki. Zabuza, irritated by the sight of the relaxed blonde, commanded his clone to attack with his sword, aiming to slice him in half. However, the Jinchuriki of the fox used his katana to block the strike, but when their blades collided, Zabuza's clone dissolved into water. "What happened?" Tsunade asked, confused by the situation. Zabuza growled and summoned more water clones that charged at the blonde. 10. "That's so few," the Uzumaki counted as he watched the water clones approach, wielding their swords. 1. Naruto said as he blocked the blade of the Kubikura Bocho, causing the clone to dissolve into water. 2. He continued, positioning his sword to his right to block an attack from another clone, which also disintegrated upon contact with his katana. 3. He declared while ducking, letting the Kubikura Bocho pass over his head, and then used his sword to slice through the water clone, which vanished. 4. 5. He kept counting as he jumped and spun in the air, slipping between two Kubikura Bocho and causing both clones to destroy themselves. 9. He said as he landed and positioned his katana horizontally, running the palm of his left hand along the blade, infusing it with wind chakra. He then spun on his axis, unleashing a gust of wind that obliterated the 4 clones surrounding him. "Naruto, behind you!" the pink-haired girl exclaimed as she saw the last clone of Zabuza appear behind the blonde, ready to cut him down. But she was taken aback when the clone stood there with its sword raised, motionless. 10. The blue-eyed boy finished counting just as the last clone vanished, leaving behind a puddle of water. Everyone was stunned and speechless by what they had just witnessed. The kid turned out to be more interesting than I thought. The mist swordsman laughed, raising 2 fingers, ready to create more water clones, but the blonde interrupted him. That would be pointless. You're just feeding it, the Uzumaki remarked, leaving the onlookers puzzled about what he meant. This katana is made of Chakra ishi, the Jinchuriki explained, leaving the 2 jonin astonished, but raising even more questions among the spectators. But honestly, I would have preferred to fight the real one, the genin said as he sheathed his sword and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto charged his fist with chakra and struck the ground, creating a cloud of smoke that made him disappear from the sight of those present. Is he planning to do that again? Team 7 wondered, recalling the test exam, but then a Fuma shuriken shot out from the smoke toward the mist swordsman. You disappoint me. You stopped my sword twice, fought against my clones, and then you make such a simple attack, Zabuza said, weariness in his voice as he caught the Fuma shuriken with one hand. But then another shuriken flew out beneath the first one. Shadow Star Jutsu, Kakashi thought upon seeing the technique. Not enough, the mist ninja exclaimed as he jumped to dodge the second Fuma shuriken. Zabuza turned to look for the blonde, who should still be in the smoke, but was shocked to find no one there. He then heard 2 explosions of smoke, one beside him and another behind him. Instinctively, Zabuza glanced back and saw a blue-eyed blonde emerge from the smoke, throwing a kunai aimed at his left arm, the one he was using to maintain the water prison. The swordsman was about to use his other hand to stop the kunai but felt someone grab it, preventing him from moving. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a second blonde holding his arm, and with no other option, he had to retract his right arm to dodge the kunai, thus deactivating the water prison. DMN it. He couldn't finish as Naruto struck his legs, causing him to lose balance and receive an upward kick to the back that sent him flying several meters into the air, while 6 blondes emerged from the water and struck him with their ankles against the chest of the disoriented ninja, sending him plummeting into the river. Zabuza emerged from the water, furious and wielding his Kubikura Bocho, ready to cut down the Uzumaki, but was stopped by the silver-haired ninja who stepped forward, blocking the sword with the metal plate of his ninja glove. If I hadn't lost my balance, that brat wouldn't have been able to hit me, the swordsman grumbled, exerting more force on his sword. No excuses, a mere genin defeated you, the Hatake replied, also questioning how Naruto had managed to pull that off. The 2 jonin and the genin took a great leap, the jonin positioning themselves on either side of the river, while the blonde returned to his team. At that moment, Kakashi and Zabuza began forming hand seals at a speed that the naked eye could barely follow, but what was most surprising was that the silver-haired ninja was mirroring the mist ninja's movements. Water Dragon Ball Jutsu. They both exclaimed simultaneously, summoning a gigantic dragon made of water that crashed down, sending a massive wave that broke trees and pushed back the onlookers. When the water cleared, it revealed the 2 jonin clashing their weapons, but the mist swordsman stepped back, placing 2 fingers in front of him and raising his other hand completely. He was shocked to see that the silver-haired ninja was in the same position, then lowered his hand and realized he had perfectly mimicked him at the same time. What am I going to do next? The Hatake said, making Momochi nervous, causing him to think he was reading his mind. All you do is copy me, you'll never defeat me, clown. They both shouted simultaneously, surprising Zabuza as he saw himself instead of his enemy, and without warning he was struck by the water-style, giant vortex jutsu, which pushed him back until he was leaning against a tree. You're finished, Kakashi said, perched on the branch of the tree where Zabuza was, who had kunai embedded in his legs and arms. Can you see the future? The ninja contorted, but before he could react, 2 needles pierced his neck. He's dead now, a new voice echoed, causing everyone to turn and see a masked figure perched on a tree branch. After the battle between the 2 jonin and the appearance of a new individual, Kakashi jumped down from the tree and approached Zabuza's body to check for a pulse. Thank you so much, I've been looking for Zabuza to eliminate him for a long time, the masked figure said gratefully. An umbu, Kakashi noted. Just then, the umbu vanished in a swirl of leaves, reappearing next to Zabuza, who grabbed him and hoisted him onto his shoulder before disappearing again using the same technique. We need to get Mr. Tsunade home, the Jonin said, but as soon as he finished, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Once they reached Mr. Tsunade's house, the copy ninja lay on the ground while Tsunami, Tsunade's daughter, tended to him. I won't be able to move for a week, the white-haired ninja said from his position. The Sharingan is incredible, but if it leaves you in this state, you might want to reconsider using it, the pink-haired girl remarked, observing her sensei's condition. At least you managed to defeat that ninja, Tsunade said, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. By the way, who was that masked guy? Sakura asked her sensei. They are the umbu, responsible for disposing of the bodies of ninjas, as they hold many secrets, Kakashi explained, but at that moment, his eye widened in surprise. Kakashi began to explain that the umbu have orders to eliminate the bodies of fallen ninjas, and since the umbu had taken Zabuza's body, it was possible they were allies and that the mist swordsman was still alive. But sensei, you examined him and said he was dead, the pink-haired girl retorted. The white-haired ninja clarified that he had likely put Zabuza in a temporary death state since the umbu had used special needles, making it easy for them to do so. Their goal wasn't to kill Zabuza, but to save him, Kakashi concluded. So we might have to fight them again, Naruto said as he watched a bird perched on the window. Exactly, and speaking of that, I'd like to know where you got that katana, the Jonin replied just as the katana materialized in a puff of smoke. This was given to me by the old man at the weapon shop, then I practiced on my own, the hyperactive ninja responded, tossing the katana to his sensei, who quickly caught it by the sheath. As long as I don't touch the handle I'll be fine, the Jonin thought, but he didn't account for the black-haired Uchiha grabbing the katana by the handle and unsheathing it. I don't see what the big deal is, the Uchiha said before dropping the sword and falling to his knees, breathing heavily. What happened? Haruno exclaimed, seeing the katana and ready to pick it up, but Kakashi stopped her. If you touch it, it will absorb your chakra, he warned his student, who pulled her hand back in confusion. What do you mean? She asked. The Jonin then began to explain how the Chakra Ishi worked. Silence filled the house after hearing the white-haired ninja's explanation. What nonsense is that? Then why could the loser lift it? The Uchiha asked angrily, still breathing heavily from chakra loss. Just then, a small boy, about 8 years old, entered through the door wearing a white hat with blue stripes, a yellow shirt, and green overalls. Inari, where have you been? The bridge builder said, opening his arms for a hug. Welcome, Grandpa, the little boy replied, taking off his sandals to run and embrace his grandfather. Inari, say hello, these are the ninjas who brought Grandpa back, Tsunami scolded, causing the boy to turn his head to look at the Konoha ninjas. They're going to die, the little boy said, pointing at the ninjas, but then a noise caught their attention, and everyone turned to see the blue-eyed blonde getting up and walking toward his sensei, picking up the katana along with its sheath. They noticed that the tip of the katana was only 5 centimeters away from him, which startled him a bit to see the blades so close. We will defeat Gato and be your heroes, the blonde declared confidently as he sheathed his katana. Heroes don't exist, were the boy's last words before he ran up to the second floor. Now we could see Team 7 in a forest alongside their sensei, who was using crutches. All right, we will begin with chakra control training, the sensei announced. Why are we doing this training if we already know how to control our chakra? The black-haired boy asked, not understanding where his sensei was going with this. You know how to use chakra adequately, you just know how to use part of it, the sensei replied to Sasuke's question. Kakashi then began to explain that they needed to improve their chakra control, and for that, they needed to learn how to climb trees. What kind of training is that? The pink-haired girl questioned. It's not just climbing trees, you'll do it without using your hands, the sensei responded as he sent chakra to the soles of his feet and began walking up the trunk of a tree until he reached a branch, hanging upside down. Concentrate chakra in the soles of your feet to grip the tree trunk, this will help you with chakra control. He finished explaining while throwing 3 kunai to each of them, stating that the soles of the feet are the hardest part to gather chakra. The genins grabbed the kunai and ran toward the tree, with Sasuke having to twist in midair as the trunk began to crack. If there's too much chakra, the trunk will break, but if there's too little, it won't grip enough, the Uchiha thought. Ready! A voice called out, making the black-haired boy turn his head sharply toward the sound, seeing Naruto and Sakura sitting on different branches of trees. Well, Sakura has good chakra control, and Naruto walked on water. This should be easy for him, the copy ninja thought, observing his two students, while Sasuke was clearly annoyed. Keep practicing, his sensei concluded as he jumped down from the tree and walked away, leaving the genins climbing trees. The day passed, and the genins continued practicing until night fell, where Team 7 was seen having dinner at Tsunade's house. More food. Naruto and Sasuke called out in unison, extending their plates. Mrs. Tsunade happily served them more food, placing a bowl of rice in front of each of the genins. Naruto grabbed the plate of rice and began to eat calmly, while on the other side of the table, Sasuke struggled to keep his food down after taking another bite. "Sasuke, are you okay?" asked Sakura, handing him a glass of water. "The blonde has quite an appetite," Tsunade remarked, taking a swig from a bottle. The white-haired boy, Kakashi, recalled a time he had been invited to the Hyuga household by the Hokage, where he couldn't finish all the food. After dinner, Sakura stood up and noticed a photo hanging on the wall, cut off precisely where a man's face should have been. "Why is this photograph damaged?" "Inari kept staring at it during dinner," she asked, looking at the picture. "It's a photo of Inari's father," Tsunade replied. "He was once called a hero in this village," Tsunade added just as Inari got up from the table and left the room. "Father, I told you not to talk about him in front of Inari," Tsunade scolded, annoyed. Mr. Tsunade then began to tell Team 7 about Inari and his father, Kaiza. Although they weren't related by BLD, they loved each other like father and son. He recounted how they met after some kids had thrown Inari into the river when he couldn't swim, and how Gato had tried to take over the village. Kaiza had attempted to stop him, but Gato's thugs broke his arms and tied him to a post for all the villagers to see, ultimately leading to his death in front of Inari. After Mr. Tsunade finished the story, Naruto stood up from the table and headed for the door. "Naruto, if you plan to keep training, remember that you used up a lot of chakra. You could end up in trouble," Kakashi warned, watching as Naruto paused at the door to look back. "I'll show them that heroes do exist," the Uzumaki replied as he stepped out of the house and closed the door behind him. The next morning, a blonde boy was seen sleeping in the middle of the forest when a figure that appeared to be a girl approached him. "If you stay here, you'll catch a cold," she said, gently touching his shoulder to wake him up. "Who are you?" the blonde asked, rubbing his eyes. "My name is Haku, and I was gathering medicinal herbs for a friend who isn't feeling well," she replied while continuing her task. The blonde began to help her. "So what were you doing sleeping in the forest?" Haku asked. "I was training to get stronger," Naruto answered with a smile. "But I see you're strong. Considering you broke 6 of Zabuza's ribs," Haku thought to herself. "No, I'm not strong enough," Naruto added. "Do you have someone to protect?" Haku asked. "A person becomes truly strong when they have something to protect," she explained, receiving a smile from Naruto. "Yes, I have many things to protect," he affirmed, causing Haku to smile as she got up to leave. "By the way, I'm a guy," Haku added with a grin, leaving Naruto puzzled. Night had fallen, and at Mr. Tsunade's house, the door opened to reveal Sasuke and Naruto, who looked exhausted and bore a few injuries. "Finally you're back," greeted Tsunade, earning a laugh from Naruto. "Starting tomorrow, the 3 of you will SERT Tsunade. This way, Naruto won't disappear when I ask him to SERT the builder," Kakashi explained, recalling the times he had asked Naruto to SRT Tsunade, only for him to vanish until nightfall, leaving Sakura to handle his responsibilities. "Alright, tonight I'm going to sleep like a log," Naruto exclaimed as he sat down at the dining table and rested his face on it. "Why?" Inari's voice was heard, causing Naruto to tilt his head. "Why do you try so hard to train? You'll never be able to defeat Gato and his men. Weak people will always lose to strong ones," Inari shouted, tears in his eyes, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Shut up, I'm not like you," Naruto replied, keeping his head down. Shut up. You don't know anything about this country, you always keep smiling and acting like a clown, you don't know real pain, Inari exclaimed, tears continuing to fall. You said it right, a weak person can never defeat a strong one, so you can keep being weak and crying, crybaby, Naruto shot back, revealing a slight frown, which made Inari sit down and continue crying. I've lost my appetite, I'm going to bed, Naruto said, receiving scoldings from Sakura as he left the dining room. The next morning, Mr. Tsunade and Team 7 without Naruto arrived at the bridge, where they found all the injured workers, just as a fog began to envelop the entire area. Team 7 protected Tsunade, but soon several clones of Zabuza appeared, surrounding the team. In less than a second, they were defeated by Sasuke. Looks like you have a rival, the real Mist Swordsman remarked as he made his presence known alongside his companion. Meanwhile, at Mr. Tsunade's residence, Naruto yawned loudly as he got out of bed. Where is everyone? He asked, rubbing his eyes as he prepared to leave. They already left, but wait, I'll make you breakfast before you go, Tsunade replied with a smile. The blonde Uzumaki was munching on some toast when he heard a knock at the door. I'm coming, he called out as he opened the door to see who it was. He recognized Gato's thugs, who were brandishing their katanas to intimidate him. Sorry, we're out of tamales, Naruto said, closing the door and leaving the thugs with irritated expressions. They angrily smashed the door down, drawing the attention of the other two people in the house, who came out to see what was happening. Who are you? Tsunade asked, eyeing the two thugs. That doesn't matter, we're here to kidnap you, one of them replied, prompting Inari to step in front of his mother, recalling the conversation he had the night before with Naruto-sensei. I won't let you do that, the boy exclaimed confidently, causing a smile to spread across Naruto's face. Little boy, one thug managed to say before realizing his katana was no longer at his waist and feeling cold metal pressed against his neck. Naruto had moved with incredible speed, positioning himself between the two thugs, snatching their katanas and holding them to their throats. Tsunade, the life of a ninja isn't very pleasant, Naruto remarked, prompting the woman to take her son away to safety, where they could watch the scene unfold. Then, a loud thud echoed as something fell to the ground, and Tsunade, worried, turned back to see what was happening. She gasped at the sight of the thugs lying on the floor. Mom! Inari shouted, rushing back to check if she was okay. Inari, I'm fine. Go back inside, she urged, trying to shield him from the sight. But unbeknownst to her, Naruto had already taken care of the situation, leaving only a pool of blood on the floor, which was enough for the young boy to grasp the gravity of the moment. I have to get to the bridge. If they're here, it means the fight has already started, Naruto concluded as Inari wished him luck and the ninja vanished into the rustling leaves of the trees. At the bridge, Kakashi, the copy ninja, was facing off against Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Sakura stood by, doing her best to protect Tsunade, while Sasuke lay in the middle of a dome of mirrors, cuts crisscrossing his skin. Sasuke! The pink-haired girl exclaimed, throwing a kunai that was easily caught by the masked boy. However, unbeknownst to him, a shuriken appeared from the other side, slicing through the mask and sending it flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Naruto Uzumaki has arrived, he announced, appearing in a puff of smoke. Zabuza looked at the young boy with whisker marks on his cheeks, recalling an incident that had happened a week earlier. In a fit of rage, he had hurled 5 shuriken at Uzumaki, which were intercepted by 5 needles thrown by Haku. What does this mean? The mist ninja questioned his companion, who replied that he wanted to face them. I've already damaged your mask, why don't you take it off, Haku? The blonde said, surprising everyone, especially Haku. How and when did you know it was me? Haku asked, amused as he removed his mask and tossed it into the river. In the forest, you can hide your face, but not your chakra, the Jinchuriki revealed, making both mist ninjas realize that the boy in front of them was a censor. Great, as long as Naruto is outside, we can win, the black-haired Uchiha thought as he got up, but he didn't notice when the blonde entered the dome of mirrors, only to tell him that he was going to save him, giving Haku the chance to re-enter the mirrors and start launching needles. Haku unleashed a flurry of needles, which were blocked by Sasuke's fire jutsu, But it did little good because as soon as the flames dissipated, Haku launched another wave of needles. Both Sasuke and Naruto managed to dodge, but not entirely as. They both bore cuts from the needles, especially the black-haired boy. "Are you going to show it?" a giant nine-tailed fox asked. Finally making an appearance. "I thought you were in a coma," Uzumaki replied, smirking at his furry friend. "What are they calling you, Mr. Comedy?" the lazy fox said, not wanting to fight. "Well, I can't miss the others' reactions when you reveal yourself, especially the Uchihas," the nine-tails finished with a grin. Naruto emerged from his mental landscape, a smile lighting up his face, leaving those around him puzzled. "What's so funny, loser?" Sasuke asked, noticing the blonde had closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his blue irises had brightened, and 3 tomo appeared in his eyes. Sharingan. Everyone present thought in unison as they beheld the Uzumaki's eyes. "How is it possible that he has a Sharingan while I can't awaken mine?" the Uchiha thought, frustration bubbling within him. "Another Sharingan. It's no different, but my instincts tell me it's more dangerous," Zabuza reflected, observing the blonde's blue eyes. "How can Naruto have a dojutsu? I don't remember Minato-sensei or Kushina having one," the silver-haired ninja mused, his thoughts swirling in confusion. Everyone was astonished by what was happening, but Haku, refusing to be intimidated, pulled out a handful of needles aimed at the blonde. Naruto merely covered his hands with wind chakra and, with a clap, released a gust of wind that sent the needles tumbling to the ground. "Sasuke, can you help me?" he said with a grin. "I was just taking a little break," the dark-haired boy replied, smiling as he stood up and began to see more clearly. "If you could activate it, why didn't you do it earlier?" the Uzumaki asked, his smile prompting Sasuke to glance at one of the mirrors, surprised to see his own Sharingan with 2 tomo reflected back at him. "That brat has a Sharingan too, what an annoying team," the mist swordsman grumbled as he continued his fight with the white-haired ninja. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves inside the ice dome, skillfully dodging the needles Haku was launching. "I couldn't hit the blonde, and my needles barely grazed the dark-haired one," the mist ninja thought, a hint of frustration creeping in. He was pulled from his thoughts as he watched the 2 genins begin to form hand seals. Fire Jutsu, Dragon Fire Breath. Wind Jutsu, Dragon Wind Breath. Both ninjas shouted, unleashing a massive blast of fire and wind that combined to create an intense heat, melting much of the ice mirrors. "The ice protected me, but I could still feel the heat," Haku thought as he brought his hands together to reconstruct his mirrors. Just then, he glanced at the Uzumaki, whose tomo were spinning wildly. "This is where the fight ends," the mist ninja declared, receiving a nod from the blonde as a thick fog enveloped them, obscuring the view for the spectators. When the mist cleared, everyone was left in shock at what lay before them. Where there had once been a dome of mirrors, now stood 2, one surrounding the other. But the most astonishing sight was the hyperactive ninja within the mirrors. Without hesitation, Naruto launched a barrage of ice needles at the other mirrors, shattering them and forcing Haku out. He received an upward kick from Sasuke and another kick in midair from Naruto, sending the mist ninja crashing to the ground, barely able to rise. "Looks like Haku lost, just like I did," the mist swordsman said resignedly, finding himself with 2 kunai embedded in his arms, dogs biting into his skin to keep him from moving, and a white-haired ninja with lightning crackling in his hand, sounding like 1,000 birds. Naruto dashed forward, drawing the katana that had appeared at his waist, causing Haku to think he was about to attack. He quickly formed hand seals at lightning speed, disappearing in a mist and reappearing in front of Zabuza to protect him from Kakashi's Chidori. The Hatake was taken aback and couldn't pull back because he was already in motion, but in an instant, a yellow flash appeared in front of Haku, making the white-haired ninja recall his sensei as he felt his hand collide with steel. "Naruto!" the copying ninja exclaimed, surprised to see the Uzumaki had appeared in less than a second, absorbing his attack with the katana. "Zabuza is no longer the enemy," Naruto replied, leaving everyone confused, but their bewilderment didn't last long as they heard applause coming from behind the fog. The mist cleared to reveal Gato, flanked by a large group of thugs. "Look, it's the great demon hiding in the fog. I've changed my mind," These kids will do the job with fewer problems than you bring me, the man said with a mocking smile. Kakashi, it seems I've been fired. Do you want to keep fighting? Zabuza said sarcastically, causing the white-haired ninja to lower his forehead protector, concealing his left eye. Kid, give me your kunai, I need to hand in my resignation to Gato, the ninja said as he removed the bandages covering the lower part of his face. Do you need help? The blonde asked, tossing a kunai into the air. I'm not so old that I need help from a kid, Zabuza replied, catching the kunai with his teeth and directing his killing intent at the mobster. Kill him! Kill him! Gato shouted as he began to back away. The thugs were about to attack, but before they knew it, the mist ninja zipped past them, slicing them as he went. Those who couldn't escape were hit by needles launched by Haku until Gato reached the end of the bridge, where Zabuza appeared beside him, with Haku behind, preventing the other thugs from advancing. Hey you, blonde kid, if you protect me, I'll give you a large sum of money, the businessman exclaimed, fear evident in his voice. Naruto appeared next to him, causing Gato to smile, thinking he had won. I'm not interested in your offer, but if you want, I can lend you this, the Uzumaki replied, tossing Aoi Hano into the air, which the man caught without a second thought, attempting to attack Zabuza. However, he felt too weak and dropped the sword to the ground. What the? He tried to protest, but felt something stab into his stomach, realizing it was the kunai held in the mouth of the mist ninja. Yora, Gato attempted to say, but felt the kunai being pulled from his abdomen and dragged across his throat, cutting his vocal cords. Your voice always irritated me, the demon of the mist remarked as he buried the kunai back into Gato's abdomen, sending him crashing backward. Before he could fall, Zabuza kicked the katana from the ground with his foot, launching it into the mobster's head, killing him instantly and sending his body tumbling off the bridge and into the river below. Gato was dead, his body sinking into the depths of the river as silence reigned on the bridge, the spectators stunned by what had just occurred. Why did you use my katana like that? Now it's at the bottom of the river, the blonde complained angrily to the mist swordsman. I told you I didn't need your help, you brat, Zabuza replied, initiating a pointless argument with the Uzumaki. Just then, Aoi Hano appeared in Naruto's hand, which he used to block an arrow aimed at Zabuza. You know what? I'm out of here, the ninja said, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Now that Gato is dead, who's going to pay us? A disgruntled thug complained. Why don't you ask them? The Jinchuriki replied, pointing to the other end of the bridge where all the villagers stood, armed and ready to fight. You think some villagers are going to intimidate us? He couldn't finish his sentence as he turned to see the blonde, with the image of a giant fox looming behind him, sending everyone into a panic. They fled in a boat, while others jumped directly into the river. A few days had passed since the incident on the bridge, and now it was fully constructed. The first to cross it would be Team 7, who bid farewell to the villagers before heading home. What are we going to name the bridge? Tsunami asked her father. How about naming it after the boy who restored our hope, the Great Naruto Bridge? Tazuna suggested, earning a nod of approval from his daughter and the others present. Naruto, how did you get there so quickly to block my attack? The Hatake inquired, intrigued. When we first faced Zabuza and I stopped his sword with my hand, I took the opportunity to place the flying thunder god seal on it, he replied casually as he continued walking. At least the handle of his katana has the seal too, the Jonin thought, wondering how many more secrets the blonde Uzumaki held. Team 7 was returning from their mission in the Land of Waves. The 4 members of the group walked toward the gates of Konoha, visible in the distance, but each was lost in thought, momentarily drifting away from reality. Kakashi pondered, I'll have to tell the Hokage everything that happened, but what will happen to Naruto? Meanwhile, Sasuke thought, I don't know how that loser got a Dojutsu, but now that I've awakened my Sharingan, he won't stand a chance against me. Sakura mused, I think I need a vacation for the next 3 months, recalling the events with Zabuza and Gato. As they approached the village, Naruto engaged in a brief conversation with the Nine Tails. You know that once you get back to the village, it won't be long before the Hokage and others summon you, the giant fox said. Next up are the Chunin exams, along with Gaara and Orochimaru, Naruto replied, not giving much thought to the topic. Team 7 arrived in Konoha, still lost in their thoughts. Alright, guys, I'm going to report to the Hokage about the mission, Kakashi said as he bid farewell, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. See you later, guys, Naruto said to his team, receiving a response from Sakura but only silence from Sasuke. Sasuke, would you like to go on a date with me? Sakura asked sweetly, her excitement evident, but all she got in return was a curt no as he walked away. I guess I'll head home, she thought, beginning her walk toward her house. Kakashi arrived at the Hokage tower and opened the door to the Hokage's office, where he found Hiruzen Sarutobi signing papers and another version of him lounging in a chair, reading a book with an orange cover. Hello, Kakashi. How did your mission go? It looks like you took your time, the third Hokage greeted without looking up. We faced Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kakashi replied, prompting the village leader to put down his book and pay closer attention. Kakashi explained how the mission was not a simple C-rank, detailing their journey, the encounter with 2 ninjas, and the confrontation with Zabuza and his partner, culminating in Gato's demise. The third Hokage listened intently, analyzing the situation. Naruto has a Dojutsu, a katana made of Chakra ishi, and he was able to fight one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he repeated to himself, receiving confirmation from Kakashi. What was the Dojutsu like? Hiruzen asked. It was similar to the Sharingan, but instead of red, it was blue, and the tomo were white. When he activated it, I could see his reflexes improve significantly, and he managed to copy a Kekkei Genkai, Kakashi responded, leaving the Hokage surprised. I bet Naruto has known about it and could use it for a long time, Kakashi concluded, prompting Sarutobi to think the same. If he wanted to show it off, I'm sure he'll continue to do so in his upcoming missions, the Hokage mused, knowing that if it remained a secret, it wouldn't stay that way for long. Umbu, inform the others that I'm calling a council meeting, the Hokage instructed as an Umbu appeared, bowed, and departed. Sakura was walking home when she ran into her friend enemy. Hey, Ino, Sakura greeted her childhood friend. Sakura, you're back from your mission, Ino replied, noticing her friend and thinking that Naruto was back too. Tell me, what's it like not being on the same team as Sasuke? She asked in a fangirl tone, hoping to provoke jealousy. I don't care, Sakura replied curtly, noticing Ino looking quite fresh. So you really don't like Sasuke? I thought you were just saying that to keep me away from him, Ino exclaimed, surprised. Then who do you like? She pressed. Naruto, Ino blurted out, and as soon as she realized what she had said, she turned bright red. Forget what I said, she stammered, her green eyes wide. I don't understand what you see in that idiot, Sakura laughed. I don't get why you still hate Naruto when he's not interested in you anymore, Ino mentioned as she entered her house, leaving Sakura standing at the door with questions swirling in her mind. Sakura continued walking through the village toward her home, reflecting, why? I hate Naruto. He was really annoying. He always asked me out and never let me be with Sasuke. It was so frustrating. She sat down on a park bench and noticed Naruto coming out of a bakery with a purple-haired girl who was eating cinnamon rolls. Am I jealous? Sakura wondered as she watched them walk away slowly. I can't believe it. I always thought I'd have that idiot at my feet, but after he distanced himself and started dating Hinata, I no longer had anyone's attention, she concluded, telling herself, I need to change. Meanwhile, after saying goodbye to his teammates, Naruto activated his Shutengen to look for his girlfriend, or at least that's how he referred to her. The good thing about having a massive chakra inside you is that I can take advantage of your dojutsu too, the giant fox mentioned as he scanned the area 2 kilometers away. I found her. Naruto exclaimed, spotting his girlfriend in a forest, training by striking the trunk of a tree. He increased his speed, reaching the forest in just 7 minutes and positioning himself behind her. However, she was so focused on her training that she didn't notice him approach. Naruto covered her eyes with his hands and said, Guess who it is? Hinata turned abruptly, her smile bright as she saw her beloved blonde, Naruto. You're back, she exclaimed, her pearl-like eyes sparkling as she leaped onto him, knocking him to the ground with her on top. My love, you've returned, she continued, showering Naruto with kisses on his face. I missed you, Hinata. Naruto replied, leaning in to kiss his girlfriend, who closed her eyes, savoring the warm embrace. After their reunion, Naruto began to recount his mission and the reason it had taken so long. So you used your Shutengen? That means the third Hokage is going to call for you, Hinata responded, munching on a cinnamon roll. Just as she had predicted, an Umbu appeared before the couple. Naruto Uzumaki, you are requested at the Hokage Tower immediately, the Umbu stated before vanishing at high speed. Please take care of yourself, Hinata urged as Naruto turned to head towards the Hokage Tower. Chapter 19. Naruto arrived at the Hokage Tower, where one of the third Hokage's assistants greeted him. Please, Mr. Naruto, they are waiting for you in the meeting room, the assistant said. The blonde nodded and made his way to the conference room. This won't just be a chat with the Hokage. The leaders of the other clans will be there too, Naruto thought as he approached the door, knocked, and heard, "Come in." He opened the door to find exactly what he had suspected, a semicircular table with Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, at the center, Koho, the advisor, to his left, and Hamura, the other advisor, to his right. The other clan leaders were seated around the table, while Jonin ninjas and Irika stood around the room. This feels more like a death sentence, Naruto thought as he took in the scene before him. But on the bright side, the person representing the civilians isn't here. At least they did that to avoid a huge uproar, Kurama noted, also assessing the situation. Naruto, I believe you know why you're here, don't you? Hiruzen began, to which Naruto nodded. Well, it'll be easier if I just say it. Naruto Uzumaki, during your trials, it was demonstrated that you have a remarkable mastery of chakra, a strong command over elemental jutsus, and the ability to sense chakra. However, during your last mission, you showcased a high level of combat when you faced Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. But what stood out the most were 2 things you possess. The first is a katana made from a very rare and difficult-to-obtain material known as Chakura Ishi, and the second is your special Dojutsu, which has never before been seen or recorded, the third Hokage concluded, fixing his gaze on Naruto. Yes, you're absolutely right, Naruto replied as the other clan leaders began to murmur among themselves. Then show us the sword, Hamura exclaimed, still in disbelief. Naruto proceeded to perform a hand seal, and in a burst of smoke, the Aoi Hano appeared, a katana with a black handle and a gray blade adorned with blue flames etched into the steel. I see it as just an ordinary katana, the Hokage's advisor remarked arrogantly, while the clan leaders, who had studied the famous Chakura Ishi, did not underestimate its seemingly common appearance. Then see for yourself, Naruto replied, throwing the katana and embedding it into the third Hokage's desk. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Naruto lay on his bed, processing what had just happened. What am I supposed to do with this now? He muttered, lowering his gaze to see a noticeable bulge in his lap. After the scene that had unfolded in his apartment, both he and Hinata opted for cold showers separately to avoid any potential awkwardness. So, Naruto, what do you want to do today? Asked Hinata, her pearl-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. Kakashi-sensei scheduled us for today about 2.5 hours ago, but it's Kakashi. I bet he hasn't even arrived yet, Naruto replied, walking alongside her. Kurinai-sensei scheduled us too, but in half an hour, Hinata added. If you want, we can meet up with our teams, and then regroup in half an hour or an hour, suggested Naruto. Hinata nodded in agreement, and they both started walking down different paths, smiles on their faces. Naruto continued until he reached an alley where he found the rest of his team. Hey, Sakura. Hey, Sasuke. He greeted with a smile. Naruto, you're 3 hours late. Sakura exclaimed, annoyed that she had been waiting for so long. Kakashi-sensei isn't here, which means I arrived early, Naruto defended himself, laughing innocently. Late. You're breaking my poor heart, Naruto, Kakashi's voice chimed in as he appeared with his group. What's your excuse? Sasuke and I have been waiting for over 3 hours. I got lost, Sasuke replied tersely. Liar. Sakura shouted angrily. I called you here to tell you that the Chunin exams are coming up soon, and you 3 are signed up for the test, Kakashi announced, handing out invitations before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Seriously, you made us come all the way here just to tell us that. Sakura exclaimed, incredulous that she had wasted almost the entire morning. Class 301, Sasuke said, looking at his invitation. So that's why we came today? Sakura said, disappointed, but she thought she could still spend time with Sasuke. However, when she looked up, she saw that he had already left. Hi, Naruto, she heard, and turning around, she saw Hinata standing next to him. Hinata, you're also taking the Chunin exams? Naruto asked, noticing the invitation she was holding. Yes, that's why Kurenai-sensei called us. Hinata replied with a smile as she began walking alongside Naruto. As they walked, a perfectly rectangular rock with 2 holes in the front began to follow them. What the? Sakura thought, staring at the odd sight. Naruto, Hinata said, noticing the rock behind them. I know, was Naruto's short reply before the rock exploded in a cloud of smoke, revealing a small boy who lunged at Naruto, only to be stopped by his palm. The boy spun around to kick, just as a girl and another boy with glasses emerged from the smoke, each holding a kunai aimed at Naruto. But when Konohamaru's kick and the tips of the kunais touched Naruto's body, he vanished in a puff of smoke. A clone. When did that happen? Everyone present thought, except for Hinata, who continued to observe. Don't let your guard down. Konohamaru couldn't finish because 3 Narutos emerged from the same cloud of smoke he had created, each holding a kunai that ended up at the throats of the small children, who could only swallow hard at the cold steel against their skin. No stone is that perfectly rectangular, Naruto concluded as 2 clones disappeared, leaving only one with Konohamaru, who was still holding the kunai. Once the scene calmed down, 3 small boys stood in front of Naruto, looking scolded for not having landed a single hit. Guys, that disguise was way too obvious. Hinata tried to console them gently. But who are these kids? Sakura asked, approaching the scene. They're Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi. They're aspiring ninjas who want to get stronger, which is why they asked Naruto for help training, Hinata explained. Who's that? Naruto's girlfriend. Udon asked, referring to Sakura, as he couldn't see well without his glasses. Put on your glasses, Udon. Naruto's girlfriend is the cute and sweet Hinata, not some ugly gorilla. Konohamaru shot back before Naruto could say, run. Konohamaru could swear he saw the Grim Reaper behind Sakura as she started chasing him, leaving him no choice but to escape until he collided with something. Konohamaru fell to the ground after bumping into someone. That hurt, he heard before being lifted by the neck by a boy dressed entirely in black, carrying something wrapped in bandages on his back. Beside him stood a blonde girl with green eyes and a giant fan. I'm really sorry, it was my fault, Sakura apologized, trying to get the taller boy to lower Konohamaru. Kid, you need to respect your elders, the boy exclaimed arrogantly, throwing a punch at the small boy in his grip, but he was surprised when he hit nothing but air. Konohamaru, are you okay? Naruto asked, having arrived with the others. Yes, boss, thank you, the small aspiring ninja replied gratefully. Demented, the mysterious boy spat at Naruto while moving his fingers, sending threads toward the blonde's body. But Naruto had already sensed them, so he simply moved his wrist, creating a strong gust of wind that blew the threads away and sent the boy stumbling back a few meters. Brat, the boy said as he removed what he had on his back and dropped it to the ground. How about you come down to say hi too? Naruto suggested, making everyone turn their gaze to a nearby tree where Sasuke Uchiha was sitting. Why would I do that? The dark-haired boy replied arrogantly. I'm not talking to you, but to the guy on the other branch of the tree, Naruto finished, causing Sasuke to turn abruptly and see another person hanging upside down from a tree branch. How did I not notice that? Sasuke wondered to himself. Kankuro, you're announcing the name of our village, said the boy hanging from the tree, who had red hair and a large gourd on his back. Yes, Gaara, but they started it, Kankuro replied. Shut up or I'll kill you, was Gaara's cold response. The atmosphere turned chilling as Gaara climbed down from the tree and positioned himself between his brothers. I apologize for the inconvenience my brothers have caused you, Gaara said kindly, but his voice and gaze were so intimidating that the children stepped back behind Hinata, who was the furthest away. They're from Tsunade, right? Hinata asked, and everyone realized their ninja headbands were not from the Leaf Village. Exactly, and we came to present the Chunin exams, Kankuro replied, showing the invitation. So your name is Temari, Naruto said, looking at the blonde now identified as Temari, who realized the invitation had her name on it, a huge mistake. Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, I'm sorry we started off on the wrong foot, Naruto said with a smile. And what's your name? Gaara asked the blonde in front of him, who simply extended his hand. Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde introduced himself while keeping his hand extended. Sabaku no Gaara, the red-haired boy replied as he shook Naruto's hand. But as soon as he touched it, he found himself in another place, with Shikaku behind him. What surprised him most was seeing Naruto Uzumaki in front of him, and behind him, the Nine Tails in a cage. Demon Fox, are you comfortable in there? Shikaku mocked. Come say that to my face, Kurama retorted angrily. Gaara, startled, released Naruto's hand, causing them to return to reality. The red-haired boy turned and began walking in the opposite direction. Gaara, what happened? Kankuro asked, catching up to his brother, but he saw the sinister smile on Gaara's face. I'm going to kill him, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Gaara whispered, a statement only his brothers heard, causing them to turn abruptly to see the blue-eyed blonde still smiling. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is that kid, Temari and Kankuro thought in unison as they distanced themselves from the sight, while Gaara continued to wear his smile. Chapter End. The next day, Naruto arrived at the Ninja Academy for the first test of the Chunin exams, which was to take place on the 301st floor. Team 7 entered the academy, and as they climbed the stairs, they noticed a boy dressed entirely in green, with black hair styled in a bowl cut, lying on the floor while two other boys blocked their way. Get out of here, none of you are fit for the Chunin exams, one of the boys said, obstructing their path. Just let us pass, shouted a girl with her hair styled in two buns, but the boy showed no mercy and pushed her aside, leaving her on the ground. Why are you like this? The pink-haired girl asked loudly. Did you not notice, Sakura? The black-haired boy remarked, causing Haruno to turn toward her two teammates in surprise. She could see that the Uchiha had red eyes with two tomo around them, while the Uzumaki's eyes were lighter but had three white tomo surrounding them. When she turned her gaze to where the two genin were looking, she realized they were staring at the sign indicating the classroom number. Of course, we've only gone up one floor, the ninja laughed. The three young ninjas began walking toward the stairs, which caught the attention of the two boys at the classroom door. And you guys have already given up and aren't going to try to get in? One of the boys asked. Only fools would fall for that Genjutsu, the black-haired boy replied with an arrogant smile, making everyone else realize they had only gone up one floor and that the test was on the 301st floor. You're pretty good, but can you see through this? One of the ninjas said as he approached at lightning speed, ready to kick the Uchiha air. But suddenly, the bowl-cut boy appeared between the two ninjas, stopping both kicks. That was fast, the pink-haired girl thought to herself. He was able to stop my kick, the Uchiha pondered, impressed by the scene. The moment had passed, but the weight of certainty still hung in the air. That's not what we agreed on. You said it was better not to draw attention, replied a boy with long hair, clearly possessing the Byakugan. This can't be happening, said the girl with pigtails, shaking her head. The bowl-cut boy began walking towards Sakura until he stood right in front of her. Hi, I'm Rock Lee. You're Sakura, right? Please be my girlfriend. He introduced himself while simultaneously confessing his feelings. No thanks, you're really weird, was the quick and curt response that escaped the pink-haired girl's lips, and everyone could swear they heard something break. As this scene wrapped up, the member of the Hyuga clan approached a blue-eyed blonde. Hey, Naruto, the young man greeted the Uzumaki. Hi, Niji, the blonde replied, but it was clear that there was an underlying tension between them, as if they could start an unpleasant fight right there. I heard you and Hinata will be in the exams, Niji mentioned with a smug smile. It'll be the same result as I told you last time, the Uzumaki shot back, causing the veins around the Hyuga's eyes to bulge as he frowned. Flashback. We find ourselves in the Hyuga complex, where a boy with long hair and a mark on his forehead gazes at his reflection in a lake. This boy is Niji Hyuga, a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Niji began walking through the complex until he heard a peculiar sound, as if someone were training. Guided by his ears, he approached the room from which the noise was coming, and the scene he witnessed left him astonished. He saw Hinata Hyuga attacking a blonde boy, who was either deflecting or dodging her strikes. What the young branch member wondered as he watched Hinata fight with a style that was not gentle fist. She had her fingers curled like a cat's claw and bent her wrist, which helped her deflect the blue-eyed boy's attacks while using her finger joints to launch direct strikes. But what impressed him the most was that her footwork lacked coordination. During a fight, foot coordination is crucial to maintain a firm stance and not lose balance while attacking, Niji thought as he observed his cousin's fighting style. Niji activated his Byakugan, hoping to find some indication of coordination in his opponent's movements. To his surprise, he discovered not only a lack of coordination but also that their palms contained chakra. So, he's using the gentle fist, but in a different way, Niji thought to himself. Hinata launched a direct attack at Naruto, who used his hand infused with chakra to deflect it. However, Hinata didn't stop there. She attempted another strike at the Uzumaki, who dodged and countered with a punch that sent the Hyuga bending backward. He struck her in the abdomen with his palm, sending her flying across the room. "The girl beat you," Kurama teased. "She had her Byakugan activated, and I didn't." Naruto retorted. "Excuses," the fox laughed. "My sister won," Hanabi exclaimed from her seat next to the clan leader, but Naruto noticed Niji already retreating. Naruto stepped forward and approached the Hyuga. "Your name is Niji, right?" he asked. "Yes, and you are?" Niji replied. "I'm Naruto. Want to train with us?" The blonde said with a smile. "Listen, Naruto, we all have a destiny from the moment we're born, and yours is that of a loser," Niji responded arrogantly. "Well, servant of the branch family," the Uzumaki shot back, knowing he had struck a nerve. "You shouldn't have said that," Niji said, furious, as he activated his Byakugan and lunged to strike the blonde. Naruto merely shifted slightly, using his elbow to hit Niji in the chest, sending him flying about 5 meters away. "Even Hinata could beat you," he concluded, walking away while Niji lay on the ground. End flashback tension filled the air as the two ninjas faced each other. "You'd better leave," Niji warned, implying that Naruto should skip the exam. "You're absolutely right. Let's head to the hall and not linger here," Naruto mocked as he walked away with his teammates. "Come on, we need to head to the hall too," said the girl with pigtails, taking a different path. "Guys, go ahead. I want to try something," the green-clad ninja replied, following Team 7. "Hey, you with the black hair," called Rock Lee. "What do you want?" Sasuke asked, looking at the other ninja. "Fight me," Rock Lee finished, lowering himself into a combat stance. Rock Lee and Sasuke Uchiha stared each other down, the green-clad ninja ready for battle. "I want to fight you to prove that hard work beats natural talent," Rock declared, his gaze fixed on Sasuke. "And I also want to show Sakura that I'm better than you," he added, blowing a kiss to Haruno, who dodged it. "I'd also like to fight Naruto," Lee continued, glancing at the blonde. "Hard work will always triumph over natural talent," Naruto replied with a smile, receiving a grin from the spiky-haired ninja. "All right, I accept the challenge," Sasuke proclaimed, stepping in front of Lee. "Sasuke, we only have half an hour. Don't do it," Sakura exclaimed, checking her watch. "This will only take 5 minutes," Naruto, Sasuke, and Rock said in unison. Sasuke wasted no time and dashed toward the spiky-haired ninja, ready to strike. But he watched as Lee jumped, twisting in mid-air to hit Sasuke, sending him back to where he started. "I'll use it now," the black-haired Uchiha thought, activating his Sharingan as he charged at the green ninja. "I'll see any ninjutsu or genjutsu he tries," he assured himself. But just then, Lee landed a solid kick to Sasuke's jaw, lifting him off the ground. "He's not using any ninjutsu or genjutsu, he's just using taijutsu," Naruto pointed out, causing everyone to turn and notice that Lee had activated his Shutengen. Before Sasuke could say anything, he saw Rock Lee crouched beneath him. But before he could execute his technique, a paper windmill appeared, pinning one of Lee's bands to the wall. "That's enough," a giant turtle responded as Sasuke fell, needing to be caught by Sakura. You know the rules, Lee, that move is prohibited. The turtle continued to scold him until, after a series of reprimands, a puff of smoke erupted, revealing a man identical to Lee but older, who spoke passionately about youth. After the bizarre scene and meeting Mike Guy, the MSTR of Team 9 and supposedly Sasuke's archrival, who had a history of wins and losses, he urged them to head to the exam room. Next time, I'll crush him, Sasuke muttered as he walked toward the hall. Did you see his arms? When he took off his bandages to perform that attack? Naruto asked, receiving a negative shake from his teammates. He has several scars. I imagine he's undergone extremely tough training. It seems to have paid off, Naruto praised, glancing at Sasuke, who frowned. He's just a loser, the Uchiha replied, recalling his defeat and how he had been nothing but a punching bag for Rock Lee. Sasuke, unfortunately, not everyone is born a genius. Some of us have to train rigorously every day to see results. The Jinchuriki responded, his words weighing heavily, leaving his two companions silent as they continued walking until they reached the Chunin exam hall, where they found their sensei, who encouraged them to pass the test. Team 7 entered the hall, drawing the attention of everyone present, ninjas from various villages, until the silence was broken. Naruto, a voice called out, hugging the blonde from behind. Hi, Ino, he replied with a smile, seeing his friend arrive with her team. Why don't you save yourselves the embarrassment of failing the exams and just leave? Said a boy with a pineapple hairstyle, hands in his pockets, accompanied by a chubby kid munching on chips. Shikamaru, Chuji, the blonde greeted, shamelessly grabbing some chips from the Akimichi's bag to snack on. Hey, guys, another voice chimed in from behind them, and when they turned, they saw a boy with a dog on his head, coming with his group. Kiba, Shino, Hinata. Naruto continued greeting, as the lavender-haired girl with pearl-like eyes stood next to him. Hey, how about you all just shut up? You're being really loud, a new voice chimed in, and it was none other than Kabuto. Look who's here, Naruto thought, spotting Orochimaru's associate. After introducing himself and showing his identification cards, Kabuto recounted how many times he had taken the Chunin exams. It's not just me, many here have been at it for the same amount of time. What makes you think you'll make it to the end? He asked the young ninjas, eliciting a small laugh from the crowd. If they don't believe in themselves, they'll never succeed, Naruto replied, causing the other ninjas to glare at him with intense expressions. Following a brief altercation with the Sound Village ninjas, who attacked Kabuto for insulting their village, a cloud of smoke erupted at the front of the room. Silence, everyone, shouted a scarred ninja wearing a headband and flanked by a large number of other ninjas. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Ibiki, and I will be overseeing the first part of the Chunin exam, he announced, causing the other ninjas from different villages to tremble in fear. After the scene with the Sound Village ninjas and the appearance of Ibiki alongside his colleagues, he instructed, everyone, take your cards and pick up a slip, then head to the seat that corresponds to your number. My partner will distribute the written exam. As the Chunin hopefuls followed his orders, fate had it that Naruto and the violet-haired girl ended up sitting next to each other, their exams face down. Now listen carefully. The papers will remain face down until we give the signal. Pay attention to the rules, as I will not accept questions. First rule, each of you starts with 10 points. If you answer a question incorrectly, 1 point will be deducted, Ibiki explained, causing a black-haired boy and a pink-haired girl to perk up, recalling that their teammate was the worst in the academy. Second rule, remember that this is still a group exam, so the group must accumulate all points to pass. And the third and final rule, the Jonin seated to your right will be watching closely for any suspicious movements, simply put, cheating. Each time someone is caught copying, 2 points will be deducted from the entire team. If anyone's points drop to 0 for any reason, the whole team will be disqualified. You have 1 hour, he concluded, while the other Jonin chuckled, fiddling with their pencils. Excuse me, a voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention to the source of the noise. Naruto, who had raised his hand. Didn't I just say I won't answer questions? Ibiki replied, arms crossed. That's not what I meant. Are there any math questions on the exam? Naruto asked with an innocent smile that hinted at ulterior motives. Of course, There are all kinds of questions, including math, the supervising Jonin responded, showing no sign of concern about the blonde. Then I was wondering if you could lend me a blank sheet to do my calculations separately, Naruto said, glancing at his teammates, prompting them to catch on and request sheets as well. Ibiki merely nodded, and a supervisor handed 3 blank sheets to Naruto, a mistake that would soon prove costly. Naruto grabbed one sheet and tossed the other 2 to Sakura and Sasuke, who caught them and set them beside their exam sheets. If there are no further requests, you may begin, Ibiki announced as the timer started. Sasuke and Sakura flipped over their exams, only to be surprised to see that the previously blank sheets now bore a message. The exam is to gather information. I saw with my Shutengen that there are Jonin using transformation jutsus disguised as young ninjas. We will communicate through these sheets, so just channel your chakra where it says, God Thunder Flying. The 2 members of Team 7 were astonished, noticing the corner of the sheet read God Thunder Flying. So when I touch all 3 sheets, I place the seal, they thought as they began writing on the sheets and subsequently channeled chakra into the seal, watching as the paper transformed in the blink of an eye. I won't let the loser shine alone, Sasuke thought with a smile as he activated his clan's special dojutsu. I won't be a burden, Sakura thought, starting to read the message and work on her answers. Meanwhile, Naruto's bright blue eyes were spinning slowly with 3 tomo in his pupils, while the violet-haired girl had veins bulging around her eyes as she wrote on her exam without moving her head. She noticed her partner was writing messages on the sheet, and in less than a blink, the paper changed again, now displaying different messages. He changes them so quickly, even with the Byakugan, I find it hard to keep up with his speed, she thought, glancing at the supervisors, relieved that none of them seemed to notice. The exams continued normally, with many ninjas being disqualified alongside their teammates until they reached question 10. Ibiki was set to ask this question with 15 minutes left in the exam. Only 5 minutes until he asks the question, Sakura thought. What will it be? She pondered, watching Ibiki. All right, it's time for the final question, Ibiki declared, capturing everyone's attention. This question is optional, you can choose to answer it or not, the Jonin said, causing all the Chunin hopefuls to wonder what the last question could be. What happens if we choose not to answer it or reject it? Tamari asked. If you choose to reject it, then all your points will be 0 and you will fail the exam, the interrogation specialist replied calmly to the desert ninja. Then what does this test mean? Another ninja demanded angrily. If you choose to reject it, you will fail and your team will be disqualified, but you can take the Chunin exam again next year. However, if you choose to accept it and fail, you will lose and never be able to take the Chunin exams again, you will remain a genin forever, Ibiki concluded, causing many to panic while others protested. The Chunin hopefuls began raising their hands and leaving the exam room with their teammates, and soon there were fewer participants left. And you? Ibiki asked, referring to Naruto, who was now the center of attention. I've heard of you, Naruto Uzumaki, the worst in the academy. Even though you graduated, do you really think you can answer the question? He said with a mocking smile. Never underestimate me, Naruto replied, laughing. Do you really think I'm afraid of your silly question? I will never back down, no matter the situation. And what does it matter if I can't be a Chunin or Jonin and remain a genin for life? A rank will never determine a person's abilities and power, Naruto finished, staring defiantly at Ibiki, who merely smiled along with his friends, knowing that this was just how Naruto was, causing the other ninjas from different villages to lose their fear. 78 remain, and that kid has made sure no one else leaves, the Jonin thought, observing the remaining participants. Very well, everyone who stayed has passed the first exam, Ibiki exclaimed with a smile, leaving everyone stunned. Ibiki began explaining the true nature of the test and how they had infiltrated 2 ninjas who knew the answers, emphasizing that the exam was about the ability to gather information. Ibiki removed the BLNDFLD from his head, revealing the scars on his skull. He explained how he got them and how sometimes there are fates worse than death. Those with weak spirits who cannot stand firm in their decisions should not be called ninjas, Ibiki concluded as he tied his headband back on. The other ninjas began to celebrate, but suddenly, a window shattered, and a girl with violet hair styled in a pineapple shape and wearing an extravagant outfit appeared, holding a sign in the background. It's too early to celebrate. The second examiner, Anko Mitarashi, has arrived, exclaimed the newcomer in the exam hall. 78, which means 26 teams. Have you lost your touch? Anko teased Ibiki, noticing the number of participants was greater than in previous years. There would be fewer if a certain blonde idiot had kept his mouth shut, Ibiki shot back, referring to Naruto, which made Anko smile as she glanced at Naruto and Hinata. Why do I feel like they're talking about me? Naruto said, feigning innocence. Because you're the one who always gets into trouble, Hinata replied with a small laugh, causing an invisible weight of guilt to settle on Naruto's shoulders. Now the participants found themselves in training field number 44, also known as the Forest of Death. It's like coming home, sweet home, the blonde said quietly, making the pearl-eyed girl laugh as she recalled how a beast had tried to attack him a few years ago. However, after a small display of strength from the blonde, the beasts never bothered him again. You're about to experience firsthand why they call it the Forest of Death, Anko said, just as she heard the blonde sarcastically echoing her words. Anko pulled out a kunai and threw it, grazing the blonde's cheek and drawing BLD. As she positioned herself behind him, she said, "Arrogant types are the first to fall." She attempted to lick the BLD from his cheek, but she didn't expect the blonde, whose cheek was now cut, to explode into smoke. And those who think they're the smartest are the easiest to fool, Anko heard through her laughter as she felt a cold metal object near her throat. Looking down, she noticed a katana she recognized all too well. "Damn you, clever fox," Anko muttered, turning her gaze back to see Naruto Uzumaki grinning as he held Aoi Hano. "Looks like you lost your kunai," said a mysterious ninja with a long tongue, who was holding the kunai. But he couldn't advance further because he felt the tip of Naruto's katana against his neck. "Orochimaru," Naruto thought with a smile. "This sword is made of that material. Interesting," Orochimaru said, disguised, feeling his chakra being absorbed in small amounts. After that scene, Anko proceeded to pull out some consent forms that everyone had to sign before entering the forest, as they didn't want their deaths to become someone else's problem. With a smile, she also explained the rules of the second test and how it would work. Each team would be given a scroll, some marked with the word heaven and others with earth. To pass the test, they had to reach the central tower of the forest with both scrolls, and they had only 5 days to obtain them. If you die, or if the 5 days pass and you don't have both scrolls, or if you simply fail to reach the tower in time, you will be disqualified, Anko explained the rules of the test. And above all, you cannot look at the contents of the scrolls, the snake Nithis added. "What happens if we do look?" Kiba asked, receiving a bark from his furry companion. "If you look, you'll find out," the Jonin replied with a mischievous smile. After finishing the explanation, the scrolls were distributed along with the consent signatures for their deaths, just in case that happened. Each team was positioned at the entrances of the Forest of Death, and at the same time, an alarm sounded as the doors opened and the teams entered the forest. All the ninjas began to jump from branch to branch in the Forest of Death, searching for another team with the scroll they needed. "What do we do? This place gives me the creeps," Sakura said, glancing around. Naruto, feeling the urge to relieve himself, announced, "I'll be right back, I need to take a leak," moving a little away from his group despite his teammates scolding him for being so blunt. As Naruto distanced himself, he heard some murmurs. Activating his Shutengen, he spotted another group of ninjas watching him, one of whom transformed into a copy of him while the other two prepared to attack. They can't even let a guy take a break in peace, Naruto thought wearily as he zipped up his breathes, noticing the two ninjas lunging at him. "Let's have some fun," he said, as the tomo in his eyes transformed into several circles, turning completely blue with white rings. One ninja's kick passed through Naruto as if he were a ghost, and he seized the opportunity to grab the second ninja's head and slam it into the ground, knocking him unconscious. Before the first ninja could react, he felt a kick to his abdomen that sent him crashing into the tree where Naruto had just been. "What luck," the blonde said, pulling the earth scroll from the fallen ninja's bag, which vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto had acquired the earth scroll, but in the distance, he spotted Sasuke chasing the ninja who had impersonated him. Earth style, earth spikes. Naruto shouted, forming hand seals and placing his palms on the ground, causing several spikes to shoot up toward the ninja, who had to dodge them to avoid being impaled. Sasuke took advantage of the distraction to activate his Sharingan, spotting an opening with a kunai. He pierced the side of the ninja but failed to cause any serious damage, allowing the ninja to simply fall and grab his companion as they escaped past Naruto as if nothing had happened. "What are you doing? You let him get away," Sasuke complained, seeing that Naruto had done nothing to stop him. "Let's not waste energy," Naruto replied as the earth scroll appeared in a puff of smoke. "You got it," Sakura exclaimed, just arriving as she heard Sasuke's complaints. "We have both now." Haruno celebrated, pulling the scroll from the sky, but Naruto snatched it from her hands, and they both vanished in a puff of smoke. "What did you do with them, Naruto?" Sakura exclaimed, fearing the worst, to which Naruto simply raised his arms slightly, revealing a pair of wrist warmers with a storage seal. "But if you take off the wrist warmers, we'll lose both," Sasuke retorted, to which Naruto just lifted one of the warmers, showing it had "Flying Thunder God" written on it, causing both of them to smile, as they now had more points covered. "What should we do? The competition is to eliminate at least half of the players, but if we get more scrolls, we can eliminate more competition," Naruto suggested, making his team smile. Team 7 was discussing a password in case someone tried to impersonate them again, but just as they finished planning, a strong gust of wind hit them, causing them to scatter. "Who could that be?" Sasuke wondered, hiding under some bushes with a kunai in hand. "Sasuke," he heard Sakura call out. "Tell me the password," he said, raising his kunai. Sakura recited the password perfectly, but at that moment, Naruto appeared. "Stop right there, Na. Say the password," the pink-haired girl requested. Just like Sakura, Naruto recited the password word for word, prompting Sasuke to throw a kunai at him, which the blonde dodged. "What are you doing, Sasuke?" Sakura exclaimed, surprised. Naruto wouldn't remember it, and even if he did, he'd say something silly like, "A bowl of ramen is a better password," Sasuke replied, making Naruto laugh. After a puff of smoke, the grass ninja appeared. "This is going to be more fun than I thought," the new enemy said with a smile as he stood before them. Sakura and Sasuke faced their new enemy, a grass ninja. "Another fake Naruto," Sasuke said wearily. "I suppose you're looking for this," the grass ninja said, pulling out the earth scroll. "We already have both, but it's better to get another," both members of Team 7 thought, remembering that eliminating the competition was their best strategy. The grass ninja was about to swallow the scroll when he heard the whistling of a kunai. Spotting one flying toward him from the left, he quickly stepped back, only to be surprised by a flash of yellow. It was Naruto Uzumaki, who delivered a powerful chakra-infused kick to the ninja's chest, sending him staggering back several meters and causing the earth scroll to slip from his grasp and land in the hands of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. In a puff of smoke, Naruto declared, "I thought my snake had taken care of you. Did you run away?" The ninja, regaining his composure from Naruto's kick, replied, "No." Naruto's response was curt as he summoned his katana. "I sliced it," he finished, making a sweeping motion in the air that left a crescent-shaped mark on the ground. "Impressive," the ninja exclaimed, launching a genjutsu combined with his murderous intent at Sasuke and Sakura, unsettling them. However, Naruto remained unfazed, drawing Orochimaru's attention even more. Sasuke and Sakura were visibly trembling, with the pink-haired girl shaking uncontrollably. The ninja seized this opportunity to throw a few kunai at Sakura. Sasuke tried to move, but saw Naruto step in front of him, blocking all the kunai with his katana. "Sasuke, this enemy is different," Naruto said, taking a combat stance and activating his Dojutsu. "That's true," Sasuke replied, activating his Sharingan. "Take care of Sakura, I'll buy you some time," Naruto instructed. Sasuke nodded, grabbing his pink-haired teammate and leaping away from the scene, jumping from tree to tree. "What's the name of your Dojutsu?" Orochimaru asked, intrigued. "Shutengen," Naruto replied tersely, locking eyes with Orochimaru as his tomo spun slowly. And I bet it's better than the Sharingan, the grass ninja concluded, watching as Naruto charged toward him, katana, ready to strike. But as soon as Naruto's katana touched the grass ninja's body, he dissolved into mud. Demon's slippery snake, Naruto muttered, scolding himself for being too focused on his teammates' escape to notice that what was in front of him was a clone. If I had paid more attention with the Shutengen, I would have realized it was a clone, he finished, channeling chakra to his feet and starting to leap from branch to branch. Meanwhile, the dark-haired Uchiha was fighting a snake that he managed to kill and pin to a tree. He was taken aback when the grass ninja emerged from the snake's body and began moving along a branch toward him. How did he get here so fast? The snake ninja thought, watching as Naruto fell beside them with a smile on his face. Wind Genjutsu, captivating whirlwind. Naruto shouted, executing an upward slash that sent a powerful gust of wind crashing into the branch where the grass ninja was entangled. The ninja had to dispel his jutsu and leap far from the tree as the technique caused the wind slash to wrap around the tree, leaving only slices of the once mighty trunk on the ground. I almost forgot that Chikura Ishi can also transport chakra, but I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly, the snake ninja thought, surveying the destruction of the massive tree. Team 7 found themselves on a tree branch, staring down their enemy. If all you want is our scroll, just give it to Naruto, Sasuke said, only to be met with a shake of the head from the blonde. Naruto, we're no match for him, Sasuke insisted, gripping Naruto's shirt. Sasuke, you're really a coward if you think that way, Naruto shot back, prompting his rival to laugh and side with him. Why would I negotiate with you when I can kill you whenever I want? The ninja said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a seal on his arm, which he marked with his BLD, summoning a giant snake. Naruto launched himself into the attack. Don't do it, Naruto! Sasuke exclaimed, watching as the giant serpent lunged at the blonde, who was suspended in midair. However, the serpent didn't anticipate that Naruto would use a chakra explosion, amplified by Kurama's energy. The serpent barely registered the hit before it was sent flying backward by the immense force, causing the ninja riding it to lose his balance. When he looked up, he saw Naruto charging toward him. In a desperate attempt to block Naruto's path, the snake ninja exhaled a cloud of smoke, but he didn't realize that Naruto's katana would absorb all the smoke, clearing the way for him. With a swift strike, Naruto landed a blow to the ninja's face, sending him crashing into a tree and causing his false face to fall off, revealing his true identity. Not bad, kid, the snake ninja praised as he wiped away the remnants of the mask, revealing himself to be the traitorous Sen Fuitemu. You're more interesting than Sasuke, who just stands there watching, Orochimaru said, glancing at the two Dojutsu users. Now you're going to fight seriously, he added with a laugh as Naruto sheathed his katana. The atmosphere was heavy, above them lay the unconscious giant serpent, while Naruto and Orochimaru prepared to continue their battle. Meanwhile, on the branches of nearby trees, Sakura and Sasuke were paralyzed with fear. Naruto, you're crazy. We have to run. The pink-haired girl exclaimed, her voice trembling. Run if you want, but I'm not backing down, the blonde replied, keeping his gaze fixed on his opponent. I admire your bravery, but it worries me that you've sheathed your great sword, Orochimaru remarked, observing the scene. Naruto fell silent, but from the smoke explosions emanating from his hands, he launched several kunai at Orochimaru. The sanin prepared to dodge, but he quickly realized that Naruto was teleporting to each kunai using the flying thunder god technique. As he transported himself, he threw the kunai in different directions, forcing Orochimaru to evade the strikes until he managed to catch one and push Naruto back. Your explosive power is impressive, but it has a weakness. It's a direct attack that concentrates chakra. If someone else releases concentrated chakra indirectly, the clash will disperse, Orochimaru explained with a grin. You learned that from the Hyuga, Naruto retorted before teleporting to his kunai again and continuing his assault on the snake Sanin, who could only dodge and occasionally disperse the attacks. You're very good, one of the best, I'd say. You've got me on the ropes, but what about your friends? Orochimaru mentioned, feeling the serpent move quickly to attack Sasuke and Sakura. In response, Naruto threw a kunai, arriving just in time to stop the serpent with his body. Hey kid, if you're scared, go home. the blonde shouted angrily at the Uchiha, who had been watching from the sidelines. But while focused on Sasuke, he didn't notice Orochimaru stretching his neck to bite the Uchiha, marking him with the cursed seal and causing him to collapse, unconscious from the pain. "Sakura, take care of Sasuke," were Naruto's last words before he charged at the sanin, who blocked his punch, but in the blink of an eye, both ninjas and the giant serpent had vanished. The last thing Orochimaru saw was the black-haired boy on the ground, groaning in pain, until suddenly he found himself in a completely different location, far from where he had been. "Very brave of you. You brought me to quite a remote place," the sanin praised, noticing the words, "Flying Thunder God," carved into the tree beside him. At the same time, he could see Naruto breathing heavily. "What's happening to me?" the blonde wondered to himself until he heard his friend's voice. "Hey, Chakra Tank, are you okay?" Kurama teased his host. "Kurama, what's going on?" Naruto asked, confused. "Don't get too cocky. You might have been able to master the Shutengen in a passive state, but look at you now. You're using it to block Genjutsu and to see chakra flows. Doesn't it seem strange that your 360-degree vision has been affected in these last moments? And look who your opponent is. Even if your chakra reserves are large, your mind can't handle much more," the beast explained. "At this rate, you'll pass out any moment now," Kurama concluded, pulling Naruto out of his mental space. As Naruto returned to reality, he saw the giant serpent just a meter away, its jaw wide open, ready to swallow him whole. "Divine push," he shouted, sending everything in front of him flying backwards several meters and destroying everything in its path. "Impossible!" Orochimaru exclaimed in his mind, having been thrown against a tree as his serpent vanished in a cloud of smoke. "The Rinnegan," the snake sanin said, surprised as he gazed into Naruto's eyes. But he soon noticed the Rinnegan fading from the blonde's gaze, a trickle of BLD beginning to flow from his eyes. "Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Tell me, don't you longing eternal life?" Orochimaru asked, slowly approaching Naruto. "Like a snake," Naruto replied. "With your power and my knowledge, we could make everyone bow to us," Orochimaru finished, clearly revealing his intentions. "I'm not interested in any of that," Naruto responded, watching as the sanin stretched his body, ready to bite him as well. But to his surprise, Orochimaru's body passed through Naruto as if he were a ghost. In the mind of the snake, an image of a man with an orange mask appeared, accompanied by a childlike voice that shouted, "Rasengan." Orochimaru felt a sharp pain in his back, forcing him to shed his skin. "That's the fourth's ability," they said, their words heavy with meaning as they looked at the blonde, who had deactivated his Dojutsu and was now bleeding more from his eyes and a little from his nostrils. "Neither of us is fit to fight right now. I'd better leave," Orochimaru said to his opponent, performing a jutsu that allowed him to merge with a tree and escape the battlefield. "Goodbye," was his brief response before the blonde vanished from the area, reappearing next to his teammates, collapsing unconscious. He escaped from Orochimaru, Haruno thought, seeing her blonde companion passed out. Hours had passed, and inside a hollow tree, Team 7 was gathered. The two boys lay on the ground while the pink-haired girl tended to them. "Naruto is just unconscious," she thought, watching the blonde sleep. "But Sasuke has a fever and won't stop sweating," she concluded, wiping the sweat from the dark-haired boy's forehead. In the distance, among some bushes, 3 shadows could be seen. "What if we take care of them?" one of the figures suggested. "Lord Orochimaru ordered us to attack at dawn," came the response from another as they continued watching Sakura until the sun began to rise, marking a new day. Suddenly, a small squirrel emerged from the bushes, heading toward Team 7, but out of nowhere, the pink-haired girl threw a kunai that struck the ground just inches from the squirrel, causing it to scamper away in the opposite direction. "Did she notice?" one of the figures said, prompting another to confirm it was time to move. The individuals stepped out from the bushes, revealing their identities as 3 ninjas from the Sound Village. "What do you want?" Sakura asked the ninjas. "We have unfinished business with the Uchiha. Can't you see he can't fight? Come back later," the pink-haired girl exclaimed, but the Sound ninjas charged at her, forcing her to cut a thread that caused a giant log to crash down on them. "Not bad," said the ninja with bandages on his face, who then touched the log, causing it to break in half. But he didn't expect 2 strikes, one to his face and the other to his abdomen. "Can't a guy get some peace and quiet?" came the sleepy exclamation of a blonde with whisker marks on his cheeks, who was still yawning. "Naruto, I hope you slept well because it's time to show the power of youth," shouted a ninja in green, none other than Rock Lee. "I think it's time for me to get serious," said the bandaged sound ninja, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a device with holes covering his right arm. "What could that be?" the youthful ninja asked, eyeing the sound ninja's contraption. "Just don't let your guard down," Naruto warned, but Rock Lee charged ahead, prompting the sound ninja to throw a punch that the youth dodged, only to fall to the ground at the same time. "What? But if I don't touch him," exclaimed Haruno, surprised as she watched the scene unfold before her eyes. The situation was strange. The sound ninja hadn't managed to touch Sajota's, yet he had still inflicted damage. "Sound," the blonde said, noticing BLD beginning to trickle from his friend's ear. "Did you notice?" praised the masked sound ninja, showing his arm and explaining how the device on it worked. Through vibrations, it could affect the eardrum, disrupting balance. "It's a huge disadvantage for Sajota's, who only knows how to use taijutsu," remarked Uzumaki. "And you back there, you'd better activate those eyes of yours, or you'll never defeat us," said another boy behind the bandaged ninja, extending his arms to reveal holes in each palm. "They're servants of that snake, I'm not surprised," thought the blonde until he heard his friend's voice. "Don't you dare." Kurama scolded Naruto, pulling him into his mental space. "I'm not fully recovered yet," the blonde Jinchuriki asked. "Naruto, understand this. Your brain is like an engine. No matter how much fuel you have, if the engine is overheating, it won't run properly," the Nine-Tails began to explain. "Your dojutsu is incredibly powerful, but it puts too much strain on your brain. And before you complain, know that it's very different to have it passive than to activate it," the fox continued, leaving the blonde contemplating his options. "If you activate the Shutengen, there are 2 possible outcomes. The first is that you'll lose consciousness, and the second is that you'll partially lose your sight," the Nine-Tails concluded just as he heard a protest. "But if my brain is overheating, that means I can't use any ninjutsu either," the blonde exclaimed, feeling his chances dwindle. "You can still use taijutsu, your Uzumaki sensory ability, and manipulate small amounts of chakra. Good luck," Kurama finished, pulling the blonde out of his mental landscape and back into reality. Naruto was now a bit more worried, pondering his options for winning this fight. "The Kurama is messing with me," he thought as he gathered some chakra in his hands, but instantly felt a sharp pain in his head from a strong blow. "Get up. We can't let the Leaf Village be embarrassed," the blonde called out cheerfully, causing the spiky-haired ninja to perk up with renewed energy. "This will be fun," the bandaged sound ninja concluded as he charged directly at the Uzumaki, who blocked the attack with his arm while quickly striking the air towards the bandaged ninja's arm with the palm of his other hand. "What? How is he still standing?" he thought, surprised, but before he could react, he felt a punch to his chin that lifted him off his feet. "Did you forget about me?" came Rock Lee's voice, who was now airborne beneath the sound ninja. Using his bandages, the youthful ninja bound the sound ninja and began to spin him in the air. "Primary Lotus," Lee shouted as he slammed the sound ninja into the ground, but to everyone's surprise, the ground had turned gelatinous, preventing any damage to the bandaged ninja. "Just in time," another ninja said, with his hands on the ground. "So those holes help you, but don't let your guard down," the sound ninja heard, just before feeling a kick from the blonde in his back. "Enough of this," shouted the sound girl, and when everyone turned to look at her, they saw she had grabbed Sakura by her hair. Sakura had been seized by the hair by the sound ninja. "Is she just a nuisance or what?" Kurama asked, receiving a retort from the blonde. But at that moment, Sakura pulled out a kunai. "Don't try any tricks against me, little girl," the confident sound ninja said, but she didn't anticipate what the pink-haired girl would do next. She cut her own hair. "Kill her," shouted one of the sound ninjas, prompting the girl to draw a kunai to attack the pink-haired girl, but she didn't expect Sakura to use a substitution jutsu with a log. "In it," the sound ninja cursed as she extended her arm to unleash a gust of wind, only to feel the blonde stepping on her arm. Looking up, she saw him holding a kunai. "The game is over," Uzumaki declared. When Orochimaru's servant turned to look at her companion, she saw that Ino had used the body SW's jutsu on the sound girl, while Shikamaru had employed the shadow imitation jutsu on the bandaged ninja. The tables had turned, and the hunters were now the prey. "Took you long enough," Naruto greeted his friends. "Did you know we were here?" The Akimichi asked, receiving only a nod from the blonde in response. However, Naruto's overconfidence led to a powerful gust of wind that sent him crashing into a tree. "Diamant," he muttered, raising his gaze to see the same ninja launch 2 air attacks, one at the pink-haired girl and another at his companion. "How despicable," a new voice echoed across the battlefield. They turned to see Niji, who had arrived alongside his teammate. "Niji, Tenin," Rock Lee called out to his companions, who were observing the battlefield. "You think you can do whatever you want here," the Hyuga said, frustration evident as he activated his Byakugan. The bandaged sound ninja felt agitated, thinking, "Those eyes can see through me, they can't see us all." But he concluded that they didn't need to do anything. Deactivating his dojutsu as a new figure became the center of attention. "Sakura, point out who hurt you," Sasuke said, rising despite several marks on the left side of his body. The atmosphere had grown tense, a palpable sense of bloodlust hanging in the air. "Who was it, Sakura?" the dark-haired boy asked again. The sound ninja with holes in his hands replied that it had been him. "Ino, get back to your body quickly," Shikamaru exclaimed as he dispelled his technique. "So it was you too," the dark-haired ninja remarked, his chakra radiating impressively. "Dosu, come on, it's not a big deal," the sound ninja said, referring to his bandaged companion. "Zano!" Dosu shouted, urging him to stop. But Ziku, extending his hands, unleashed a powerful gust of wind that obliterated the ground in front of him. Everyone was shocked when the dark-haired ninja was suddenly beside Zaku while the pink-haired girl stood behind him. "What?" the sound ninja exclaimed in surprise just before receiving a heavy blow from the Uchiha. "Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu," Sasuke shouted, unleashing several fireballs aimed at the sound ninja. Zaku extinguished the flames using his wind technique but soon realized that shurikens embedded themselves in his arms, leaving him with minor cuts. "Zaku, behind you," the bandaged ninja shouted, prompting Zaku to turn quickly, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. The blonde with markings on his cheeks was gripping the dark-haired boy's arm. "Naruto, let go," Sasuke ordered, but Uzumaki didn't loosen his grip. "Sasuke, stop. You're not like this," the pink-haired girl exclaimed, hugging him from behind. He relented as the markings began to fade back into the seal placed on him by the snake sanin. "Please accept this as a token of my admiration and a way to forget this problem." They heard Dosu's voice as he hoisted his 2 companions onto his shoulders, dropped the earth scroll onto the ground, and leaped away into the trees. The situation was calming down, and each team was regrouping. "Wow, so this happened while I was asleep," Naruto scolded himself as he bent down to pick up the scroll left by the sound team. "Earth," he said loudly, drawing the attention of the other 2 groups. But as he stood up, the blonde felt dizzy, nearly falling if someone hadn't caught him. "Naruto, are you okay?" Ino asked, concerned as she held him up. At that moment, 2 items were thrown, landing in the hands of the boy with the mushroom and pineapple hairstyle. The Earth Scroll. Lee and Shikamaru exclaimed in surprise. "Lee, thank you so much. In my current state, I wouldn't be able to fight alone." "Shikamaru, Chuji, Ino, thank you for helping us when Sakura was hurt," Naruto said with a smile that brightened everyone present. "Looks like we all came out ahead," Tenten remarked, seeing they had the scroll and only needed to head to the tower. "But what about you guys?" the blonde Yamanaka asked, receiving a response from her friend. "That scroll would be the 3rd from Earth. We had already secured a couple before." "And as Naruto said, we had your help, so it's best you take it," Sakura explained, thanking everyone present. "Guys, I'm really tired, and my brain is overheating," the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki confessed, causing everyone's eyes to widen. "If you don't mind, could you watch over me while I sleep for 2 hours?" he asked with a smile. "And what makes you think we'll take care of you while you sleep?" Niji replied, annoyed, earning a look from Naruto. I'm counting on you guys. Uzumaki finished with a big smile before falling asleep in Ino's arms. As strange as it seemed, Ino was now laying Naruto down on the ground while Sasuke sat beside him just to rest. Chuji, if anything happens, wake me up, Shikamaru said to his friend as he lay down next to the blonde. Sakura, come here, let me fix that hair, Ino called to her friend, pulling out a kunai and starting to tidy up the pink-haired girl's locks. Ino, you sly girl, you took advantage of Naruto's state to hug him, Haruno whispered, causing her friend to get annoyed. Shut up, you did the same with Sasuke, and just so you know, I can hug Naruto whenever I want, and he never gets mad, the Yamanaka replied with pride. And what if Hinata finds out? And what if I accidentally slip with the kunai? The two girls threatened each other before bursting into laughter. She knows, right? The pink-haired girl asked, referring to the girl with pearl-like eyes. Yes, was the short response from the blonde. You know, I think I understand you now. Naruto grew up without parents, and no one wanted him, which made him do silly things to always get attention. At least he felt very lonely until Hinata came along. She supported Naruto and did what many of us didn't, stand by his side, Sakura mentioned, understanding her friend's feelings. That at least made Naruto stronger, the blonde said with a smile until her expression turned blank. Wait. Don't tell me that you, Ino began, gripping her weapon tighter in her hands. No way, Sasuke is way cuter. Haruno shot back, her quick response making both of them burst into laughter. Meanwhile, two members of Team 9 were perched on a branch of a tree. Why don't we just leave? Niji asked. You know Lee won't give up that easily, Tenten replied, pointing at the youthful ninja doing push-ups right in front of where Naruto was sleeping. Besides, we already have the scroll. It's best if we rest too, she concluded, taking a short nap herself. I think you're right, Niji said, remaining seated on the branch. In the mental landscape of Naruto, he was conversing with his tenant. Don't worry, I'll be quick, Kurama said, catching the blonde's attention. I'm trying to recover your brain faster, but it's taking longer than expected, the fox informed the blue-eyed boy, who started to think. I can't use a large amount of chakra or transform it, which means I can't use elemental ninjutsu or even basic techniques like my clones, basically, no ninjutsu at all. I can't use my ocular power, so I can't perform genjutsu either. That leaves me with only taijutsu and fuinjutsu, the blonde analyzed what abilities he could use. The seals can't be too complicated, Kurama teased, further annoying Naruto, who could only rely on taijutsu at that moment. Am I going to be stuck like this for the rest of my life or what? The Uzumaki complained, now irritated. Just a couple of days, as long as you don't do anything foolish. I'll tell you more after the test is over, Kurama replied. But at least you can enjoy 2 hours of sleep, at least your head won't hurt from using chakra, the fox concluded, severing the connection to let Naruto sleep. 2 hours later, Naruto woke up and thanked everyone for staying to watch as each of them set off on their way to the tower. See you, Naruto, Shikamaru said, yawning. Goodbye, big forehead. Take care, Naruto, Yamanaka said as she gave the blonde a kiss on the cheek, turning to wink at the pink-haired girl. I'm ahead of you, just so you know, she thought, winking at Haruno, which made her angry because she knew that if she tried that with Sasuke, it wouldn't end well. Guys, let's go too, the Uchiha said, and his teammates followed him as they headed toward the tower. After Team 7 opened the scrolls and understood how the test worked, they entered a hall where the Hokage and all the other senseis of the teams that had passed the test were gathered. When they assembled in their groups, only 7 teams could be counted. Too many, was Nara's thought. They're all the same, that's good, the blonde Uzumaki thought as he looked at the other contestants. Now I will explain how the third test of this exam will work, the third Hokage said as he began to explain the test. Just then, a Jonin arrived, introducing himself as Hayate Gecko, the examiner for the third test. Due to the number of participants, we need to hold a preliminary round, the examiner announced, receiving complaints from many. This is to reduce the number of candidates. If anyone feels physically unable to continue, please raise your hand and step back. Don't worry about your team, they won't be disqualified due to one person's withdrawal, Height finished explaining, and a hand was raised. I'm out, Kabuto said, explaining that he felt very tired as he left. At that moment, Sakura was about to raise her hand too, but she felt Sasuke stop her. Sasuke, I'm worried about you, the girl said, hoping to reason with him. This is something I have to endure, was the dark-haired boy's response just as the examiner finished speaking and the names of the first contestants appeared on the screen. Sasuke Uchiha vs Jiraiya Kato. Everyone was watching as the two participants stared each other down. Please, all other participants, head up the stairs, the examiner announced while the ninjas from the first match remained behind. Don't use the Sharingan, Kakashi advised as he passed by. Did you notice? The black-haired boy remarked, glancing at his sensei. If the seal takes control, I'll have to intervene, explained the silver-haired ninja as he climbed the stairs to join Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi leaned against the wall, mimicking the action of his blonde student. I heard you pulled off quite a feat, he quietly praised. It was just like our battle, except I got cocky and now my brain feels fried, Naruto replied, sounding frustrated. Hey, cheer up. Not everyone can go toe-to-toe with one of the legendary sanin. Plus, your brain will be back to normal with some rest, Kakashi said to lift Naruto's spirits. Naruto, what happened? Hinata whispered, prompting him to recount the events from hours earlier and explain his current situation. Don't worry, I'll always be proud of you, the violet-haired girl encouraged, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek, something no one noticed as they were focused on the battle between the black-haired boy, which had already begun. Naruto and Hinata moved closer to the railing, where they could see Sasuke on the ground, held by Yoroi, who was absorbing his chakra. With a kick, Sasuke managed to push his opponent away. You still have strength to move, Akato remarked, referring to how much chakra he had stolen from the Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha, is that all you can do? The red-haired ninja from the sound asked coldly. Hey, Sasuke, stop playing around, will you? If you lose, I'll come down there and kick your butt myself, Naruto shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Don't get distracted in a battle, Yoroi exclaimed as he lunged at Sasuke, but at that moment, Sasuke received a blow to the stomach that lifted him into the air, revealing that he was now beneath his opponent. That technique! Lee exclaimed, watching as Sasuke mimicked his primary lotus. But then the Jounins and Naruto noticed the cursed seal beginning to activate. Looks like he's reached his limit, the examiner thought. What will you do now, Sasuke Uchiha? Orochimaru said in his Jounin disguise, but at that moment, they also noticed the marks retreating back to the seal. The seal is retracting, Anko thought, surprised. In mid-air, Sasuke spun his opponent around, delivering a downward kick followed by a punch to the face that sent him crashing to the ground. The examiner approached Yoroi's body to check on him. The match is over. The winner is Sasuke Uchiha, Height announced, prompting cheers from the pink-haired girl. Not bad, Sasuke, Orochimaru thought, but then his instincts told him someone was watching him. Looking around, he realized who it was, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, the snake sanin thought to himself as he noticed the blonde's blue eyes fixed on him. Meanwhile, Kakashi was with his black-haired student, ready to take him away, until he saw Naruto fall beside him. Naruto, the silver-haired man thought with doubt. I'll only do this for you, the nine-tailed fox said in Naruto's mind. Cheer up, I'm not going to kick your butt, the blue-eyed boy said as he placed his hand on Sasuke's cursed seal. Fear, intrigue, and speechlessness enveloped all the Jounins, even the third Hokage felt it, a sensation that only high-level ninjas experienced, unlike the Genins who couldn't sense that presence. It was a presence that brought back bad memories, and it was no wonder, as Naruto's eyes turned red with slit pupils, the whisker marks on his cheeks deepening, and his fangs becoming sharper. But in less than a second, in the blink of an eye, Naruto's eyes returned to their blue color, the marks normalized, and his teeth returned to normal. Naruto, what did you do? Sasuke said, surprised as he began to move his arm and neck, as if all the pain inflicted by the cursed seal had vanished. Impossible, the snake sanin thought, shocked and terrified, feeling the power of the seal diminish. What happened? Anko asked in disbelief. He undid it, Kakashi questioned. He absorbed it, Hiruzen wondered, observing the state of the black-haired boy. No, it was the fox, everyone present thought simultaneously. What are you talking about? I just came down to congratulate you, Naruto said casually. Yeah, right, play the fool, all the Jounins and the Hokage thought in unison. After Sasuke joined his teammates, feeling mysteriously better and not needing assistance, the board announced the second match. Abumi Zaku and Shino Aburame, please come down for the next match, the examiner called as the mentioned participants descended to take their respective places. You may begin, Hayate concluded, and immediately, the sound ninja launched a direct attack with his hand, which was blocked by the insect ninja. But then a powerful blast of air sent Shino flying. Maybe I should just take a nap until it's my turn to fight Kiba. I've seen all these matches before, Naruto suggested in his mental landscape while with his friend. Don't change the subject. You know everyone noticed we suched? The nine-tailed fox scolded his Jinchuriki for being so oblivious. Yeah, sorry, Naruto apologized half-heartedly. Kurama, thanks to the Shitengen, I was able to analyze the seal that binds you. It's very complicated to free you without the key. But I understood one thing while studying. The chakra is almost positively neutral, which is why it's easier to perform medical jutsus by combining it with the yang element. But the negative chakra created by bad emotions is very strong and destructive. If I can combine my positive chakra with your negative chakra and try to merge it with the power of Chakura Ishi, I could create a way to break the seal by force, the blonde explained while the fox analyzed all the advantages and disadvantages that could arise along the way. Naruto, you should come out. This will interest you, Kurama mentioned, prompting the blonde to exit. Naruto emerged from his mental landscape, and as his friend had said, he was surprised to see the sound ninja being carried away on a stretcher, missing part of his arm. What truly astonished him was the board. Kankuro and Kintsuchi, please come down for the next match, the examiner requested, and the mentioned participants descended into the arena. But this wasn't supposed to happen. Kankuro was supposed to fight the other ninja servant of that snake. And the girl from the sound was supposed to fight Shikamaru, the blonde exclaimed in his mind, rubbing his eyes as if he were seeing things. There could be two possible explanations. He heard his friend's voice in his mind. What do you think, Kurama? The blonde asked, confused. The first is that the matches were planned based on their abilities and arrival times. The other is that it could be some effect of changing something in the timeline, partially affecting another event, the fox explained, leaving Naruto puzzled. But why were the first two matches the same? The blue-eyed boy questioned, unable to find an answer. Sasuke's match was planned by the snake, and the other was a matter of consciousness. But I think the matches are based on the first option, the fox concluded while pondering who his Jinchuriki would face next. The blonde exited his mental landscape just as Hayate announced the start of the match. Let's finish this fight quickly, the sand ninja said as he removed what he had on his back and placed it on the ground. I agree, let's end this fast, the sound ninja replied, launching a flurry of needles toward Kankuro, who simply dodged them. But then a bell rang, and Kankuro fell to his knees. What happened? The Yamanaka asked, watching as the boy knelt. Bells, Kankuro said as he stood back up. Exactly, he heard his opponent's voice behind him. This ends here, the sound ninja exclaimed, stabbing a kunai into the back of the sand ninja, but was surprised to find no BLD, and in a surprising twist, Kankuro sprouted two more pairs of wooden arms that grabbed Kin. What? The girl exclaimed, not understanding what had happened, but then saw Kankuro's head turn as his face fell away, revealing it was a puppet. Then where's the real one? The youth ninja said just as the real Kankuro emerged from the bandages he had left on the ground at the beginning of the battle. He's a puppeteer. He just made his puppet kneel to make me believe he had fallen for the jutsu, were Kin's last thoughts before she fainted from lack of oxygen. The spectators were astonished because the match had a very quick winner, but above all, the great skill of the puppets possessed by the desert ninja. Please come down for the fourth match, Temari and Misumi Tsurugi, Hayate called to the participants, who descended to stand facing each other. When the match began, Misumi lunged to attack the blonde, who used her fan to block the attack but was surprised to see her opponent's arm, like a snake without joints, starting to wrap around her. In a swift motion, Temari delivered a kick to the ninja's abdomen, forcing him to retreat. Hey, Naruto, are you going to do anything about that torture freak? The giant fox suddenly remarked, causing the blonde to turn and look at Anko, who was holding her hand over her cursed seal. I'll do it when I recover. I still can't, the blue-eyed boy replied, knowing how much the violet-haired girl had suffered. Winner, Temari, the examiner announced, prompting Naruto to quickly turn his gaze to see Misumi on the ground. Wow, I missed the fight, he said with false disappointment, knowing the blonde was going to win from the start. When the board displayed the names of the next competitors, a loud gulp could be heard. Do your best, Kakashi encouraged his pink-haired student, and it was no wonder. Sakura Haruno vs. Niji Hyuga were the names that appeared on the screen. Please, the competitors, come down for the match, the examiner requested, and both descended, but it was evident that the pink-haired girl was trembling. Surrender, you'll never be able to beat me, the long-haired boy told Haruno, who saw that as the most sensible option. I won't, I'm a ninja too, and I'm going to fight, the pink-haired girl asserted, making the silver-haired man smile beneath his mask. But even though she tried her hardest, the Hyuga had no trouble with her, blocking her basic attacks with one hand and, in a moment, striking the side of the girl's neck with his palm, leaving her unconscious. Well, at least he didn't hurt her, the blonde thought, pleased to see that his teammate was okay. They took the pink-haired girl up to where her teammates were, and she woke up almost instantly, sad because she knew she had lost the battle. Wow, Kurenai could be heard saying. This will be interesting, Asuma said loudly, and when the pink-haired girl managed to get up and look at the board, she was also surprised. Hinata Hyuga vs. Ino Yamanaka were the names on the screen. Please, both ninjas, come down, Hei mentioned, watching as they slowly descended, walking side by side until they stood facing each other. This battle doesn't seem like just a preliminary, Guy remarked, observing the combatants, who, although they were calmly staring at each other, exuded a kind of bloodlust. Why does the atmosphere around them feel so heavy? The blonde wondered aloud, watching the two girls in the battlefield, who, even after the signal to start had been given, had yet to move, still locked in their gaze. Naruto, you really are an idiot, he heard in his mind, Kurama having his furry friend. What do you mean? The Uzumaki retorted to the beast with a tail. Just watch, the giant fox concluded, pulling the blue-eyed boy from his mental space. Hey, you're Naruto, right? One of the sand ninjas called as he approached the blonde's companions. Kenkuro, how's it going? The Uzumaki greeted the puppeteer with a smile. What do you think of the fights? Kenkuro asked as he stood beside the blonde, observing the two combatants, who had only raised their fists, indicating they were on guard. Tell me, who are you rooting for? Since both are from your village, he also asked to gauge what the blue-eyed boy thought about the matches. Although the sand ninja hadn't forgotten what had happened in his first match, he wanted to gather information from the blonde in case he had to fight against him in the not-so-distant future. But the question he posed was heard by all the leaf ninjas, except for the combatants. Neither, in particular, was a response that left all of Naruto's acquaintances speechless, as they thought he would say he supported the pearl-eyed girl. Both are powerful and important to me, Naruto concluded, leaving the other spectators at a loss for words. Hinata, the Yamanaka's exclamation echoed in the battlefield, capturing everyone's attention. Do you remember what I told you a few years ago? I want you to know that I still haven't given up, the girl declared as she began to advance toward the Hyuga. Of course I remember, and I know very well how you are. I'll show you that I'm serious too, the Hyuga replied as she activated her Dojutsu and blocked the blonde's attack. The fight began with taijutsu, with Ino attacking and Hinata defending, blocking every strike the blonde sent her way. I know I'm not at your level, but understand that I also want to be by that idiot's side for the rest of my life, she thought to herself as she launched a punch from the left side at the violet-haired girl, who blocked it with her arm. But at the same time, the blonde, in a planned move, kicked out, catching the Hyuga by surprise, but she managed to grab her by the heel and throw the Yamanaka a bit away. Not yet, she said while performing hand seals in the air, and upon landing she placed her palms on the ground. Earth jutsu, earth vibrations, the girl exclaimed as a small radius trembled, causing Hinata to lose her balance slightly. But when she looked back at her opponent, She saw a mass of blonde hair falling. What? The pearl-eyed girl said, not understanding the blonde's action, but a shuriken pierced through the hair, which the Hyuga managed to dodge. At the same time, she felt her hands and legs immobilized, as they were tied with threads camouflaged in the blonde's hair. Body and mind change jutsu. The girl exclaimed, watching as the Yamanaka fell to her knees. Wow, Asuma said, observing what his student had done. She knew she wouldn't be able to beat Hinata in taijutsu, Kurenai remarked. She cut her hair to use her jutsu without failing, Kakashi concluded, watching as Hinata raised her hand. I forfeit. But she didn't finish the sentence. Ino had appeared and sat down quickly, looking around at a field filled with white lilies, but it seemed like an endless flat landscape. That was a great technique, the blonde heard as she looked up to see the violet-haired girl perched on a rock, gazing at the horizon and the flowers. Hinata, the Yamanaka called upon seeing her friend. It was also my mistake to deactivate my Dojutsu. The shuriken caught me off guard, she praised gently, bringing a small smile to the blonde's face. This is your mental landscape, Ino said as she sat beside the pearl-eyed girl. Yes, I created it a long time ago with Naruto's help, the girl recounted calmly while continuing to gaze at the flowers. Hinata, you know very well that I like Naruto and that I'm trying to take him from you. Why don't you hate me? The girl asked, a hint of pain in her words, to which the violet-haired girl chuckled softly. Naruto isn't an object, and I admit I get a little jealous. But it's Naruto who has to decide that, not me. And if he wants to have you as a CNCBN, I won't deny it, the Hyuga explained, leaving the Yamanaka speechless with her last statement. Naruto, the blonde stammered, receiving a light smack on the head while hearing, get out of here. Back in reality, the blonde awoke in her body, but as soon as she lifted her gaze, she found herself in the stands. What happened? She asked, bewildered. You lost, she heard her pink-haired friend's teasing voice. Shut up, you lost too, the blonde retorted angrily. Just then she felt someone touch her cheek, and when she turned to look, she saw the violet-haired girl. Hinata, she said, seeing the pearl-eyed girl smiling at her. Sorry, I got a little carried away at the end, the Hyuga apologized while applying cream to the blonde's wounds. Ino, great fight. She heard a compliment from Naruto, which made her feel happy. Who's fighting now? The girl asked, not being close to the railing. Chuji and Kiba, she received the answer from Shino. How is it possible that they ended in a tie? Kankuro exclaimed, not believing what he had seen. The tie. No match has been able to surpass mine, the black-haired boy said arrogantly as the two. This technique involved firmly planting your feet on the ground and remaining completely still, expelling chakra until a dome formed around you. What made this technique interesting? Simple chakra manipulation technique was the way the chakra was dispersed within the dome. It was arranged so that when an object entered, the chakra distorted, sending a signal to the brain. This allowed the user to know where the chakra was interrupted. However, it had its drawbacks. It could not be executed while moving or in the air, requiring the user to remain stationary, and its range was limited to 1.5 meters, making it a short-range technique that demanded quick reactions. Once the onlookers understood how the technique worked, they began to grasp what was happening. And Naruto is a sensor, which means he can detect the signal faster, Kakashi remarked, glancing back at the fight. Lee had just launched a kick at Naruto's ribs, but Naruto blocked it with his arm and countered with a right hook. Lee caught Naruto's fist and, with force, lifted him while delivering an upward kick, which Naruto blocked with his arms. However, he was still thrown back, forcing him to spin in the air and land on the fingers of the statue. Naruto, you really are in bad shape. Your flames of youth are burning very brightly. Rock Lee exclaimed, praising his opponent for the battle he was putting up. I'm going to get up with a sore back and a headache, Naruto said as he sat up. But what is he doing? Temari wondered, watching as Naruto began to remove his ninja sandals, leaving him barefoot. Why is that idiot taking off his shoes? Kiba thought, observing as Naruto stood up. Then, in a surprising move, Naruto took off his jacket, revealing a tight shirt that showcased his muscular build, causing the girls, including Temari, to blush at the sight. Hinata must feed him well, Kakashi commented, making Hinata turn red. As we return to Naruto, he was now removing his wristbands. No one fully understood Naruto's actions, or at least, almost no one did. Now I can move much more easily, the blonde said as he discarded his gear, leaving everyone present recalling the same words Rock Lee had said when he removed his weights. This has to be some kind of joke, thought all the spectators as they watched Naruto's clothing create a cloud of smoke almost the same size as Lee's weights. Kakashi, don't mess with me, I already considered that kid fast. Are you telling me he was wearing weights? Kurenai exclaimed at the silver-haired ninja, while Asuma had already dropped his cigarette. Hey, I just found out too. Kakashi defended himself as everyone turned their attention back to Naruto, who was now bouncing on his toes. Just like a copy of his friend, Naruto vanished from sight, reappearing behind Rock Lee, who at the last moment managed to dodge the kick aimed at him. Now the two young ninjas stood facing each other in their combat stances. Let's see who's faster, Rock Lee declared before both individuals disappeared from the battlefield, invisible to the naked eye. Only the Jonins and those with Dojutsu could see them, and even then, they appeared incredibly fast. All that could be heard on the battlefield were the sounds of punches landing as the two ninjas clashed. Suddenly, a section of the railing where the Leaf ninjas were standing bent, just like the wall beside the other Sound and Sand ninjas, which cracked. What? Sakura exclaimed, confused, and at that moment, a loud crash echoed, caused by the collision of kicks exchanged by the fighting ninjas. Both Naruto and Rock Lee found themselves suspended in midair, and just as suddenly, they vanished again, reappearing on the combat sand, both breathing. I never thought a battle against you would be so thrilling, Lee said with a smile, to which Naruto simply grinned back. But just then, out of nowhere, Naruto felt a sharp headache that made him lose focus, and the next thing he knew, he was lifted by a kick. He heard his opponent's voice beneath him and saw the wrappings on Lee's arms starting to wrap around him. Naruto, that was a great fight, Lee declared as he bound Naruto and began to spin him down at high speed. Primary Lotus. Lee shouted, but just before they hit the ground, a massive explosion of chakra shattered the earth, sending both ninjas sprawling apart. This battle was not just a simple match between genins. It was the thought that surrounded everyone present. What just happened? Guy wondered, seeing that Naruto had emerged unscathed from the technique. Naruto managed to create a chakra impact to disperse the force of the technique, but that doesn't negate the strain it put on Rock Lee, Kakashi explained, observing how Lee's legs were trembling. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, and he replied that this technique was a double-edged sword, as it drained the user's legs and arms, causing significant strain on the body. At that moment, they heard a noise, and when they looked up, they saw the blonde getting to his feet and starting to run toward the guy with the eyebrows. As Naruto approached with a fist charged with chakra and sheer determination, the guy dodged, but he still received a kick that sent him crashing into the wall. Wow, it seems like Hongo's hair isn't the only thing at its limit, Shikamaru remarked. On the battlefield, the two fighters were in a tense standoff. Rock Lee was against the wall, barely getting up, while Naruto stood, blood trickling from his eyes and nose. That chakra explosion took its toll on me, the blonde said with a laugh, wiping the blood from his face. Trust me, you're not the only one in terrible shape, Lee replied, crossing his arms as he finally got to his feet. Now you're really in trouble, Kurama said, noticing Lee opening the third gate of life. You can concentrate all your chakra in my brain, Naruto requested of his furry friend, who nodded in agreement. 2 minutes, after that, your consciousness will collapse, the Ninetales warned. That's enough, Naruto responded, returning to reality just as Lee opened the fifth gate, charging at him and destroying everything in his path. How fast? Kakashi exclaimed, but the real surprise came when Lee's fist was just inches from Naruto's face. The Uzumaki tilted his head to dodge the blow and, spinning on his axis, positioned himself behind Lee, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the wall. As the smoke cleared, it became evident that Naruto was also bursting with chakra like Lee, but he was bleeding from his eyes, nose, and ears. Naruto, surrender, you can't take any more, his sensei shouted, worried. Don't tell me Naruto just opened the door of opening and rest, Guy exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned back to the battlefield where the fighters were, but then they saw Naruto kneel and cough up. Lee seized the opportunity to kick the blonde, lifting him off the ground. However, before Lee could land a kick to Naruto's back, the Uzumaki spun around, grabbing Lee's leg and throwing him to the ground. The two combatants vanished from sight, leaving only a powerful gust of wind and drops of blood falling everywhere until they reappeared facing each other. Both ninjas charged at one another, Lee landing a punch to Naruto's face, while Naruto struck Lee in the abdomen. Lee then kicked Naruto in the ribs, and the blonde managed to land a kick to Lee's chin, causing both to stagger back. Naruto and Rock Lee quickly got back up, running at high speed, leaving only dust and debris in their wake as they exchanged blows, sending each other flying, crashing into walls, and both falling to the ground as their chakra auras faded. Seconds felt like minutes and hours in the silence of everyone present, watching the two bodies lying on the battlefield until they finally saw both of them slowly getting up with great difficulty. They can still keep going. This has to be a joke, Kankuro exclaimed as he watched them rise. But strangely enough, even though both had gotten up, neither was moving. They remained frozen in their positions. It seems the fight is over, Naruto's voice rang out, prompting everyone to look back at Lee, who was standing with his hand extended but unconscious, causing Mike Guy to rush over and embrace his student while starting to cry. The winner of the final round is Naruto Uzumaki, Hay-8 declared just as the blonde's unconscious body fell to the ground. After the spectacular fight between the two genins that left many speechless, both individuals were taken to the medical center for treatment. Hay-8 called everyone present to come down and discuss the matches. Kakashi-sensei isn't coming down, Sakura asked, noticing her teacher lost in thought. I'm going to check on Naruto to see if he needs anything, the jonin excused himself, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Who can understand him? Come on, Sasuke, the girl called to her serious companion, who descended, still unable to believe or process the fight he had just witnessed. That loser can't be more powerful than me, the Uchiha heir thought to himself as he walked down and took his place at the front. Meanwhile, the silver-haired jonin was in the medical room with Naruto Uzumaki, having a conversation with another individual while Naruto lay unconscious on an oxygen respirator. Hey, you're not just some low-ranking ninja, are you? Kakashi said, addressing the person in front of him, who was Kabuto. What do you want with Naruto? The copy ninja interrogated. What I want is none of your business, Kabuto replied, glancing at the umbu lying on the floor. Tell me, are you involved with Orochimaru? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. After the doctors and nurses checked on Naruto and informed him that he had been unconscious for 5 days, the news annoyed him. He had been trapped in his mental landscape for several days, but after some checks and performing basic ninjutsu for verification, he was finally discharged. Once he was told he could leave, Naruto accompanied his friends to the room to collect their belongings. Glancing at the wall clock, he realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. When did that happen? He exclaimed, astonished at how quickly time had flown by. I have to explain to my parents why I didn't come home last night, he mentioned as one of his friends grabbed her suitcase and approached him, kissing him passionately before stepping away. My love, she called from the door, making Naruto turn to look at her. Whenever you want, just let me know, she said, lifting her shirt slightly before jogging away, her laughter echoing down the hallway. Naruto, she's quite bold. He heard the voice of another friend, causing him to turn around, but she was mimicking the same scene, playfully showing off her outfit. And you're not far behind, Naruto remarked as she lowered her shirt. The day continued normally. Naruto walked Hinata home, where they were greeted by Hayashi, who invited him in for lunch since they hadn't eaten yet. The 4 of them enjoyed a peaceful meal, filled with playful antics from Hanabi and Hinata, along with a few laughs as Naruto shared how his brain was becoming more foolish until they finished lunch. Sister, train with me. I think I've mastered the area jutsu, Hanabi said, pulling her sister toward the training rooms, leaving the 2 men alone. The seconds following the girl's departure were filled with silence until Hayashi decided to break it. Naruto, he called, capturing the young man's attention. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails that attacked our village 13 years ago, but that is not your fault, he said, surprising Naruto, who widened his eyes. It wasn't your fault that the fox appeared. It wasn't your fault that you were chosen to be its container. None of it was your fault, Hayashi continued, staring intently at Naruto, who was too stunned to move. But something was your fault. You changed my daughter. You made her more outgoing, stronger, and above all, much more confident in herself. Even though I am her father, I didn't know how to do that. Since my wife passed away, I have changed as well. But you were the one who helped Hinata. You've helped her even more than I have, he continued, placing his hands on the ground and bowing his upper body. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of the Land of Fire, Hayashi concluded with a bow, leaving Naruto speechless. He never expected to hear such words, especially from someone as serious as the head of the Hyuga clan, causing him to lower his head and cover his face with his palm. Puppy, Kurama said from within Naruto's mind, prompting tears to well up in the young man's eyes. The day continued peacefully until nightfall, when Naruto said his goodbyes and left the Hyuga compound, walking calmly toward his apartment to rest. Suddenly he sensed a familiar chakra. The chakra of the raccoon, the giant fox noted, putting Naruto on high alert as he began to run across the rooftops toward the source of the chakra, fearing that Gaara might have lost control. Naruto activated his Shutengen, successfully locating the redhead, but he was met with a shocking scene. Hayate had received a diagonal cut, causing him to collapse in his own BLD, while the sand ninja quickly retreated. Hayate, I thought this scene had already played out. I was unconscious for 5 days, the blonde thought as he rushed to the side of the fallen Jonin. Kakashi told us he had found his corpse. He never mentioned when, he concluded, realizing this was another event that had been altered. His heart is still beating, but he's losing a lot of BLD, he noted, concentrating a large amount of chakra in his hand, which began to shift to a reddish-green hue. Even though I don't want the invasion to be thwarted by my plans, I can't let him die, he explained as he placed his hand over Hayate's body, creating a layer of chakra that sealed the wound. He'll be unconscious for a few days due to BLD loss, but his life is no longer in danger, he finished as he stepped back, leaving a shadow clone to guard the body from a distance. He couldn't take Hayate to the hospital, that would raise too many suspicions among the sand ninjas. He had to let the Jonin and Umbu find him the next day. The following day, all the Jonins were gathered for a meeting with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I have some news about one of your comrades, the third Hokage began, capturing everyone's attention. This morning, we found Hayate's body in a pool of BLD, the village leader announced, prompting gasps of shock from everyone. Hayate is dead, a girl said, causing Hiruzen to shake his head, leaving everyone confused and doubtful. Mr. Third, I don't understand. Didn't you say you found Hayate's body in a pool of BLD? Another Jonin repeated. Sarutobi pulled out an envelope, and as he revealed its contents, they saw a photograph. What does this mean? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the photo, which showed Hayate shirtless with a scar on his chest. I think we all know he didn't have that scar, Hiruzen affirmed. And the pool of BLD was his, we confirmed it in the lab. But then what happened? Kurenai asked, struggling to comprehend the situation. Upon examining Hayate, we noticed traces of medical ninjutsu, Hiruzen explained. I only have a hypothesis. Hayate faced an enemy he couldn't defeat, but a third party saved him. Hayate is recovering. He lost a lot of BLD, but his life is no longer in danger. He will still be unconscious for a while, Hiruzen concluded. We just need to answer one question, a silver-haired Jonin said loudly. Who? His companions echoed. Who is capable of closing a wound in mere seconds? Another Jonin remarked. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, two figures stood facing each other, a teenager wearing a black hooded jacket that concealed his hair and a fox mask that obscured his face, and in front of him stood an adult man with long, spiky white hair, dressed in green with a red cloak draped over it and 2 red lines under his eyes. Who are you, and why did you bring me here? The albino asked the masked youth, who remained silent and simply raised 2 fingers. In the depths of the forest stood the 2 individuals. One could be recognized as the legendary sanin, Jiraiya, while in front of him was a boy in a black hood and a fox mask, holding up 2 fingers. Although the sanin didn't know who stood before him, the person beneath the mask was Naruto Uzumaki. Minutes earlier, the blonde Uzumaki had been wandering aimlessly, as Hinata had told him she would be training with her father and sister for the final matches scheduled in a month. This led him to walk through the streets, overhearing villagers discussing the upcoming battles. Did you hear? The Uchiha heir is going to fight the Kazekage's son, Gaara. And the Hyuga princess is going to battle the prodigy, Neji. Who do you think will win? It's obvious Neji, they said as Naruto walked by. According to Hinata, the matches will be entertaining, he thought. But I have to fight a girl, and then I have to defeat Shikamaru, what a hassle, he concluded until his furry friend interrupted him. Hey pup, why don't you look to your right? Kurama suggested, pulling Naruto out of his mental landscape. Realizing he was at the hot springs, he turned in the direction his friend had indicated and froze, tears beginning to fall from his blue eyes. Naruto was completely paralyzed as his emotions betrayed him, and tears streamed down his face. Perverted sage, were the unconscious words that slipped from the blonde's mouth as he saw an old man with long, spiky white hair dressed in green with a red cloak and 2 red lines under his eyes, peering through a hole to spy on the women's bath, laughing and jotting notes in a small notebook. Even though I knew it would be painful to see him again, Naruto thought as he watched his emstar and godfather, Jiraiya. But as much as I want to run up and hug him, I can't, he concluded, hiding behind a booth. Naruto took a moment to calm down, processing the situation and wiping the tears from his eyes. Actually, I have a question, he said quietly as he removed his jacket. About what? The giant fox asked, watching as the blonde summoned a hooded jacket without weight seals. Wow, this jacket really makes my shoulders hurt, he said, massaging his shoulder. Are you planning to see who's stronger? The Ninetales chuckled, observing his Jinchuriki don a fox mask he had stored away. Why not? It'll be fun, the blonde replied, picking up 2 stones from the ground. Meanwhile, the perverted sage was enjoying himself spying on the women until he heard the whistle of his years as a ninja. He quickly turned his head and jumped back just as 2 kunai with explosive tags embedded themselves where he had been standing. But just before they exploded, they transformed into 2 simple rocks in a puff of smoke. A transformation jutsu, the albino murmured, confused. At that moment, he noticed someone positioning themselves behind him. That was fast, was the thought that crossed the sanin's mind as he had to pivot and block a punch aimed at him. After blocking the punch, the surroundings shifted to a forest with trees visible for meters, and he noticed his opponent was now just a few steps away. Jiraiya was surprised to see the person in front of him. They were not very tall and looked more like a child or teenager. The figure wore a black hooded jacket that concealed their hair and a white fox mask that obscured their face. Who are you, and why did you bring me here? The albino asked again, but the young masked figure remained silent and simply raised 2 fingers. Naruto raised 2 fingers, ready to start the battle, and without warning he lunged at the albino, who quickly got into a defensive stance, sensing that his opponent was quite fast. He saw the masked boy throw a punch, which Jiraiya blocked while simultaneously launching a kick toward Naruto's legs. Naruto jumped, descending with a kick aimed at the sanin's head, but Jiraiya leaped back, dodging the kick, which created a large fissure in the ground upon impact. The image of his companion Tsunade flashed in Jiraiya's mind, causing him to retreat several meters to assess the situation. As Jiraiya stepped back and observed his opponent, he began to analyze. A space-time jutsu that brought me here. Explosive force equal to Tsunade's. Plus, incredible physical ability. I wonder what other techniques he has, the ninja thought, watching as his opponent formed a cross with his hands, summoning 4 shadow clones that charged at the sanin. Jiraiya prepared himself. The first clone launched a kick aimed at Jiraiya's head, which he caught and, spinning on his axis, hurled the clone into another, causing them to explode in a puff of smoke. At the same time, he blocked the punch from another clone, grabbing it and delivering a kick that made it disappear instantly. He had to duck as the last clone positioned itself behind the albino with a kunai, which Jiraiya caught, making the clone drop the weapon. The sanin seized the kunai and stabbed it into the clone's abdomen. Jiraiya had dispatched the clones, but as he turned around he saw the original charging at him with great speed, his fist enveloped in chakra. The albino braced himself, but at that precise moment, he felt vibrations in the ground. If he hadn't moved, he would have been impaled by a spike that shot up from the earth. Earth jutsu, he thought as he dodged, using his fists to smash the pillars that were emerging from the ground. He turned his gaze to the left, where his enemy was coming from, ready to attack, but at that moment, 2 more earth pillars shot up, blocking Jiraiya's view. The next thing he felt was a blow to his abdomen that sent him staggering back. Naruto had taken advantage of the 2 pillars that had risen in front of the sanin, striking them and subsequently hitting the albino, sending him flying several meters toward a tree. In mid-air, Jiraiya twisted and, using the tree for support, leaped toward the masked ninja. Seeing that his MSTR had adopted an aggressive stance, Naruto knew he couldn't let his guard down. It was no surprise when Jiraiya quickly positioned himself in front of Naruto again, launching a punch at his face, which the masked boy was forced to block with his arm. Seizing the opportunity of their close proximity, Naruto decided to strike him in the chest, but the albino managed to catch the blow, lifting the masked ninja while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, leaving the hooded blonde suspended in the air. Naruto felt a strong kick to his abdomen as he realized he was airborne, but quickly recovering, he threw 2 kunai at the sanin. Jiraiya was surprised to see the kunai land right beside him, making him think the kick had caused him to miss. But he heard his opponent joining his hands, and suddenly, explosive tags appeared on the tips of the kunai. He placed an explosive seal jutsu on the kunai. More difficult to execute, but equally hard to detect, the perverted sage concluded in his mind as he used a substitution jutsu, leaving him suspended in the air while he joined his hands, forming the horse seal. His chest inflated. Fire style, great fireball technique. The albino exclaimed, launching a massive fireball toward the fox-masked ninja. Earth style, earth wall. Naruto shouted, creating a wall to shield himself from the flaming jutsu, generating a large cloud of smoke. As the smoke cloud rose, Naruto remained behind the wall, but then he noticed the smoke expanding to his right. He looked in that direction, only to be deceived by the sight of the red cloak tied to a kunai. "Here I am." A voice called from behind the masked boy, and it was the albino, who delivered a kick to the masked ninja's head, causing him to disappear in a puff of smoke. But at that moment, the ground broke apart, and another clone emerged, delivering a powerful electric shock that left Jiraiya momentarily paralyzed. He made an electric clone, the sanin thought, sensing his opponent behind him, only to receive a kick that sent him crashing through the earth wall. Drops of BLD could be seen falling to the ground, but they were from Naruto's leg, as he had spikes embedded in it. "Hey, are you a kid, an adult, or what? But I admit, you're really strong," Jiraiya praised as he got back up, noticing the white spikes sticking out of his right leg. At that moment, he watched as the masked boy, without showing any signs of pain, pulled the spikes from his feet, and at the same time his leg became enveloped in chakra, turning a shade of green. Medical ninjutsu, the albino thought in clear surprise as he saw his masked opponent stop bleeding. Jiraiya was increasingly worried, and it was evident as his opponent was demonstrating a level far superior to his own. A jonin. Could he be an umbu? The albino pondered, still uneasy about the figure's height, which resembled that of a simple child. "Hey, has the cat got your tongue? I haven't heard a single word from you," the sanin remarked, attempting to provoke his opponent, who began to perform a strange action in the midst of the battle. The masked figure was removing his sandals, leaving him barefoot, and holding the sandals in his hands. Suddenly, Naruto threw one sandal at the albino, who caught it, only to instinctively dodge the next one, which crashed into a tree behind him, shattering it in the process. The masked man was bouncing lightly on the tips of his bare feet until he suddenly vanished from the albino's sight. That was fast, was the thought that crossed Jiraiya's mind as he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Quickly recovering, he grabbed his opponent's arm to prevent him from escaping and delivered a punch to the front of the mask, which clearly affected the masked boy. Imitating the sanin's action, Naruto grabbed Jiraiya's clothing and struck him in the face with his left fist, while the sanin also seized Naruto's jacket, repeating the scene. The blows continued until both released each other, stepping back as drops of BLD stained the ground. "Demon beast," the sanin exclaimed, spitting BLD, "and you're not legendary for nothing," the blonde thought as drops of BLD fell from beneath his mask. Jiraiya began to form hand seals, causing his chest to swell significantly. "Why don't you activate your dojutsu?" Kurama asked his host, confused as to why he had been fighting without it activated. "I think it's about to get serious," the Uzumaki replied in his thoughts, watching as the albino summoned a large amount of water from his mouth, spreading it everywhere and creating a lagoon 3 meters deep. "No wonder they're called the legendary sanin," Naruto thought as he positioned himself above the water, but when he looked up, he saw Jiraiya approaching with a Rasengan in hand. That was close, Naruto thought as he ducked, letting the albino pass by. However, he was surprised to see Jiraiya disappear in a puff of smoke after delivering a kick. "Preparations are complete," Jiraiya's voice echoed as Naruto felt something slimy ensnare him. The blonde had been caught by the tongues of 2 toads on either side of him. "It's all over," Jiraiya said as he approached, standing in front of his opponent, who remained trapped by the toad's tongues. "I would take off your mask, but I won't risk it," he remarked as another toad appeared beneath him, causing the sanin to stand atop the toad's back. "You were a great opponent," he concluded as the 2 toads submerged with the masked figure, leaving Naruto submerged underwater. "Jutsu, Toad Storm Lagoon," the albino exclaimed as a bolt of lightning struck the water, illuminating it with a massive surge of electricity. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." He smiled as he pulled out some tissues to clean himself before lying down next to his beloved, using the blanket to shield them from the night's chill. The 2 young people slept soundly in the darkness of the room until they were interrupted by a series of knocks followed by a voice. Naruto, get up. Breakfast is almost ready," called Mrs. Yamanaka from behind the door. "Yes, Mom, we're coming," the blonde replied with a yawn as she stretched. "All right, kids," she finished, leaving with a small smile, surprised that her daughter had locked the door even with Naruto inside. "Naruto, wake up," Ino said, shaking him gently, but he pulled her back down. "I don't want to," he said, wrapping his arms around her. "Neither do I," she replied, closing her eyes. Minutes passed, and after some effort, Ino managed to get Naruto to rise. He nearly stumbled out of his room half asleep and without clothes, but soon everyone was gathered peacefully for breakfast. The tranquility was interrupted when Mrs. Yamanaka broke the ice. "You're going to fight the Kazekage's daughter," she said, addressing the young blonde who was finishing his food. "Yes, ma'am. I need to train," the blue-eyed boy replied. "I was in bed for a whole week," he added. "Well, I wish you the best of luck," the brown-haired woman said as she stood up to start washing the breakfast dishes. "I think it's best if I head out," he mentioned, getting up from the table, which caused a look of concern from Ino, who grabbed his arm. "Train safely," she told him. Mrs. Yamanaka smiled as Inoichi also stood up from the table. "Naruto, I'll walk you to the door," he announced, passing by Ino. Naruto walked down the hallway alongside Inoichi. "I can't believe you're a genin," Yamanaka said, capturing the attention of the blue-eyed boy. "A kid who stands up to that snake isn't a genin," he continued, stopping to look at Naruto. "If you hurt Ino, believe me, I wouldn't hesitate to do whatever it takes to take you down," Inoichi concluded, showing how much he valued his daughter. "Don't worry," Naruto replied. "I'd also deal mercilessly with anyone who harms her," he added, earning a smile from Mr. Yamanaka. "Good luck in your fight," he said as he watched Naruto head out the door. The Uzumaki walked through the village streets toward a familiar place, the hot springs. Upon arriving, he found an albino observing through a hole while taking notes in a small notebook. "With the storm you caused yesterday, I thought the baths wouldn't be open today," Naruto commented, stopping next to Jiraiya. "The goal was to cook you, the rest were just collateral damage," the albino replied, putting away his notebook and looking at Naruto. "All right, I'll take you on as my disciple for your Chunin exams, but first, you need to answer some questions," the sanin said to Naruto, who simply nodded. At that moment, the two were by the riverbank, the albino lying on the rocks gazing at the sky. "I thought we were going to train," Naruto said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Yes, we are going to train, the albino replied, diverting his gaze to 3 young girls in swimsuits at the edge of the cliff. All right, kid, I'll teach you the summoning jutsu, Jiraiya mentioned as Naruto sat in front of him attentively. This jutsu involves forming BLD contracts with a living being to summon it at your will, the sanin explained. It's one of the space-time techniques, he added, biting his finger and performing a series of hand seals. Soon, a frog appeared before them, holding a scroll in its mouth. Naruto proceeded to bite his thumb, letting a few drops of BLD fall onto the scroll handed to him by the frog. With determination, he wrote his name on it, along with the 5 fingerprints of his fingers. Done, he announced, showing the scroll to Jiraiya. Now, do the seals and proceed with the jutsu, Jiraiya instructed. Following the instructions, Naruto mimicked the seals he had seen the albino perform moments earlier, then slammed his palm against the ground. Summoning jutsu, he exclaimed fervently, unleashing a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, a small orange frog with purple stripes appeared before them. Who called me? The frog asked curiously. I was about to take a relaxing bath in the frog waterfall, it added, wearing an open blue shirt over its speckled skin. The two watched the small frog that had appeared before them. Not bad for your first try, Jiraiya praised, directing his attention to the little orange frog. I didn't expect it to work on the first attempt, Naruto confessed, crouching down to be at eye level with the tiny frog. I'm Gamakichi. How can I help you? The little frog introduced itself politely. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the blonde replied with a smile. Naruto is fine, but I know what you're capable of, Jiraiya interjected, capturing Naruto's attention. How about you try summoning something bigger? He suggested, with an implication that Naruto understood perfectly. Use more chakra or summon a more powerful one, the albino added, making it clear what he expected from Naruto. Naruto began to gather chakra around him, forming an orange aura that enveloped him. As I suspected, he can control his chakra, the perverted sage thought, impressed by the young man's ability. With determination, Naruto performed a series of hand seals and then slammed his palm against the ground, unleashing a dense cloud of smoke that rose to a height of at least 20 meters. This must be a joke, Jiraiya murmured with a smile on his lips, watching as a gigantic frog, 17 meters tall, emerged from the smoke. The frog wore an open blue and white shirt around its neck, with a red symbol on the back. Its skin was a dull red, with red lines running all over its body. It had several piercings in its tongue and a scar on its left eye. Additionally, it carried a pipe and a The sage of the frogs was impressed to see the chief frog, Gamabunta, appear before them. Dad, the little frog exclaimed upon seeing his father. Jiraiya, why did you summon me? And Gamakichi, what are you doing here? The giant frog asked, looking curiously at the albino and his son. It wasn't me, Jiraiya replied with a brief and straightforward answer. He's on your head, Dad, Gamakichi pointed out, making Gamabunta notice the presence of a blond boy on top of his head. Who are you? The giant toad asked the newcomer. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the young man replied, settling comfortably on the toad's head. Naruto, Gamabunta repeated in his mind, glancing at the scroll on the ground with the blonde's name on it. So this little guy is the one who summoned me. How amusing, thought the toad chief before flicking Naruto off his head with his tongue and dropping him onto the ground. I'll let it slide this time, but you owe me a barrel of liquor, kid, declared Gamabunta. Come on, Gamakichi, the giant toad added before vanishing in a puff of smoke along with his son. After the toads disappeared, Naruto lay back down on the ground. Now I owe that toad a barrel, he muttered, prompting a laugh from the sage of toads. What's so funny, you perverted sage? Naruto asked, puzzled by Jiraiya's laughter. Nothing important, Jiraiya replied calmly, taking Naruto's arm and helping him to his feet. What a drag, Naruto murmured. You're the one who wanted to train, the albino reminded him, to which Naruto simply smiled in response. You'd better explain how that famous dojutsu of yours works, the sanin urged, and Naruto agreed, proceeding to activate it so Jiraiya could observe. A white Sharingan, the albino exclaimed upon seeing the Uzumaki's eyes for the first time. Naruto began to explain the main abilities of his Shutengen, leaving Jiraiya intrigued. So you can copy any jutsu? The perverted sage asked, recalling the fight in the forest where Naruto had used the Rasengan. Yes and no, Naruto replied, causing confusion for Jiraiya. My copying technique is more like a mirror, the blonde confessed, heightening the sanin's curiosity. I can imitate a jutsu in combat, but that doesn't mean I learn it, he explained. I can use it for an hour or two after the fight, but then I can't use the jutsu anymore, Naruto continued. Obviously, the jutsu is stored somewhere in my brain, allowing me to try it later, but I don't execute it perfectly. It would be like having to learn it from scratch to use it. Just like with Genjutsu, while I can dispel the weaker ones instantly, the stronger ones only alert me to their presence and allow me to deactivate them, the blonde explained, leaving Jiraiya deep in thought. The albino analyzed every word from Naruto as he moved away, leaving him perplexed. Do some sit-ups or push-ups while I'm gone, the Emperor said. Confused, Naruto dropped to the ground, staring at the clouds. I'm not training anything minimal, he muttered. Then he turned to Kurama for advice, only to be met with the giant fox's laughter. You don't need to train right now to defeat them, Kurama assured him. Naruto raised his hand to the sky. But I'm still not strong enough for what's coming, he admitted. Jiraiya's voice interrupted him. Can't you stay off the ground for a moment? He asked, returning with a bag of water balloons. Days passed, and finally, the long-awaited day of the Chunin exams arrived. In a house, Naruto woke up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Ah yes, today's the day, he thought, glancing at the calendar. What a drag. What if I stay a genin? He wondered to himself as he got out of bed. That cat brings us good income, he concluded before opening the door. Upon doing so, he saw two girls, Hinata, with her violet hair, and Ino, the blonde, both wearing kitchen aprons as they prepared breakfast. Hinata, Ino, Naruto greeted his beloveds, who turned around with smiles. Good morning, my love, they both said in unison, looking at Naruto, who simply returned their smiles. Naruto watched as the two girls approached him. How did my lovely darling sleep? Ino asked sweetly, giving Naruto a quick kiss, prompting him to caress her cheek. Hinata also leaned in and gave him another kiss. I hope you slept well, my dear, she said as she returned to the stove to continue cooking. Wait, I'll help you, Ino said, moving toward Hinata. I might as well go wash up, Naruto thought as he headed to the bathroom. He threw off his clothes and poured a bucket of cold water over himself. So refreshing, he remarked as he sank into the tub. The blonde remained submerged in the bath, unconcerned about the passage of time, completely freeing himself from worries and leaving any negative thoughts behind. However, his peace was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice calling him from outside. Naruto, breakfast is ready, Ino announced as she opened the bathroom door and found the young man's calm blue eyes. With a loving smile, she handed him a towel and reminded him of the importance of joining her for the first meal of the day. With a satisfied expression, Naruto stepped out of the tub, dried himself with the towel, and approached Ino as she watched him with admiration. Dressed and ready, Naruto returned to the dining room, where he found Hinata already seated, waiting for the pair of blondes. They sat together to begin breakfast. You both seem very relaxed. Ino broke the ice while grabbing a piece of toast with honey. And why shouldn't we be? Hinata asked playfully while savoring some eggs. You have your matches coming up, Ino replied, directing her gaze toward Hinata. We'll be fine, Ino, don't worry, Naruto reassured her while stroking Hinata's hair, calming her down as she continued to eat. The young people finished their breakfast and walked together toward the battle arena, listening to the lively conversations of the civilians they passed. Who did you bet on for the first match? One of them was heard asking in a bar. The prodigy Niji, his friend replied, holding a bottle. Naruto's thoughts filled with amusement as he listened. Of course Sasuke is going to win, he's an Uchiha, another voice exclaimed. Naruto and the Kazekage's daughter, who do you think will win? Asked another. From what I heard, Naruto had the worst grades in the academy, so that's easy money, another confidently replied. Meanwhile, the young people continued their way to the combat arena. All the participants gathered in the stadium as the spectators settled into the upper stands to witness the event. Sasuke still hasn't arrived, the pink-haired girl mentioned from the stairs, noticing the absence of the dark-haired boy in the arena. Where could Sasuke be? Hinata asked quietly, scanning the area for the Uchiha. Maybe he ran into a black cat on the way, Naruto joked, causing laughter among them. Stay still and watch the audience, scolded the Jonin in charge of supervising the trials, prompting the competitors to comply with his orders. Meanwhile, at the very top of the stands, 2 seats were occupied. One was empty, but in the other sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sir, Sasuke still hasn't shown up, reported a Jonin who appeared beside the village leader. I sent the Umbu team, but there's no sign of him, the Jonin added, causing the third Hokage to rise to his feet. Ah, you're here, Kazekage, he greeted the newcomer, who was accompanied by 2 Jonin from the Sand Village. Aren't you a bit too old to still be in that position? The Kazekage replied as he took his seat. I still plan to hold onto the position for a little while longer, Sarutobi responded, leaning forward so the spectators could see him. Here comes the snake, thought the blonde as he spotted the Hokage next to the Kazekage. Welcome, everyone, to the battle of these outstanding young ninjas, the Hokage began. These are the candidates who will compete in the final test. Please enjoy the show, he concluded. The audience applauded enthusiastically at the Hokage's words, while in the arena, the supervising Jonin displayed the list of matches once again, which remained unchanged. The Uchiha isn't here, Kankuro pointed out, to which the Jonin explained that if he didn't show up for his match, he would be disqualified. Then Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga can stay, the Jonin announced. The rest of you, step up and wait for your turn, he ordered, causing all the genin except for those mentioned to begin leaving the combat arena. Just give up, you can't beat me, the prodigy said arrogantly, met with silence from the purple-haired girl, who simply assumed a fighting stance. Even Hinata could defeat you, the Hyuga thought, fuming at the memory of the words the blonde had once said to him. The 2 contenders stood on the battlefield, under the watchful gaze of the spectators. 2 Hyugas in combat, how interesting, commented a Jonin from the stands. But doesn't it seem strange, replied another Jonin, pointing toward the pale figure on the battlefield. Hinata was in a combat stance, her left arm held horizontally and her right extended, fingers curled into her palm. However, what the Jonin wanted to highlight was that Hinata had not activated her Byakugan, unlike Niji, who had already done so and assumed his fighting posture. The supervising Jonin had already signaled the start of the battle, but neither contender moved. Both maintained their combat stances with barely half a meter separating their hands. If you don't give up, I won't show any mercy, warned Niji, trying to intimidate the violet-haired girl, who remained impassive and silent. Her apparent indifference irritated Niji as the wind began to blow, stirring his long brown hair. Visibly annoyed, Niji charged at Hinata with determination, his open palm ready to strike. However, she reacted swiftly, moving her left arm to deflect Niji's blow. At the same time, Hinata agilely ducked, avoiding a kick that Niji had thrown. In a fluid motion, she jumped back, adopting a renewed combat stance. Why doesn't she activate her Byakugan? Niji wondered as he fought, his anger fueled by Naruto's words echoing in his mind, even Hinata could defeat you. With determination, Niji lunged at Hinata, aiming to strike her chest with the palm of his hand. However, he was taken aback as she countered his movement with a quick strike to his wrist, skillfully deflecting his attack. Nevertheless, Niji didn't stop and continued with a downward blow, but Hinata, with unparalleled grace, evaded the attack by leaning her body. Niji thought quickly, using his Byakugan to predict Hinata's next move. However, he was surprised to find his calculations were off, as Hinata had advanced beyond what he had anticipated. This caused his downward strike to crash violently into the ground, giving Hinata the opportunity to create a safe distance of 1 meter between them. The entire stadium fell silent, watching intently as the intense fight unfolded between the 2 young ninjas. How is it possible that he miscalculated where she would step? Niji questioned in his mind, turning his gaze toward Hinata in confusion. This is impressive, commented Kurenai, captivated by the battle taking place before her eyes. Asuma, noticing the difficulty in predicting Hinata's movements, asked his companion, "You said that during the test, Hinata was hard to predict, right?" Kurenai nodded, adding, "Hinata is using movements reminiscent of a drunken style. And at the same time, her hands are like those of a cat," explained Asuma, exhaling a puff of smoke. However, he still had lingering doubts as he watched Hinata dodge and deflect Niji's attacks. Hinata moved nimbly, skillfully evading each of Niji's strikes. "Why can't I land a hit?" Niji wondered in frustration as he threw another punch at her. This time, she blocked the attack using her opposite forearm, deflecting his arm to the side. "How is she doing this?" Niji exclaimed in his mind as he attempted to strike Hinata once more. However, she took advantage of his momentary distraction to change positions, causing Niji to JRK his arm sharply in an attempt to hit her with his elbow. Hinata, with a quick maneuver, dropped to the ground and rolled, successfully dodging the attack and ending up lying flat. From that position, she saw Niji approaching with a downward kick aimed at her. With a quick jump propelled by her hands, Hinata gracefully vaulted over her opponent, landing 5 meters behind him. On the battlefield, the fighters were separated by a few meters, but Niji's ragged breath echoed in the air, revealing his tense state. He hadn't moved since launching his last attack, leaving a small crater in the ground. "This battle is incredible," commented one spectator, while another added, "Yes, but Princess Hyuga isn't even using her dojutsu." A third spectator interjected, "Exactly, and she's only been defending herself. I haven't seen her attack at all." These comments sparked murmurs among the crowd, reaching the ears of both fighters. This further enraged Niji, who turned to Hinata with fury. "Hinata, what does this mean?" he exclaimed, watching as she relaxed her combat stance. "You're just dodging all my attacks. What are you trying to say? Don't I deserve any offense?" Niji continued, his voice resonating in the silence that had enveloped the audience, as it seemed Hinata was underestimating her opponent. The stadium was engulfed in a deathly silence until it was broken by Hinata's words. "It's not that," she declared, capturing the attention of everyone present. "It's just that I don't like the anger you're expressing," confessed the violet-haired girl, leaving everyone stunned by her candor. "I know you hate me for what happened with your father," Hinata explained, showing remarkable understanding of her opponent's feelings. "But I don't plan to lose either, so I'll start attacking," she concluded as she resumed her combat stance and activated her Byakugan. With determination, she charged at Niji, who braced himself as he saw her coming, arms pulled back and torso leaning forward. "There she is," Niji thought as he watched Hinata approach rapidly, but he was shocked to find that his strike met only air, and Hinata had already positioned herself at his right side. In a moment of brief reflection, Niji realized he had failed to reach her, just before feeling the impact of Hinata's powerful blow, which sent him flying several meters and left him sprawled on the ground. Everyone was astonished to see how, in less than 3 minutes, Niji lay on the ground, rising with fury. "No, she's not stronger," Niji thought as he advanced toward Hinata with both palms extended to strike her. However, Hinata reacted quickly, striking the lower wrists of Niji's right arm and the upper part of his left arm, blocking his attacks and leaving his forehead completely exposed. Using the knuckles of her fingers, Hinata extended her arm and struck Niji's chest, causing him to cough and stagger back. Hinata launched herself to continue the attack, but at that precise moment, a large spinning sphere of chakra appeared, forcefully pushing her backward and causing her to crash violently to the ground, creating a massive cloud of smoke. The unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. The head of the Hyuga clan wondered about the meaning of what he was witnessing as he observed the technique used by the brown-haired boy. "The heavenly rotation," Tenten murmured with a smile, confident that her teammate had secured victory. However, from the thick cloud of smoke created by the impact, 2 objects shot out toward Niji, who skillfully dodged them. The objects smashed into a tree behind him, reducing it to rubble and startling the nearby birds. Upon closer inspection, everyone noticed that the objects were a pair of sandals. "These two are completely insane," thought the third Hokage, recalling the previous battle between Naruto and Rock Lee. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the agile figure of Hinata emerged, making small jumps on the battlefield. With astonishing speed, she lunged forward, far surpassing Niji's reaction time. He barely managed to dodge a strike from her, struggling to devise a strategy to counter her relentless attacks. Despite his efforts, he could only shield himself with his arms, still feeling the force of her blows. "I don't have enough space to maneuver," Niji reflected as he retreated under the pressure of her rapid strikes. In an instant, Hinata was in front of him again, defiant and relentless. "I just have to hold on," he reminded himself, adjusting his stance to prepare for the next attack. Hinata seized an opening, striking him hard and making him cough up blood. However, Niji acted quickly, grabbing her wrist and throwing her upward, seizing that brief moment to execute the heavenly rotation with mastery, sending her directly into the spinning chakra dome. Everyone present watched with anticipation as Hinata fell toward the very technique that had just moments ago slammed her to the ground. "You have no escape now," Niji's teammate remarked, but before she could finish her sentence, a sphere of chakra materialized in Hinata's palm. "Impossible!" exclaimed a jonin in the audience. "But this technique is," another added, astonished. "How and where did she learn it?" wondered yet another, watching in awe as Hinata maneuvered in the air. "Rasengan!" she shouted as she collided with the heavenly rotation, creating a powerful clash that dispersed both techniques. However, the outcomes were different for the two individuals. Hinata managed to land gracefully, while Niji was not so fortunate, the impact sending him crashing violently to the ground. "Ding it," he muttered as he got up, his ninja headband falling from his forehead and revealing the caged bird seal, a sign of the dire situation he was in. As Niji rose and noticed he was without his headband, he was filled with anger. He began to recount how the weakness and cowardice of his father, the clan leader, had led to the death of Niji's father, who had been forced to protect rather than be protected. He explained how that seal represented all the hatred and bitterness he felt. Everyone was taken aback by the story, while Hayashi could only lower his gaze, aware that the truth was not being fully told. The most shocking moment came when Hinata bowed in reverence, showing her respect and apologizing to Niji for all the suffering he had endured. "This isn't as easy as you think," Niji concluded as he put his headband back on. He spread his legs and leaned forward, demonstrating his determination and resolve in the face of adversity. Niji adopted a new combat stance, leaving those who knew his abilities impressed. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, he announced as he charged at Hinata. In a masterful act, she blocked each of his attacks and countered with her own strikes, culminating in a palm strike to his chin that sent him flying and crashing to the ground. "I don't have the strength to move anymore," Niji admitted, recalling the chakra dome that had surrounded Hinata during the attack. "Unlike Naruto, I can't react that quickly because I'm not a sensor," Hinata explained as she approached her opponent. However, Niji noticed a trickle of blood falling from her mouth. "Even though I create the area much faster than Naruto, without the Byakugan, I wouldn't be able to block the attacks," she added. "I couldn't block too," she explained as she touched her ribcage, revealing the intensity of the confrontation. Niji felt powerless. As a prodigy, he found himself defeated from the start, a situation he was unaccustomed to. "In the end, you defeated me with taijutsu, your specialty," he murmured while lying on the ground. "That's not true," Hinata confessed, her words carrying evident seriousness. "I was so useless in taijutsu. A disgrace to my own clan that triggered all your father's problems," she continued, her voice heavy with regret. But then, her tone shifted, taking on a more cheerful note as a smile illuminated her face. "But I found someone," Hinata revealed. "Someone who always believed in me and supported me unconditionally. They never doubted me and always sought solutions to help me, no matter the circumstances." Her words resonated with sincerity. "Unlike me, you've been a genius. I had to train for hours and hours," she continued. "But the good thing is that I always had someone supporting me without complaint, always helping me with a smile," she concluded, evoking a sense of warmth among those present. "The winner is Hinata Hyuga," exclaimed the supervising jonin, unleashing a wave of applause from the enthusiastic crowd. Hinata exited the battlefield as the medics entered to take Niji away. "Dad, where are you going?" Hanabi asked, watching her father stand up. "I'll be right back, don't move from here," Hayashi replied to his daughter, who nodded without concern. Meanwhile, Hayashi made his way toward the infirmary but encountered Hinata climbing the stairs. "Great fight, daughter," the clan leader congratulated her. "Thank you, Dad," she responded with a smile, watching as her father headed toward the infirmary. "It was a good fight, Hinata," Shino greeted as he congratulated his teammate who had just joined them. "Thanks, Shino," the violet-haired girl replied, her gaze scanning for the number 1 hyperactive ninja. "You barely won the match, he withdrew," Shikamaru informed her, laughter and footsteps echoing from behind them. The group turned to see a man in his 30s, with brown hair and black eyes, holding a bundle of cash. Before anyone could say anything, the man vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing that it was the blonde Uzumaki using a transformation jutsu. "Easy money," Naruto laughed as he continued counting the bills. "Naruto," Hinata called, grabbing his cheek. "It's not what you think, I never thought you would lose," the blonde excused himself as the bills were devoured by Gamachan, the frog. "Yeah, I noticed," Hinata replied, watching the money in Naruto's frog wallet with an amused smile. Meanwhile, with the Kages, a Jonin was informing Lord Sarutobi that they had been unable to locate the black-haired Uchiha. "And where is he?" asked the Kazekage, referring to Sasuke. "It seems like the earth swallowed him whole," the third Hokage replied curtly. "Then, according to the rules, he is disqualified," the Kage reminded Hiruzen, who was preparing to make that decision. However, before he could issue such an order, he heard his companions speak again. "But many people here are waiting to see the heir of the Uchiha clan. Wouldn't it be cruel to eliminate him from the exam knowing how many are eager to see him?" the Jonin added, leaving the Hokage deep in thought. "Third Sama," called another Jonin, catching his attention. "Thank you," Hiruzen said as he received a bundle of cash and began counting it. "And what's that?" the Kazekage asked, intrigued. "Just business," was the short reply as Hiruzen finished counting the money. Among the competitors, uncertainty reigned as they awaited the decision regarding the absence of the Sharingan user. "Where could that guy be?" the pineapple-haired ninja said, leaning against the railing. "This is ridiculous," complained the desert-dwelling redhead. "Disqualify Sasuke and let us fight," Gaara proposed, referring to the blonde, leaving everyone present in silence. "That decision isn't mine to make, and I have to fight Temari first," Naruto replied, causing the redhead to step away from the railing and look at him. "I don't think you understand. I don't want to fight Sasuke, I want to fight you," Gaara revealed, making the others take a step back, surprised by his declaration. "Let everything happen in its own time," Naruto concluded, just as the voice of the exam supervisor cut through the tense atmosphere. The examiner explained that they would not disqualify Sasuke Uchiha and that they would continue with the plan matches. The announcement relieved many, especially Sakura, whose body relaxed with a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the arena, the next competitors were called, Shino Aburame and Kankuro. All eyes turned to them, anticipating the start of the confrontation. However, tension mounted when Kankuro unexpectedly announced his withdrawal from the match. Shock registered on Shino's face as he struggled to understand the reason behind this sudden decision. Before they could process what was happening, the examiner declared Shino the winner by Kankuro's forfeit, an unexpected twist that left many stunned. Temari, Kankuro's sister, descended into the arena, her expression serious as she assessed the situation. "How impatient," commented the Jonin examiner, observing Temari's swift intervention. Meanwhile, Naruto remained on the platform, sighing in resignation at the series of unexpected events unfolding. The tense atmosphere of the Chunin exam remained palpable as the next matches prepared to begin. Naruto was being called by the test instructor, and he simply sighed. "What if I just forfeit?" the blonde mentioned, to which he heard Nara's voice. "I don't want to fight a woman," he confessed, pushing Naruto and causing him to fall into the arena, ending up lying on the ground. "Shikamaru, revenge is never a good thing," Naruto said, receiving only a lazy smile in response. "Come on, Get up and fight, someone in the audience shouted. Yeah, wrap up this filler match quickly, another voice chimed in, as boos began to echo since the blonde Uzumaki remained sprawled on the ground. If you won't come, I'll go, the blonde from the sand exclaimed as she launched herself at him. Hey, I didn't say to start, the Jonin scolded, but she didn't stop and charged at the blonde. Patience is a virtue, do you lack it? Naruto thought while lying on the ground, watching as his opponent approached closer and closer. Surprise washed over the spectators when the blonde lunged at Naruto, creating a cloud of dust that enveloped the spot where the blue-eyed boy had been. When the dust settled, a scene left everyone present pale. I knew it wouldn't stay a secret for long, Hiruzen thought as he observed the scene. Temari was seen holding her fan just inches from Naruto's head, but she was pale with shock as she met the blonde's gaze, which was a sky blue with 3 white tomo. What does this mean? The sand ninja exclaimed in her thoughts as she jumped back, putting distance between herself and the blonde, who remained on the ground. Temari kept nearly 10 meters away from Naruto Uzumaki, her mind racing as she watched intently. But what? A dojutsu? She murmured, extending her fan to shield herself behind it, a mix of awe and concern reflected on her face. As she contemplated her opponent, troubling thoughts flooded her mind. But why do I still feel this? Why does that sensation persist, as if he can see right through me, even while I'm behind my fan? Uncertainty enveloped her, weaving a web of questions in her mind as she prepared for whatever might come next. Meanwhile, in the stands, the spectators were in a constant murmur, discussing the event they had just witnessed. That's a dojutsu, one spectator remarked, pointing at the blonde still lying on the battlefield. But what does this mean? Naruto isn't just an ordinary Uzumaki, another confessed, evident confusion in his tone. Or could it be the power of? Questioned another, his voice filled with doubt as he watched Naruto slowly rise, shaking the dust off his clothes. The uncertainty gripped those present as they tried to decipher the mystery unfolding before their eyes. The young blonde sand ninja, hidden behind her fan and keeping her distance from her opponent, Uzumaki, could only watch as he stood tall and formed a cross with his hands, creating 4 replicas of himself. These clones charged toward her, but she reacted swiftly. Waving her fan in the air, she unleashed a powerful gust of wind that swept the clones away, causing them to vanish in a cloud of smoke. However, at that moment, she noticed Uzumaki rapidly closing in on her. I can't underestimate his speed, the sand ninja murmured to herself, recalling past battles as she bent her body into an arc and repositioned herself several meters away from her opponent. Temari was determined to keep as much distance as possible from her blonde adversary. She had already witnessed his formidable skill in close combat firsthand, something she did not want to experience herself. What should I do? She silently wondered as she watched him take the spot where she had just been. I need to keep attacking from a distance with my fan, she reflected, weighing her combat options. Yet, a persistent fear crept in. The only thing that makes me feel insecure are those eyes, she confessed, feeling the piercing gaze of her opponent, who had joined his hands in the tiger seal. Naruto had formed the tiger seal, and as his chest swelled, it alerted Temari. Quickly, she grabbed her fan and used it to generate a powerful gust of wind. Simultaneously, a fierce flame erupted from Uzumaki's mouth, colliding with the wind created by Temari. The fire began to consume the air, creating a spectacular elemental clash. 4 elements, the Hokage reflected as he witnessed the flame produced by Naruto, which eventually faded into a thick cloud of smoke. DMN's smoke screen, Temari complained as 2 kunai emerged from the curtain of smoke. In response, she jumped back but sensed a sound behind her. Without hesitation, she spun around with her fan, unleashing another gust of wind that struck her target directly, sending him crashing into a tree. Taking advantage of the smoke screen, Naruto threw 2 kunai as a distraction while he moved behind her. However, to his surprise, Temari reacted just in time, leaving him bewildered, as he thought he had moved silently. Sorry, Mr. Tree, Naruto apologized as he lay in the shade of the tree he had collided with. What is this? He wondered awkwardly, pulling something from beneath him. Hinata's sandals, he exclaimed, grabbing the sandals. and turning to look at his partner, who blushed upon realizing she was barefoot. Hinata watched the fight with a hint of embarrassment as she noticed she had left her sandals in the middle of the battlefield. However, her embarrassment faded when she saw Naruto sending her something she needed to grab quickly. Feeling the weight, she recognized her sandals but also realized he had picked up 2 more, belonging to Uzumaki. "Is that a habit of yours?" Shikamaru asked, pointing at Naruto, who was hopping around. "I'd say so. Shedding excess weight seems to make one feel lighter," Hinata confessed as she watched Naruto disappear at high speed. The scene was visible to only a few, as Temari stood at the center, while the sound of air being sliced indicated that Naruto was moving at breakneck speed around her. He left behind only small clouds of dust as evidence of his passage. "What the hell am I doing?" the sand blonde thought anxiously, gripping her fan tightly. "He's moving so fast," she noted, feeling the wind slam against her body without being able to see her opponent due to his speed. "What should I do? Trust my instincts?" She questioned herself before dismissing the idea. "I know," she exclaimed in her thoughts as an idea formed in her mind. "If I use a large portion of my chakra to create a wind gust strong enough around me, I could push him back. Combined with the speed he's coming at, the impact will be even harder." She analyzed with a smile, continuing to hear the air being sliced around her. Temari was ready to execute the technique, but something worried her. The image of the cerulean eye with 3 tomo returned to her mind. "Why am I hesitating?" she questioned as she began to gather chakra. "I have to do this," the ninja affirmed with determination, spinning on her axis to create a powerful gust of wind that generated a large cloud of dust around her, fracturing nearby walls and trees. "If I hit him, he didn't hear it," she thought confidently, but at the same time realized she hadn't heard any impact. "Temari, above you!" Kenkuro's shout rang out, causing her to look up just in time to see Uzumaki approaching with a sphere of chakra in hand, as the tension in the air escalated. Naruto was running everywhere, jumping off walls and the ground with the sole purpose of gaining more speed to knock out his opponent. However, he also noticed that Temari was gathering elemental chakra. "She's going for a do-or-die move," he thought as he made a great leap to dodge the gust of wind created by the desert blonde. "Let's entertain the audience," he thought as he formed a Rasengan in the air before falling. "So that's who taught it to Hinata," Hiruzen reflected in his mind as he watched the Rasengan collide with the steel of Temari's fan, generating such intense force that she couldn't help but drop her weapon, while Naruto landed 2 meters away from her. What is he planning to do? Temari wondered, watching as Naruto picked up her fan. Before anyone could say anything, the blonde Jinchuriki waved the fan, creating a gust of wind that struck the sand ninja directly, slamming her against the wall with force. The tension in the air was palpable as the battle reached its critical point. Meanwhile, all the spectators who witnessed the scene could swear that for a moment, they saw Temari's reflection in Naruto. "That wasn't the technique of the sand girl," commented a spectator from the stands, while the puppet ninja watched in confusion as his sister lay on the ground recovering. "What does this mean?" he questioned, seeing how her fan lay on the ground in front of her. "That's my technique, what happened?" she wondered, rising with determination as she realized she had seen her own reflection in Naruto during the fight. "I'm no match for him," Temari confessed to herself, acknowledging her inferiority to the blonde's skill. "At this rate, I'll run out of chakra before that moment," she thought anxiously while picking up her fan. "I give up," Temari finally declared, starting to withdraw from the arena as the Jonin announced Naruto Uzumaki as the winner, greeted by applause from the spectators. The victorious blonde was about to ascend to the winner's podium when he was stopped by the supervising Jonin, who glanced at the Hokage for confirmation. With a nod from the Hokage, the supervisor called for Shikamaru Nara to prepare for the next match. The pineapple-haired ninja turned to look back, noticing the purple-haired girl counting some bills. "Is there at least someone betting on me?" Shikamaru questioned, observing how others were profiting from the situation, before jumping over the railing and positioning himself on the battlefield in front of Uzumaki. "I think I should take advantage now that you're tired," Shikamaru remarked to the blonde, who simply laughed as the signal to start the fight between the 2 ninjas was given. The signal to begin the match had already been announced, yet neither opponent seemed willing to move. They kept their distance, exchanging cautious glances. "Why don't they start?" the red-haired jonin questioned, observing the inaction of both. "It's obvious, Kurenai. They're studying each other," Asuma replied while lighting another cigarette. "Shikamaru is a brilliant strategist, and Naruto is no ordinary ninja," the Sarutobi added, watching the scene closely. The tension in the air was palpable until suddenly, both ninjas were surprised when Shikamaru adopted a combat stance. The surprise was evident on the faces of everyone present, including the village chief, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It looked as if the distinctive-haired ninja was subtly challenging the blonde to a taijutsu showdown. "Has he lost his mind or what?" Kankuro exclaimed, incredulously watching Shikamaru. "Didn't he see the fight between that little guy and the mushroom head last month?" The puppeteer added, failing to grasp Nara's strategy. "It's strange, Naruto has taken a defensive stance," Hinata pointed out, observing how the blonde raised his hands with palms open. In a swift motion, Shikamaru lunged at his opponent, throwing a punch, but Naruto skillfully dodged by leaning his body. However, thanks to his dojutsu, he could sense how his rival's chakra was being molded. "So that was your goal," Uzumaki thought as he jumped back, watching his shadow expand to ensnare him. Shikamaru simply smiled and, joining his hands to form the rat seal, sent his shadow towards Naruto, who pulled out 2 kunai and drove them into the wall before jumping and standing on top of the kunai. But before Nara could continue expanding his shadow, he saw 4 smoke explosions from which clones of his opponent emerged, each holding a kunai, forcing Nara to leap back. At the same time, Shikamaru divided his shadow, trapping the 4 clones. "If I remember correctly, they're all connected," the Uzumaki mentioned as he kicked the clone in front of him, causing the other 3 clones to vanish in a puff of smoke just as Shikamaru released his technique and knelt, clutching his ribs. The spectators watched in bewilderment, unable to fully comprehend what had just occurred, as they were unfamiliar with the distinctive-haired ninja's jutsu. "What just happened?" Kurenai asked her companion. "Shikamaru's technique can trap his opponent, but whatever happens to his opponent also happens to him," Asuma explained, watching as Shikamaru brought his hands together. "And what is that?" the red-haired jonin inquired, looking at Nara. "It's a hand seal," her companion replied, but his explanation did not satisfy the curiosity of the Genjutsu expert. "Whenever he feels cornered, he does that and then finds a solution to his problem," he added, observing how his student had already concluded his strategy. Shikamaru, mimicking the hand gesture of his blonde opponent and forming an additional seal with his fingers, unleashed a smoke explosion from which an exact copy of himself emerged. "A shadow clone," Naruto murmured upon seeing his opponent, as both launched themselves toward him. The Uzumaki skillfully ducked to avoid a kick and then jumped, balancing on his hands to evade a direct attack. However, due to the short distance, he realized too late about the expansion of Shikamaru's clone's shadow. "I won't dodge it so easily," the blonde thought as he saw the real Nara barely a meter away, blocking his escape. In a quick move, Naruto created a shadow clone right behind him, drawing the attention of Shikamaru's ability. Taking advantage of the distraction, he dodged the attack from the real Nara and quickly ran toward his clone, delivering a kick to its face that made it disappear in a puff of smoke. Naruto had struck the clone of Shikamaru directly, causing it to vanish, but he was shocked to realize he couldn't move. Using his Shutengen, he managed to see how his shadow was connected to his opponent's. "When did?" the blonde wondered, astonished, as he had been too confident to notice what had happened. "Just when you went for the clone, I connected my shadow to yours," Shikamaru confessed, clearing Naruto's doubt. "So when I hit your clone, my shadow connected," Naruto explained while listening to his opponent behind him. At that moment, a flash of sunlight hit his eyes, and he saw something falling in front of him, a katana with blue flames painted on the blade. However, what surprised Shikamaru the most was that when the katana landed on his shadow imitation jutsu was broken. Taking a step back, he felt the back of another person, and now it was he who couldn't move. The entire stadium fell silent as they observed the changing circumstances of the battle, witnessing how the blonde Uzumaki slowly approached, raising the katana while his opponent remained motionless, pinned against the back of his clone. "Well, how interesting," commented the supervisor, understanding what had transpired. When Naruto created clones, he actually made 5, leaving one hidden among the bushes, he explained. This one had the Chakra Ishikatana, and when young Nara caught it, he used the katana to break his jutsu, he added. Moreover, by using his Dojutsu to copy the shadow imitation technique, he managed to trap Nara with his clone, he continued. If we consider that the clone disappears with any strong blow, then Naruto has Shikamaru right where he wants him, analyzed the supervising Jonin, observing how the blonde stood confidently in front of the pineapple-haired boy, clearly in control of the situation. Shikamaru watched as his opponent approached. "So you can copy jutsus," he remarked, recalling the battle against the blonde from the sand. "I'm just a mirror, and if I win I still lose," the clone behind him whispered, just loud enough for Shikamaru to hear. Naruto stepped within a pace of Nara and raised his hand. "I give up," he announced, leaving everyone present in shock. "The truth is, these 2 fights have exhausted me," he confessed as he dispelled the clone and deactivated his dojutsu. "Besides, using these eyes drains too much of my chakra," he added, turning to walk away. "Winner, Shikamaru Nara," proclaimed the supervisor. "No way, I bet all my money on that kid after the first match. How can I lose twice in a row?" Came an anguished exclamation from someone in the crowd. "I bet everything on that kid after the first match too. How can I lose twice in a row?" Another voice chimed in, as cries of despair spread among the audience, while Naruto simply smiled. "He gave up just like that? That kid is clever," thought the Jonin with a chuckle. "Naruto," the Hokage said with an annoyed tone, recalling whom he had placed his bet on. Naruto joined the other competitors and approached his partner, who was busy counting bills. "I see you thought I would lose," he greeted her with a tone of feigned disappointment, addressing the purple-haired girl. "I saw a blonde using a transformation jutsu and betting on Shikamaru," she replied, putting the money away as another Naruto clone appeared with more bills. "I can't believe it, did you really lose just because of that?" Shikamaru said lazily, watching as the Uzumaki counted the cash. 50-50, proposed Naruto, handing half the money to Nara, who simply laughed and pocketed it. "At least someone bet on me," Shikamaru remarked, as everyone began to laugh. But at that moment, they heard footsteps approaching, and when they turned to look, they saw the red-haired boy from the sand striding toward Naruto. "Are you kidding me? You just wanted the money," he said, grabbing Naruto's shirt. "Gaara, calm down, your opponent has arrived," Naruto revealed, pointing toward the battlefield where a whirlwind of leaves appeared, from which Sasuke and Kakashi emerged. Gaara, visibly agitated, was in a tumultuous state of mind. The prospect of facing the Uchiha did not excite him in the slightest. However, the demands of the supervising Jonin left no room for evasion. With an impassive expression, he released his grip on the Uzumaki's shirt, slowly stepping back as the tension hung thick in the air. "Naruto Uzumaki, it is you who must test my existence," he proclaimed in a tone that resonated in the blonde's ears as he made his way to the battlefield, leaving the young ninja pondering at the edge of the abyss. Beside him, Shikamaru Nara joined the scene, his presence adding another layer of intrigue. "Who are you betting on now?" he inquired, his voice calm, contrasting with the tension that loomed. Naruto, not taking his eyes off the battlefield, shrugged indifferently. "On no one, I don't know who will come out on top," he replied, his gaze fixed on the red-haired figure that had already positioned himself in front of the dark-haired boy, waiting for the match to begin. With a simple gesture, the start of the fight was announced, marking the beginning of a confrontation that could irrevocably change the course of events. Sasuke and Gaara faced each other on the battlefield, their gazes locked, reflecting the intensity of the upcoming fight. The supervising Jonin signaled for the match to start, and Sasuke swiftly launched himself backward, drawing shurikens that he hurled at the sand ninja. The sand, however, transformed into a solid shield that stopped the projectiles mid-air, surprising everyone present. Temari recognized her brother's skill in creating a sand clone. Nevertheless, Sasuke did not back down and attacked with a kick that was halted by the sand. Determined, he attempted to strike with his hand, managing to plunge it into the head of the clone. But his resolve did not waver, and with another blow he shattered the clone's head, freeing his hand and demonstrating his tenacity in the fight against the sand ninja. The dark-haired boy, overflowing with determination, lunged valiantly at the red-haired opponent, who, using his control over the sand, tried to ensnare him in his deadly currents. However, in a fleeting moment, the dark-haired boy suddenly found himself behind Gaara, and like a mirage, Rock Lee's silhouette materialized in the air. Fast, just like Gaara exclaimed in his mind just before receiving a devastating blow from Lee. Fast, just like Lee at the beginning, thought Guy, who had not spoken a word since the battles began. That taijutsu is mine, declared the ninja with the mushroom-shaped hair, watching the dark-haired boy closely. However, he added in his thoughts, but he's not as fast as Naruto, as he watched Gaara rise, his opponent smiling arrogantly. The red-haired boy stood up agilely, his fingers barely grazing the ground as he unleashed the power of his sand. A spike of sand surged from nowhere, launching itself at the Uchiha with impressive speed. But as before, in the blink of an eye, the Uchiha was behind Gaara, unleashing a kick that sent him crashing to the ground with renewed force. "Is that all you've got?" Sasuke taunted, provoking his opponent to rise. With a fluid motion, Gaara brought his hands together, initiating the manipulation of his sand to form a protective sphere around himself. In response, the dark-haired boy charged forward, striking the sand dome with determination. However, his attempt was intercepted by a rain of spikes that emerged from the dome, cutting the young ninja superficially. On the battlefield, the imposing sand sphere that protected the red-haired boy dominated the scene, while the Uchiha heir executed a majestic leap, landing on the wall. "That sound," the taijutsu expert remarked, observing how a massive amount of lightning began to gather in Sasuke's hand, creating the roar of 1,000 birds. "The Chidori," Guy declared, earning a satisfied smile from the silver-haired boy. "Have you been training in taijutsu?" Guy asked again, receiving an affirmative nod from the boy in question. "I don't understand," the pink-haired girl expressed alongside her sensei. "Chidori is an extremely lethal technique, but it requires great speed," Guy explained as he observed the dark-haired ninja charging at Gaara, who remained protected within his sand dome. The dark-haired ninja launched himself with all his strength against the sand ninja, while Sasuke raced forward at breakneck speed, the roar of 1,000 birds echoing in his ears. Suddenly, he crashed into the sand dome, breaking through it with determination. Now, only Sasuke's arm was visible, protruding from the interior of the sand sphere. "Gaara's absolute defense has been," exclaimed Kankuro, incredulous at what he was witnessing. In that moment, a heart-wrenching scream rose from the battlefield. "BLD, it's MIBLD, cried the redhead from within his sandy prison. Meanwhile, Sasuke struggled to free his hand, and when he finally succeeded, it was revealed that a strange arm made of sand had ominously ensnared him. The sphere began to crack before shattering completely and falling to the ground, revealing Gaara clutching his left shoulder, which was bleeding. Without any explanation, feathers began to descend all around them. "This is a Genjutsu," declared Guy, followed by Hatake, as both joined their hands to dispel the illusion. Just then, an explosion echoed from where the Kages were, and suddenly, the Kazekage emerged from the cloud of smoke, taking the Hokage hostage and leaping to the roof where they stood. In that fleeting moment, Naruto's gaze met that of the supposed Kazekage. Hiruzen and the Kazekage stood on the roof, visible to all the ninjas, while 4 more individuals appeared, creating a barrier that prevented anyone from leaving. "The sand betrays us," remarked the third, to which his captor coldly replied, "An alliance is only to make the enemy relax. We shouldn't avoid violence and should resolve our differences through negotiation." "There's still time, Mr. Kazekage," Sarutobi urged, receiving only laughter in response. "Do we become peaceful people when we grow old, Sarutobi-sensei?" The Kazekage retorted, leaving Sarutobi stunned. "You, Artemu," Hiruzen revealed, as the mentioned figure removed his face covering, revealing the snake sanin. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kankuro and Temari jumped into the sand alongside their red-haired brother, who was clutching his head as if suffering from a migraine. "Naruto?" asked the violet-haired girl, observing the situation while the blonde simply watched in silence. I wish you hadn't released the Genjutsu. Then I would be more sure that nothing would happen to you, Naruto confessed, watching as the sand team moved away from the stadium, followed by the dark-haired Uchiha. Shikamaru, stop pretending to be asleep. Let's go, Naruto called, nudging Shikamaru with his foot. What a hassle, Shikamaru replied as he began to sit up. And Shino? Hinata asked, noticing the absence of the Aburame. In the stands, Sakura, along with her masked sensei and the passionate youth sensei, was surrounded by sound ninjas. This is all Orochimaru's doing, Kakashi thought as he saw the snake sanin next to the Hokage, recalling how he had appeared before him and Sasuke while sealing his mark. At that moment, two sound ninjas moved toward Sakura, who could only close her eyes and cover her head with her hands. Sakura, are you okay? A gentle voice asked, touching the young girl's shoulder. When she looked up, she saw Naruto in front of her, smiling, while Hinata stood beside him, clearly worried. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru were now in the stands. You got here really quickly, Guy remarked upon seeing the young ones, but Kakashi was the most surprised. When the two sound ninjas were about to attack his apprentice, he planned to stop them, but he was astonished to see the blonde arrive swiftly and position himself between the two ninjas. With a couple of kunai, he incapacitated them instantly. Naruto, thank you, Sakura said gratefully to her teammate. Right on time. Your reflexes are sharper than ever, Might Guy praised Naruto, who simply laughed. However, Kakashi was surprised not by the speed, but by the blonde's actions. He had never seen doubt or regret on his apprentice's face when taking decisive action. The sound ninjas, witnessing the arrival of the blonde and his astonishing act, launched their attack. However, as soon as one of them made contact with Naruto, he vanished among feathers, taking the others with him. Suddenly, several chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring each sound ninja, while the ground transformed into mud, submerging them. A Genjutsu, Sakura murmured, impressed by the situation of the enemy ninjas, and she turned her gaze back to her blonde teammate, who was deactivating his Dojutsu. But more ninjas are approaching, Kakashi warned, summoning a dog with a summoning jutsu. This is Pakken. He can smell Sasuke and lead us to him, the silver-haired man introduced the ninja dog. However, at that moment, Sakura spotted a shadow. Shikamaru, behind you, she exclaimed, alarmed, seeing a sound ninja right behind him. A sound ninja was right behind Shikamaru, and before he could expand his shadow, he saw a shadow pass by him. Turning his gaze, he saw Naruto grabbing the sound ninja by the face, pressing him against the wall. Did you escape the Genjutsu? You weren't behind me, were you? The blonde asked before applying pressure and breaking the wall, throwing the sound ninja away. I've already created an exit, let's go, Naruto called, pointing with his thumb at the hole in the wall behind him. I'm not going, who cares about Sasuke? The pineapple-haired boy said, while Pakken bit his hand and pulled him through the hole in the wall, followed by the other ninjas. The four ninjas and the dog advanced through the forest, jumping from branch to branch as they pursued the dark-haired one. Can you smell Sasuke? Sakura asked, addressing Pakken. Yes, turn here, he replied as he veered to the right. I see him, the violet-haired girl said, activating her Byakugan. Are you talking about Sasuke? Sakura asked Hinata, who simply nodded. And further ahead are Gaara and his brothers, Naruto added, activating his Shutengen. Why don't you activate your Rinnegan and teleport to where they are? Kurama suggested in Naruto's mind. You woke up, I thought you were hibernating, Naruto greeted his furry friend. I don't want to show it just yet, Kurama replied. Besides, I thought my eye could see at most 2 or 3 kilometers, but I'm seeing almost 4, Naruto revealed to Kurama, who merely grumbled in response. Didn't I tell you before? I said I could improve over time with training, Kurama scolded, annoyed by Naruto's lack of attention. As the ninjas leaped from tree to tree, Pakken mentioned something. 8 or maybe 9 people are following us, he confessed, glancing around. They noticed Shikamaru had stopped, prompting the others to mimic his action. Shikamaru, the Hyuga called out, trying to get his attention. I'll handle them, at least as a distraction, the Nara said to his teammates, determination evident in his voice. Really? Because if I can take care of them, I see there are only 9, Naruto suggested, pointing in the direction from which they were coming, displaying confidence in his abilities. Nah, I'll win anyway, and then I can take a break, Shikamaru concluded lazily, and his teammates moved on, trusting in his skill and strategy. The ninjas continued on their path, relying on Shikamaru's words. Why don't you just send a simple clone? Even a clone could take care of those ninjas, Kurama questioned, puzzled by Naruto's strategy. I can't waste chakra foolishly, he replied, leaving the fox confused. For what I have in mind, I need a lot of chakra. Even with my large reserves, I doubt it will be enough, Naruto confessed seriously, hinting at the gravity of his plans. This made Kurama wonder what he was up to, but just then, Naruto stopped in his tracks, surprising everyone. Naruto, what's wrong? We need to go after Sasuke, the pink-haired girl called, worried about the deviation from their plan. I have a bad feeling, he replied, looking toward the village, sensing imminent danger. Using his dojutsu, Naruto expanded his field of vision to the village, seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi making some movements, followed by a surge of chakra emanating from the back of the third Hokage. Kid, that's the seal of the Reaper, Kurama confessed, alarming Naruto, who turned his gaze to see that Sasuke had already encountered Kankuro and was moving straight ahead due to Shino's appearance. Ding, what do I do now? I thought I had more time, Naruto cursed in his thoughts, glancing at his team. Keep going, I'll catch up, he exclaimed, receiving a denial and a protest from Haruno. The target is Sasuke, whether I go or not, you all need to bring him back, Naruto insisted, emphasizing the seriousness of his words. The kid is right, Pakken affirmed, prompting the pink-haired girl to turn away with her head down and continue on with the ninja dog. Frustrated, Naruto felt his entire plan had been thrown off by unexpected moments. Naruto, Hinata called, staying close to him and capturing his attention. I don't know what's bothering you, but I know you'll figure it out, she confessed as she hugged him. Whenever you set your mind to something, you achieve it, and I know you'll find a solution to this problem, she concluded, receiving a kiss from him. I love you, Hinata, Naruto expressed, kissing her again. He created a clone that left with Hinata in the direction where Sakura and Pakken had gone. Watching his clone and Hinata depart, Naruto stood alone in that spot. Let's see if this really works, he said to himself as his eyes turned completely blue with white rings. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was no longer in the forest but on the roof outside the barrier, alongside the Umbu who were witnessing the third Hokage's battle. Naruto, one Umbu exclaimed in surprise. When did you? Another said, astonished to see him. Naruto Uzumaki, you never cease to amaze me, the snake sanin praised the newcomer, who had become the center of attention. With a calm expression, Naruto's eyes glowed a sky blue with 3 tomo. Meanwhile, Hinata and Naruto's clone had caught up with their teammates, shocked to see Naruto grabbing Pakken by his vest while Hinata held onto Sakura. They quickened their pace to reach Gaara and Sasuke, who were already engaged in battle. They watched as Sasuke, wielding a Chidori, clashed with the redhead, who had transformed his arm and tail into a giant sand construct. However, as Sasuke attempted to rise and use the Chidori again, the mark of the seal began to spread across his body, causing him to kneel in pain. This was the opportunity Gaara seized to attack, but he didn't expect Naruto to intercept him with a kick that sent him crashing back into the tree he had been on. Naruto Uzumaki, the redhead said, almost completely transformed into the sand raccoon. I'll kill you, he shouted as he lunged at Naruto, who effortlessly landed a chakra-infused punch that sent the desert ninja flying back, further aggravating him. Naruto and Gaara locked eyes in front of everyone. I'm just a clone. If I take a strong hit, I'll disappear, the clone thought, assessing the situation he found himself in, which was far from ideal. Come on, Naruto, show me what you're capable of, Gaara taunted, prompting Naruto to smile. Forming a cross with his hands, he created over 100 clones that appeared throughout the branches of the forest. What is this? Temari exclaimed, unable to believe the sheer number that had appeared. This is truly incredible, Pakken praised. Watching the young Uzumaki's feet, all the clones jumped at Gaara, relentlessly attacking him. Although he tried to take them down, their numbers were overwhelming. Then a massive explosion of smoke erupted, revealing a giant sand raccoon, Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Gaara had used his final form, transforming into the one-tailed beast, the sand raccoon Shikaku. This is your end, Gaara thought as the sand began to encircle Naruto, who was smiling. Looks like I'm already free, he said as he pulled out a kunai and threw it into the air, disappearing in a puff of smoke. It was always a clone, Sakura exclaimed in surprise. But in a flash of yellow, the real Naruto appeared, just as he saw the sand finishing its encirclement around him. Before Gaara could execute his technique, another explosion of smoke, just as large as the previous one, erupted on the battlefield, revealing the chief toad, Gamabunta. The scene was breathtaking, with the imposing figure of the one-tailed beast, Shikaku, and the chief toad, Gamabunta, rising in the middle of the forest. "Kid, you again," said the chief toad, directing his gaze at the blonde on top of his head. "And why am I here?" "At least give me some sweets," came a whiny voice from Gamakichi, who was beside Naruto. "I just called your father," Naruto replied, looking at the little amphibian. "Yeah, but I was with him." The small frog defended himself, earning a disapproving look from Gamabunta, who watched their exchange from above. Meanwhile, the dark-haired Uchiha looked up to see the blonde, wondering what was happening as Naruto was sweating and breathing heavily for some strange reason. Moments earlier, Naruto had been with the Umbu outside the barrier where the third Hokage was facing his former disciple, Orochimaru. Naruto, the third Hokage, acknowledged, noticing the blonde's presence as he approached the barrier, placing his palm against it. The barrier repelled his hand, pushing it back. Just as I suspected, Naruto thought. When he first saw the barrier, he noticed an irregular flow of chakra, but what surprised him even more was witnessing the Umbu who tried to enter collide with the barrier and get thrown back with great force. Astounded, Naruto realized that the barrier repelled anyone who touched it. No idea how that snake managed this, he mused until he heard someone laugh. It was one of Orochimaru's servants. "You really appear out of nowhere. I thought you'd make a difference," he mocked, prompting the other sound ninjas to join in. "Can I come in?" the blonde asked, causing a hush to fall over the group. This silence was broken by a much louder laugh from the sound ninjas. However, at that moment, a new laughter rang out, making everyone turn to see Naruto chuckling. Naruto held the Aoi Hano in his hand, ready to cut through the barrier. His surprise was evident when he saw that, despite his efforts, the barrier remained intact. He decided to strike it repeatedly, and while it seemed to have no effect at first glance, his keen eyesight, enhanced by the Shutengen, allowed him to perceive the scratches and fractures forming, even as they repaired themselves instantly. There must be someone supplying a lot of chakra. Or some people, he thought, glancing at his furry friend half asleep behind the seal bars. "Sorry, Kurama. I know you wanted to break free earlier, but I need to test this first," the Jinchuriki apologized, receiving an approving smile from his friend. "Don't worry, Naruto," Kurama replied as he sat up and brought his palms together. "Do you know how to create a Baijidama?" he asked the onlookers, capturing their attention. "It's a dense, extremely heavy sphere that explodes into a ball of energy upon impact, vaporizing everything in its range," Naruto explained. "It involves concentrating positive and negative chakra, then compressing it while shaping it. These chakras must be balanced, otherwise it would explode," he continued, raising his katana and gripping the handle with both hands. "There must be 80% positive chakra and 20% negative chakra, and this balance must remain stable," he concluded just as the Aoi Hano began to overflow with chakra, creating an illusion of blue flames that were actually just chakra. No one could believe what they were witnessing, the massive amount of chakra accumulating and overflowing on Naruto's katana blade. "What an amount of chakra!" exclaimed an Umbu, impressed by the sight. At the same time, a red chakra aura began to rise around Naruto, ascending to the blade of the katana, where both chakras started to merge. An intense pressure filled the air as everyone watched the blade and chakra take on a purple hue that was almost black. In a single movement, Naruto brought the katana down and struck the barrier. The moment the blade touched it, a powerful gust of wind erupted, sending the Umbu flying. The Umbu could only feel the sudden gust of wind that propelled them backward, causing them to tumble into the bushes of the battlefield. As they quickly looked up, they saw one of the walls of the barrier had broken, although it was regenerating rapidly. The shock was so great that none of those present remained still. "Old man, 3 seconds would have been enough for you to get out," Naruto remarked, standing beside the third Hokage. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I've gotten old, I can't run that fast," the elder excused himself, turning to look at the blonde, whose katana was still enveloped in chakra. "Do you mind if I join the party?" the blonde asked with a laugh. "Naruto, my fate is already sealed," the third Hokage replied with resignation in his voice, referring to the Shinigami. But at that moment, he could only watch as Naruto swiftly moved his sword, making the Shinigami disappear. Astonishment reigned on the faces of those present, marveling at the Uzumaki's feats. He undid the Shinigami's summoning jutsu, declared a man in red ninja armor, with long hair and black eyes. "Nice to meet you, first and second Hokage," the blonde greeted the other 2 individuals alongside Orochimaru. "This sword is made of Chakura Ishi, absorbing large amounts of chakra, and it was even able to interrupt the Shinigami's seal even after its manifestation," explained another man beside him, with white hair, 3 marks on his face, and eyes similar to the first Hokage's. "That means it only needs 1 cut to undo the impure world reincarnation," Hashirama concluded, observing the blonde's katana, which remained a simple blade to avoid consuming the wielder's chakra. Everyone present remained motionless, meticulously analyzing their chances of victory and reflecting on the arrival of the new individual on the battlefield. "Hey, kid, I heard your last name is Uzumaki, but those eyes are just like an Uchiha's," Tobirama remarked, pointing at the blonde. "Now that you mention it, it's true, my wife never mentioned having one," commented the first Hokage, resting his fingers on his chin. "Don't worry, the fight is more balanced now. I'll take care of them," announced Naruto, leaving everyone else stunned. "Naruto, I know you're strong, but they are the first and second Hokage, legends in the ninja world," Hiruzen replied. The young ninja simply extended his katana toward the Hokages, which began to merge the 2 chakras again, returning to its purple hue. "Don't die," concluded the third Hokage as he grasped his staff. Naruto launched himself at great speed toward the Hokages, ready to strike, but each of them sidestepped, dodging his attack. He pivoted, determined to cut Tobirama, but his other opponent landed a kick to his back that sent him flying. However, the blonde spun in midair, regaining his stance upon landing. Just as his feet touched the ground, a flurry of branches erupted from it, ensnaring him. He watched as the albino approached and delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. At that same moment, Hashirama was seen slicing Tobirama's leg. The first Hokage noticed a smile on the blonde's face as his brother kicked him, and in response, he swiftly cut his leg, revealing a small gash on his ankle. "That kid is really fast," the albino praised as he regenerated his limb. "Now I'll show you something interesting," announced Naruto, forming a hand seal. Suddenly, his chest inflated, and he expelled a large amount of water toward the 2 Hokages, who jumped to avoid it. However, as they landed, they found themselves ensnared by branches rising from the ground, just like Naruto had been earlier. "What just happened?" Tobirama asked, surprised as the branches wrapped around them. "He copied my wood style," he replied, equally astonished, watching as Naruto stood before them, touching the surface of the water, which instantly turned to ice. Hashirama and Tobirama were trapped between ice and branches, unable to move. "I can't move," Tobirama said until he noticed a shadow pass by him, followed by a sound like cracking metal. "I'd say the fight was always uneven," the albino remarked without struggling further. "It's just that the balance tipped abruptly," added the first Hokage, observing both of them sustaining cuts on their bodies before they shimmered and disintegrated into dust, leaving 2 different bodies behind. While the Hokage focused on his disciple, Naruto sensed that he was merely being held back. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him, and when he turned, he only saw the shadow of the blonde. However, he realized he had been deceived when Naruto seized both hands of the sanin and declared, "Sealing jutsu, broken thread." As he released the sanin, a multitude of kanji appeared on Naruto's hands, and the sanin felt a sharp pain. Demon kid, Orochimaru exclaimed, frustrated. I used a sealing jutsu to sever all the tendons in your hand, the Uzumaki confessed, listening to the sanin's curses. With no other options, Orochimaru fled with his 4 servants. Hiruzen and Naruto watched as the snake sanin escaped along with his minions after the Umbu failed to stop them. Suddenly, they heard Naruto drop to his knees. Naruto, the 3rd Hokage exclaimed, worried to see the blonde kneeling. I used too much chakra, the young ninja revealed as he stood up again. How did you do that? The 3rd Hokage asked, intrigued. I let the Aoi Hano absorb and continuously draw all the chakra from my body without any limits, Naruto explained, mixing truth with lies. Then, I channeled the fox's chakra in small amounts while focusing on balancing and molding it into the blade so it wouldn't explode, he added, but in reality, it had been Kurama who was channeling his chakra while the blonde merely focused on balancing and shaping it. With his explanation finished, Naruto vanished in a flash of yellow, escaping the sight of Sarutobi and the other ninjas who had come to check on the Hokage of the village. Back in reality, Naruto found himself on Gamabunta's head, watching Gaara's final transformation into Shikaku. Boss Toad, help me, the blonde pleaded, but received a firm refusal. You're not even my disciple, why should I help you? Gamabunta said, annoyed. Let's negotiate 4 barrels of liquor, suggested Naruto, making the Toad chief reconsider. 5, and you've got a deal, Gamabunta countered, receiving an affirmative nod from the blonde. Then let's have some fun. Gamabunta concluded, drawing his sword and preparing for battle. Gamabunta leaped toward the sand raccoon, which used its tail to strike him, knocking him back and causing him to drop his sword. That kid is the Jinchuriki, the chief Toad remarked, watching as the redhead atop the beast's head joined his hands, falling asleep and allowing Shikaku to take control. Finally, I'm free, and I see someone I want to kill, the one-tailed beast exclaimed as it pounded its stomach and launched a massive ball of wind at the giant toad. Gamabunta jumped and countered with water ball, but one of the giant raccoon's attacks hit them. I'm going in close, transform into something so I can grab him. We need to wake that kid up, Gamabunta ordered, to which Naruto simply nodded. Just as he had said, Naruto transformed alongside Gamabunta, with Kurama holding Shikaku long enough for the Uzumaki to leap onto the giant raccoon's head and strike Gaara. Naruto managed to land a hit on the redhead, causing him to awaken and regain control of the giant raccoon. Deem Enit, Gaara muttered as he used his sand to try to capture Naruto, who looked visibly exhausted. Despite this, Naruto made a great leap, reaching Gaara's side with the intention of striking him, but the redhead saw how he was halted by his sand. Not backing down, Naruto delivered a strong headbutt to Gaara's forehead just as Gamabunta vanished along with Shikaku, and the two fell onto some trees, staring each other down. Between them lay the giant sword of the chief Toad, reflecting half of each Jinchuriki's face. As if it were a signal, the moment the sword disappeared in a puff of smoke, both ninjas jumped toward each other, with the blonde Uzumaki being faster, landing a punch squarely on Gaara's face. Both ninjas fell, marking the end of the battle. Gaara lay on the ground, unable to move, while Naruto struggled to rise, beginning to walk toward him. My existence cannot end, the redhead exclaimed, watching as the blonde slowly approached, visibly affected by the pain in his body. Stay away, don't come near me, the frightened sand ninja shouted, watching as Naruto approached him. However, he was taken aback when Naruto sat down beside him. It hurts, the blonde said with a sad expression. Being alone, feeling incomplete, the suffering you endure, I understand, Naruto continued. I'm also a Jinchuriki. I felt the loneliness of not having friends and the hatred from everyone else, he expressed sincerely. As if my very existence were a sin, but I met people who accepted me. They pulled me out of my solitude, and you can too, just open your eyes, Naruto urged, leaving Gaara speechless. Your brothers, Gaara, are the ones who care about you the most, Naruto confessed, rendering Gaara unable to articulate a single word. You're really strong, the redhead admired in his thoughts, contemplating the ninja who had defeated him. The violet-haired girl approached the two ninjas, greeted with a smile from the blonde, though fatigue was evident on his face. Naruto, she said as she helped him to his feet, and he leaned on her shoulders. How are you feeling? The blonde asked with concern. Like someone from the Akimichi clan fell on top of me, the Uzumaki replied, prompting laughter from her just as Sasuke, along with the pink-haired girl and the two sand ninjas, arrived. Kankuro and Temari positioned themselves in front of their brother, showing their determination to continue despite their evident exhaustion. They want to keep going, they said, looking at Gaara. However, Gaara's words surprised them. That's enough, he stated, revealing that they had lost. His siblings looked at him in astonishment at his condition. I understand, Kankuro said, starting to lift Gaara onto his shoulder. Before Sasuke could intervene, Naruto stopped him, grabbing his hand. Sasuke, enough, the blonde urged, causing Sasuke to halt and the sand ninjas to withdraw. Gaara called out to his siblings. Kankuro Temari, he said. I'm really sorry, he apologized, leaving his siblings stunned. It's nothing, they replied as they left the area. A day had passed since the attack on the Leaf Village by the Sound Ninjas and Orochimaru, who had manipulated the Sand Ninjas by posing as their Kazekage. We now find ourselves in the village hospital, where 4 individuals were gathered in a room, a violet-haired girl, a blonde, a dark-haired boy with a hairstyle reminiscent of a pineapple, and a blonde occupying the hospital bed, Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata, Ino, and Shikamaru kept him company, all engaged in a card game. The young people were gathered around the bed where Naruto sat, playing a game of matching pairs. Not again, Ino complained as she saw that she had drawn Shikamaru's wild card. Well, at least we know who has it now, Hinata remarked as she pulled a 2 of hearts from Ino's deck. That doesn't comfort me at all, Ino retorted, watching Hinata place the pair of hearts and diamonds on the bed. Come on, it's not worth getting down about, Naruto said, drawing a 3 of clubs from Hinata's deck and adding it to his own. What a drag, was the only phrase that escaped Shikamaru's lips as he took a 5 of spades from Naruto's deck, tossing it onto the bed alongside a 5 of clubs, leaving Shikamaru as the winner since he had run out of cards. With Shikamaru declared the winner, the others continued the game. However, in the end, it was Ino who lost, unable to control her expressions, leaving her with the wild card until the very end. What a silly game, she grumbled, frustrated at her inability to win. Looks like you're having fun, kids, interrupted a new voice as the door opened, revealing 2 figures. Old man, pervy sage, the blonde greeted Hiruzen and Jiraiya. And why are you still in bed? All you had was chakra exhaustion, the 3rd Hokage remarked upon seeing the blonde still lying down. I'm just avoiding fatigue, Naruto replied jokingly, eliciting laughter from those present. Could you give us a moment alone with Naruto? We need to discuss something serious, Sarutobi requested, prompting the young ninjas to nod as they left the room one by one, leaving only the 3 of them. After the 3 individuals heard the footsteps of the other ninjas fade away, the blonde spoke up. Are you really going to interrogate a sick person? He said as he lay back on the bed, feigning a cough. The sanin of the toads quickly intervened. Stop playing dumb and get up, he exclaimed, using his foot to tilt the bed, causing Naruto to fall in the process. He groaned from the floor, rubbing his head. There are more formal ways to lift someone. Besides, this doesn't feel like an interrogation, he complained as he sat up. Hiruzen looked at the blonde seriously as he got up. So, the young ninja said, confused, not grasping the gravity of the matter. Do we know about your dojutsu and your katana? Or would we be more surprised to find out that somehow you learned how to create a bijidama with your sword? The 3rd Hokage asked sarcastically, acknowledging that the blonde before him was no ordinary ninja. Naruto simply smiled at the words of the village leader, turned halfway, and leaned against the window while gazing out at the village. Sarutobi, behind him, couldn't deny that he saw the mirage of his father, Minato, the 4th Hokage of the village. Sometimes I think he's not just a 13-year-old boy, Hiruzen whispered, just loud enough for the albino beside him to hear, who couldn't help but smile at the memory of the blonde Namikaze, until both present heard words that left them frozen. Do you think my parents would be proud of me? Minato and Kushina would be happy with my progress as a ninja, were the words that came from Naruto's mouth, leaving Hiruzen and Jiraiya astonished. How do you know? Hiruzen asked, doubt clear on his face, but the blonde merely smiled. Hiruzen was at a loss for words at the revelation that the blonde knew who his parents were, but he knew it was very difficult to extract information from him, so he decided to shift the topic to his main purpose. Naruto, I plan to step down from my position as Hokage of the village, Sarutobi confessed to the blonde Uzumaki. And why is that? Naruto asked, intrigued. I'm old and don't have the physical capacity to fully protect this village, Hiruzen replied wearily. Besides, if there's another invasion, I don't want to deal with it myself, he added lazily. We haven't made this news public due to the recent events, Jiraiya mentioned, referring to the invasion. We're planning for Tsunade to be the next Hokage, but first, we need to convince her, and that's where you come in, the albino explained with a smile. In other words, pack your things because we're leaving first thing tomorrow, the Toad Sage concluded, receiving an affirmation from the mentioned party. After informing Naruto that he would be leaving with the Toad Sage to find Tsunade, Hiruzen and Jiraiya exited the room, leaving him alone. One last thing, it's already public that you're part of the clan resurrection system, the third Hokage said as he turned back to mention it, allowing the violet-haired woman and the blonde to pass. Wow, so there are going to be a lot of girls trying to steal our Naruto, the Hyuga remarked, standing next to the blonde, who was by the window. At least my situation can be made public without any issues, Ino said happily as she leaned in to give Naruto a quick kiss. Naruto, Ino, and I are going to have a girls' day. You're not invited, the pearl-eyed girl stated, while the blonde Yamanaka let out a small laugh. The blonde left the hospital accompanied by his two loves, who waved goodbye as they headed off for their day together. So what do I do now? The blonde wondered as he walked with his hands behind his head. When you had contact with the seal, what did you discover? Naruto asked his furry friend. If you're talking about the Uchiha Kid seal, I only know that it had a lot of negative chakra, mixed with a bit of natural chakra, the giant fox revealed before settling back down to sleep. That's why his strength, both physical and chakra-wise, increases, the Uzumaki concluded in his thoughts, recalling Sasuke's chakra flow during their fight against Gaara. I think I know what I'll do today, Naruto finished in his thoughts as he began jumping across the rooftops of the village. The Uzumaki leaped from rooftop to rooftop until he arrived at a door and proceeded to ring the bell. But I didn't hear anyone coming, thought someone approaching the door. Who is it and what do you want? Asked a woman with violet hair and brown eyes. Hi, Anko, Naruto greeted as he saw the Jonin. Oh, it's you, Naruto, Anko replied, watching as the blonde entered. Hey, who gave you permission to come in? She demanded, noticing that Naruto was already in the living room. Can I come in? He asked jokingly, sitting down on the couch. That's something you should ask before entering, don't you think? She responded, closing the door and standing in front of Naruto. Speak, what did you come for? The Jonin interrogated, leaving her speechless with his next answer. I came to take a bath with you. Anko was confused, thinking she must have misheard the blonde ninja's response. Wait, what did you say? She asked while cleaning her ears. I said I came to take a bath with you, Naruto repeated, leaving the ninja astonished at the young man's direct words. However, Anko started to laugh. Are you telling me you came here just to see me naked? You're breaking my heart, she said between laughs, feigning pain before quickly stopping. I also needed you to let your guard down, Naruto added. At that moment, Anko felt 5 small taps on her body and then realized her body wasn't responding. Acupuncture, the violet-haired woman thought as she tried to move but found herself unable to. She turned her gaze back to the blue-eyed blonde in front of her, who was unbuttoning his shirt. Anko was wearing a violet shirt and white shorts, as it was her day off and she preferred to feel more relaxed at home. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Are you really going this far? Anko exclaimed as she saw him leave her in just her biu while her shirt lay on the floor. I just need you to stay still. Sorry, this is going to hurt, the blonde apologized as he positioned himself behind her and placed his palm on the cursed seal at the back of her neck, leaving the brown-eyed ninja surprised. Out of Anko's line of sight, Naruto activated his Rinnegan without her noticing and analyzed the Jonin's chakra, noticing a difference between her seal and that of the black-haired Uchiha. Of course, she was the first to get this seal, the blonde thought as he began to apply some pressure. A sharp pain shot down. the ninja's spine, but at the same time, she began to feel a sense of relaxation, as if a huge weight she had been carrying was dissipating into the air. "What did you do?" she asked aloud as she realized she could now move. "That was more exhausting than I thought. I almost lost control of the natural energy," the blonde murmured to himself as he listened to the woman quickly get up and run to a mirror, where she saw that the seal that had once been on her neck had disappeared. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The day continued to unfold in the forest of the Hidden Leaf Village, where a weary Sasuke surveyed the destruction around him, breathing heavily. How much more do I need to grow? He silently wondered as memories of Naruto's fight with Gaara replayed in his mind. Naruto never showed those skills in the academy. "I'm inferior to him," he lamented. "He always seemed like a scared kid, avoiding fights and seeking attention," the young Uchiha recalled bitterly. Flashback in the Ninja Academy, Naruto's group was outside for their training session with instructor Iruka. "All right, everyone listen up. We're going to start with Taijutsu," Iruka announced, gathering all the young students in front of him. Hinata called out to Naruto, who was standing beside her. "Naruto," she said, tugging at his hair that reached down to his jawline. "My dad said we're having dinner at my house tonight and that you should get a haircut," Hinata mentioned. Confused, Naruto replied, "But he has longer hair than I do." Hinata chuckled softly. "Yeah, but yours looks like a hedgehog," she joked. Meanwhile, Iruka was trying to get Naruto's attention for his lack of focus. "Naruto and Sasuke, you two are going to start the practice match," Iruka informed them, leading both into a circle drawn on the ground. "Come on, Sasuke, kick Naruto's butt." Sakura cheered, followed by more encouragement from Sasuke's fans. "You know the rules. The first one to step out of the combat area or become incapacitated loses," the Chunin sensei reminded them as Naruto and Sasuke prepared, raising 2 fingers to signal they were ready. Iruka began the practice match, and as so many times before, Sasuke charged forward at high speed with a clenched fist, ready to strike. But Naruto skillfully dodged the blow by leaning away. Sasuke used the momentum to pivot and hit Naruto with the upper part of his arm, but the strike missed because Naruto had already moved out of reach. "Demon coward, don't run away," Sasuke thought, launching a kick that Naruto used to propel himself into a spin in midair, landing several meters away. "Winner, Sasuke Uchiha," proclaimed the Chunin sensei, making Sasuke realize that Naruto had stepped out of the drawn circle. "Naruto, what an idiot. He's so clumsy he didn't even notice he stepped out," Sakura mocked, pointing to where Naruto stood. "Looks like I lost," Naruto said with a laugh as he approached Hinata. Sasuke emerged as the winner of a match that lasted less than a minute, but as Naruto walked away, Sasuke, filled with anger, struck at him. To everyone's surprise, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. "Shadow clone jutsu," the Chunin in charge remarked upon witnessing what had happened. "So the Hokage wasn't joking," thought Iruka, his face displaying astonishment that irritated Sasuke. End flashback. Sasuke walked through the village toward his silver-haired sensei Kakashi's apartment. On the way, a girl exclaimed at the entrance of the hospital, "Hey, has woken up," and several ninjas rushed into the medical facility. However, Sasuke continued on his path and finally arrived at Kakashi's apartment, where he found the door open and stepped inside. "Kakashi-sensei," he called out upon seeing his Jonin instructor, but as he entered the bedroom, he was surprised to find Kakashi in bed with Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy, and Kurenai Yuhi. "Why is Kakashi sleeping?" the dark-haired boy asked, noting the oddness of the situation. Before anyone could respond, a new Jonin with glasses interrupted, "It's true that Itachi has returned and is looking for Naruto." The words provoked disbelief from Kurenai, who called him an idiot, while the Jonin realized his mistake as he saw Sasuke running out of Kakashi's apartment. Meanwhile, Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at a hotel in a nearby town and noticed a young woman in her 20s winking at them. "Naruto," Jiraiya called to his apprentice, who merely turned to look at him. "Here are the keys to the room. Go gather chakra as training," Jiraiya instructed the Uzumaki, who grimaced in displeasure. "That pervert, it seems things never change," Naruto thought as he entered the room. "I think I'll make some coffee," he said to himself as he approached the coffee maker, but at that moment he sensed 2 presences. "They sure are quiet," Naruto mentally noted as he heard a knock at the door. Now that I think about it, they're knocking to kidnap you, the fox in Naruto's head remarked, praising Itachi Uchiha's good manners, who was already standing in front of Naruto. This little guy is the Nine Tails, Kisame said sarcastically upon seeing the blonde. Would you like a cup of coffee or chamomile tea? Naruto suggested as he stepped aside to let the two Akatsuki members in, who exchanged glances. Mine without sugar, Kisame requested as he prepared to enter the room. However, at that moment, heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway. Long time no see, Sasuke, Itachi greeted without looking at his brother. Itachi Uchiha, I'm going to kill you, Sasuke exclaimed angrily, activating his Sharingan. A new individual arrived with clear intent and a thirst for BL. Sharingan, you look familiar to Itachi, Hoshigaki remarked, eyeing the young dark-haired boy. He's my little brother, was the indifferent response from the older Uchiha as he turned toward him. I've always wanted this. I've lived hating you. I've lived to kill you, Sasuke shouted, his voice filled with rage as he formed the Chidori in his hand. I just wanted to have coffee, Naruto thought tiredly, watching as Sasuke charged directly at Itachi, who stopped the attack with a hand movement by grabbing his brother's wrist and deflecting the blow. I better help him, Naruto told himself as he began to gather chakra. The atmosphere shifted, unsettling the two Akatsuki members. What incredible pressure, Kisame admired inwardly as he gripped Samehada. Too late, he remarked, swiftly moving his sword, but it was halted midway. What a surprise, he confessed with a smile upon seeing the katana that was blocking his. I can feel how both swords are struggling to consume each other, Naruto thought with a grin, looking at his opponent, who was also smiling. This kid has a lot of strength, Kisame praised, increasing his attack with more force, causing Naruto to leap back. Before he could move his katana, he received a punch to the face from Hoshigaki. Demon kid, he's good, thought Akatsuki as he stood up, revealing that he had been pushed back by a kick from Naruto. Both ninjas rose to their feet, unarmed. Oihano stood beside Kisame, while Samehada rested next to Naruto. Wouldn't it have been easier to just have coffee and tea with some cookies? Naruto asked. He lifted Samehada as he continued, you know, kid, you're right. Hoshigaki nodded as he helped Aoi Hano up. Drops of BLD from Naruto's hand, pierced by thorns, didn't make him let go of Samehada's hilt. Beside him, the blade of the katana stood out, with the Akatsuki ninja gripping the hilt tightly, veins bulging. It seems the sword chooses its owner, Uchiha thought, watching as both ninjas exchanged their respective weapons. A cloud of smoke filled the area, revealing Jiraiya with the woman they had seen at the reception slung over his shoulder. One of the legendary sanin, the great Jiraiya, greeted the former ninja from Kirigakure. Meanwhile, Sasuke and the albino from Akatsuki faced the injured blonde on the ground. Kidnap Naruto and let's go, that's the mission, ordered the Uchiha. That won't be possible. We're going to finish you here, the albino asserted confidently. Don't do it, Sasuke interrupted as he got to his feet. He's mine. You don't interest me, Itachi replied disdainfully, delivering a kick to Sasuke's abdomen that slammed him against the wall. Frustrated, Sasuke thought, what have I been doing all this time? Haven't I grown stronger? He looked at his brother, who was hitting him repeatedly, making him spit BLD. What the hell have I done? He questioned as Itachi lifted him by the neck and pressed him against the wall. You're weak, Sasuke. You lack hatred, were Itachi's last words before a scream of agony escaped from Sasuke. After the scream, the young black-haired boy fell unconscious. Perverted sage, exclaimed the blonde Uzumaki quickly. The albino performed hand seals and placed his hands on the ground, transforming all the walls of the hallway into a fleshy substance. Welcome to my stomach, he said as the walls attempted to absorb the Akatsuki members, forcing them to retreat. The walls are closing in, warned Kisame, noticing that their escape route was nearly gone. However, at that moment, a large number of kanji appeared on the walls, glowing just before a massive explosion rocked the hallway. They escaped, Jiraiya said, observing the explosion and the black flames that accompanied it. You helped them escape, Kurama commented, knowing that it was the blonde who triggered the explosion. They would have escaped anyway, the Uzumaki replied in his mind, watching the frog sanin absorb the black flames with a scroll. After facing off against the Akatsuki members and the arrival of Might Guy, Naruto and Jiraiya continued their journey toward a new village, much larger and livelier, filled with carnival games. Take it as a break, Jiraiya suggested as a cloud of smoke appeared in Naruto's hand. Chubby, you look really cute, Naruto said, rubbing the little frog against his cheek, but the albino snatched Gamachan away and lectured Naruto about ninja prohibitions. Unfazed, Naruto reclaimed Gamachan and hid his wallet inside his jacket. Spoiled kid, the albino murmured as he watched Naruto walk away. Upon reaching some food stalls, Naruto's stomach began to growl. I'm going to buy a lot, he said, eyeing the fried octopuses, but when he searched his jacket he realized his wallet was missing. What? He exclaimed, annoyed. Perverted sage, Naruto complained, frustrated to find that it had been taken without him noticing, although he comforted himself by seeing the bills in his hand. Step right up. Anyone who can pop 10 balloons blindfolded will win a grand prize. He heard the announcer's voice, which brought a smile to the blonde ninja's face. After a few minutes, Naruto counted a large stack of bills while listening to the cries and complaints of others in the distance. Cheater, the giant fox inside him said. Those darts had oval tips, they deserved it. Naruto defended himself, ready to approach the food stall. However, a flash caught his attention, and he turned his head toward a small stall run by an elderly woman. He's grown quite a bit, Kurama thought as he watched Naruto buy 3 rings with crystals that, while not precious gems, were quite pretty, especially with the light reflecting off them. Naruto arrived where Jiraiya was, who was accompanied by 2 young women, while his Gamachan lay thin on the table next to some liquor bottles. The worst part is that I didn't buy any food, the kneeling blonde thought resignedly. Well, maybe I could have breakfast with Anko, lunch with Hinata, and dinner with Ino, Naruto began to consider as he watched the albino send another man flying with a Rasengan. Let's go, Naruto, the albino called to the blonde, who was cradling his poor Gamachan. 2 days passed, and the 2 ninjas walked from village to village in search of the famous loser. It's already dawn, the albino sighed as he got up from a futon. It's 11 in the morning, the blonde's voice mentioned, causing the sanin to look for him and find Naruto sitting on the floor with a brush in hand, writing on a scroll. Wow, still early, the albino said as he approached Naruto, observing the kanji written on the scroll. He's creating a sealing technique, he thought, examining the scroll. It's to allow another person or object to enter the mental space using yin energy, Naruto explained as he finished writing the union symbol. But doing it this way, the cost is to exchange something else, the sanin mentioned, seeing how his apprentice had designed the technique. Whatever happens to your body in the mental landscape will happen to you in the real world, the Uzumaki replied, surprising the perverted sage. You didn't write the body and mind restriction to prevent those damages, Jiraiya exclaimed, recognizing it as a double-edged sword. Yes, but by not doing so, it allows for better chakra flow in the mind, concluded the Jinchuriki as he stored the scroll away. Every day, the ninjas moved through the villages, asking various people. What could he be thinking? The albino wondered to himself, watching the blonde walk calmly beside him. What surprises me is that every morning he writes a different scroll, the sanin recalled, questioning the purpose of those techniques. Finally, they arrived at another town and entered its casino. I've heard that the famous loser is around here, the albino mentioned as he entered, showing a photo of Tsunade. If God willing, she was here. If you beat me at a game, I'll tell you something about her, replied a local man, holding some dice in his hand. All right, Jiraiya agreed, grabbing the cup with the dice and rolling them. Man it, thought the albino, watching as he was about to lose, but a strong gust of wind swept into the establishment, turning the dice. All right, Naruto, thought the sanin as he felt the chakra that accompanied the wind gust. This led them to another casino, where the albino scanned the room for his companion, but she was nowhere to be found. Here's a coin, thought the blonde cheerfully as he picked up a coin that had rolled under a seat. If it's anything like last time, the ninja questioned in his mind as he inserted the coin into the machine, which began to chime while the lights flashed. This kid has luck, Jiraiya commented, watching as Naruto stuffed all his winnings into his gamachan. "It's cuter when it's plump," Naruto said, stroking his wallet against his cheek. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed in the distance, prompting both ninjas to rush outside and climb onto the roof for a better view. From there, they could see that part of the building had been destroyed. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at the site, finding only the rubble of the building. "We're too late," lamented the albino as he saw that no one remained. "Looks like they got here before us, and the crash happened afterward," reflected the blonde, causing the sanin to begin analyzing the possibilities. "Come on, Naruto," called the albino to the young man, who simply obeyed the order and started walking alongside him. Night fell with no sign of Tsunade. Naruto and Jiraiya entered a restaurant and spotted a blonde girl with 2 pigtails, light brown eyes, and a purple diamond on her forehead. "Tsunade," called the albino upon seeing his companion, who looked up at the sound of his voice and met the gaze of the 2 ninjas. "What brings you here?" Tsunade asked her former teammate as he sat down next to her, who began to eat what was on the table. "I'll get straight to the point, they want you to be the 5th Hokage," confessed the sanin, surprising both Tsunade and her companion Shizune. "I ran into Orochimaru today, not a pleasant encounter," he continued. "He told me what happened in the village and that a blonde kid had smashed his hands," Tsunade added, glancing at the young blonde beside the albino, who was eating as if the conversation didn't concern him. "Who is this kid?" asked the sanin, referring to the blue-eyed blonde. The words of the sanin echoed in Tsunade's mind. "He said a blonde kid from the leaf. That would be quite a coincidence," she thought as she watched the blonde stop eating to look her in the eyes. "He's Naruto Uzumaki," replied the albino, while Naruto simply raised his hand in greeting. "The Jinchuriki of the 9 tails," Tsunade exclaimed in her mind, observing the boy who resumed eating without a care. "So, what's your answer?" Jiraiya asked, receiving a shake of the head from Tsunade, leaving everyone present surprised. "What nonsense! I thought we were here for an interview to see if I could heal Kakashi and Sasuke, but if that's the case, I'll try to heal them," Naruto mentioned, capturing the attention of the 2 women present. "Well, the kid has chakra control at a level very similar to Tsunade's, and your healing ability is so good that I don't see any scars," Jiraiya analyzed in his mind. "This one looks worse than your previous apprentice in terms of looks, speech, and intelligence," Tsunade said, grabbing another cup of liquor. The sanin smiled with pride. "The kid has talent, like the 4th, he replied solemnly. "But even he died young, sacrificing himself for the village," Tsunade added, capturing everyone's attention in the plaza. "Life isn't like money, you can't risk it so easily. Those who do are fools," the sanin continued. "My grandfather and the 2nd gave their lives for peace, only to die without achieving their dream, like losers," she lamented. "Being Hokage, what nonsense. Only a fool would want that," Tsunade concluded with disdain in her voice. "Do you think all aspiring Kage are fools just because of your bad experiences?" interrupted the blonde, capturing everyone's attention. "You talk about risking money without understanding the difference. You lose money, and it only affects you, but risking a life is about protecting others, future generations," he argued. "The Kage carries that weight, and most people respect them for their decisions," he continued. "Even though the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage have died, they left a legacy of respect and fear in their names," Naruto explained, taking the glass of water in front of him. "You know nothing," Tsunade murmured, her head down and her fist clenched. "That may be true, but from my perspective, you seem like a coward," the blonde concluded as he drank his water. Naruto's words pierced Tsunade like 1,000 blades, striking at her ego. "Tsunade, stop," exclaimed Jiraiya, grabbing her just as her fist, charged with chakra, was inches from the blonde, who was drinking water as if nothing were happening. "Sarutobi-sensei said you were good at convincing people, but your goal wasn't to make her angry," thought the albino as he restrained his impulsive companion. "So you have talent. Let's find out, let's settle this outside," challenged the blonde, provoking Naruto, who simply walked out without responding. "Are you coming, or do I win by default?" the blonde taunted at the restaurant door, causing Tsunade to step out with heavy footsteps. Outside the restaurant, Naruto and Tsunade stood face to face, with the albino sighing at the situation. I'm one of the legendary sanin. I don't have to take you seriously, kid, Tsunade boasted arrogantly. I'll defeat you with just one finger, the blonde finished, maintaining the same challenging tone, but Naruto remained unfazed. Don't get too confident, Tsunade, Jiraiya suggested to his companion, recalling the trouble that kid had caused him in the past. Then, out of respect, I'll use 2 fingers, Naruto replied, extending his index and middle fingers from his right hand. Don't get cocky, little boy, Tsunade said, annoyed, watching as Naruto approached head-on. A frontal attack will just hit your chest, and this will be over, the sanin analyzed in her mind, ready to strike with her finger. However, as she extended her arm, Naruto mimicked her action with his 2 fingers. Just before their fingers collided, a massive pressure surged, followed by a powerful gust of wind that sent everything around them flying. I should have told Shizun to hide, thought the albino as he saw Shizun collide with some boxes due to the wind. How is this possible? Tsunade exclaimed in her mind, watching as Naruto not only used his technique but also struggled to advance. Instinctively, she clenched her fist, increasing her power and beginning to gain ground in the clash. However, she suddenly felt her body being propelled forward as Naruto grabbed her wrist and, using it as leverage, spun in the air to land several meters behind her. Tsunade slowly turned to face Naruto, who looked at her calmly. How do you know that technique? The sanin exclaimed, filled with fury and confusion. You didn't mention that one of the legendary sanin only needed a finger to defeat me, Naruto replied sarcastically, provoking the ire of the slug queen. You'll get your answer when you're on the ground, Tsunade said, clenching her fist with determination. Then we better get serious, Naruto replied, mimicking Tsunade's gesture. From a nearby rooftop, an albino watched the scene unfold. Hey, I recommend you hide, he warned Shizun, who quickly moved to a safe distance. Naruto and Tsunade charged at each other. Just before their fists collided, the immense pressure cracked the ground and created a gust of wind stronger than before. What's happening? A startled customer in the bar exclaimed, feeling a tremor that knocked everything off his table. Tsunade, visibly distressed, struggled to gain ground. This kid is giving me trouble, she thought, realizing how hard it was for her to advance. Kid! Tsunade shouted, launching a quick kick that Naruto blocked with his forearm. In response, he mirrored her move, delivering a kick that the sanin stopped by grabbing his ankle. With lightning speed, Tsunade slammed him to the ground, but had to dodge a kunai aimed at her head. This ends here, Tsunade declared, delivering a downward kick that Naruto avoided by disappearing in a flash of yellow. The slug queen turned around, watching as Naruto approached with a sphere of chakra. Don't mess with me, she thought in astonishment as she saw the young ninja coming at her with a Rasengan. In response, Tsunade concentrated a massive amount of chakra in her fist and collided it with Naruto's Rasengan, sending both of them flying and crashing to the ground. Why do you get excited when you hear the word Hokage? Tsunade asked as she got back on her feet with Naruto mimicking her action. Because I will be Hokage, that's my ninja way, the Uzumaki replied, causing a glimmer of recognition to appear in Tsunade's eyes. The onlookers were joined by the arrival of Jiraiya and Shizun. Lady Tsunade, Shizun exclaimed worriedly, noticing that the sanin's right hand was bloodied. Don't worry, this is nothing compared to what could have happened, Tsunade reassured her apprentice. If you two keep settling your differences here, you're going to destroy the village, Jiraiya remarked, observing the minor damage caused by the 2 blondes. You're right. Kid, I recognize your talent, but this isn't over, Tsunade said firmly. I'll give you a week and then we'll fight again. Train or slack off, I'm giving you the time. And if you manage to beat me, I'll give you my necklace, Tsunade declared, revealing the necklace at the end of her wager. But if you lose, I keep this little frog, she finished, showing Gamachan in her hands. But when did? The Uzumaki exclaimed, surprised as he checked his jacket pockets. Damn it, first the pervert and now the grandma, he grumbled to himself. Well, I'm an idiot for not sealing it away, he thought, resigned. Fine, although I don't care about the necklace, Naruto replied as he began to walk away. I'm going to sleep, the blonde concluded, stepping aside. Shizen thought about telling him something as she watched Naruto walk away. Well, at least he set a record, Jiraiya commented, catching the attention of the women present. What do you mean? His companion asked, confused. Jiraiya began to recount how the blonde Uzumaki had pushed Orochimaru back during the exams, how he had faced him, and how they fought simply because the blonde was looking for fun. The sanin exclaimed incredulously, that kid. Unable to find a logical reason to process the information that a young person could accomplish such a feat. Meanwhile, the blonde had already reached his room. Wow, things have really changed, Kurama's voice echoed in the Uzumaki's head. Honestly, I didn't think about anything, I just wanted to test my strength against the grandma, the blonde confessed with a laugh, as he formed a hand seal that triggered several explosions of smoke, from which several closed scrolls emerged. Are you ready? The Uzumaki asked his furry friend, who responded with a smile. The blonde turned off the room light and spread all the scrolls on the floor, except for one that he held in his hands. Sleep while you write that? Can you explain why so much? Kurama asked, watching as the blonde placed the last scroll a bit away from the others. The only thing that matters is the result, was the Uzumaki's terse reply. Suddenly, all the kanji on the scrolls began to detach, adapting to the floor and forming a perfect circle. Inside the circle, the kanji were scattered, but two stood out, placed opposite each other, both bearing the word, connection. To sum it up, the blonde began, sitting on one of the seals. With one, you block the energy so it can't escape the circle and alert anyone. With another, you prevent the pressure generated when releasing the 9 tails, he continued. And the last ones are what keep the chakra connection stable between the two individuals, the Uzumaki explained, as an explosion of smoke revealed Aoi Hano in Naruto's hands, positioned on the other seal drawn on the floor. Naruto clasped his hands together, activating all the seals simultaneously as he entered his mental landscape. It seems the connection seals worked. Congratulations, Kurama expressed, watching as Naruto's blue eyes lifted Aoi Hano within his mental landscape. Are you ready? Naruto asked as he began to gather chakra. Don't mess this up, we only have one shot, the giant fox warned as he clasped his hands together and a red chakra began to envelop the body of the blonde Uzumaki in the real world. 2 tails, Kurama mentioned as they manifested. 5 tails, the blonde continued, raising his katana as the blade began to accumulate blue and red chakra. 7 tails, Naruto, Kurama said, observing how Aoi Hano already had the chakra combination. Just a little more, Naruto said, gripping the handle of the katana tighter due to the immense pressure the chakra was exerting. 8 tails, the giant fox continued, as they felt a new chakra. 9, Kurama concluded, as the dark reddish chakra completely enveloped the blonde, making him almost indistinguishable. Naruto, a new voice echoed, causing Naruto to descend rapidly, lowering Aoi Hano. The great door swung open with tremendous force, causing a tremor in the blonde's mental landscape. Finally, I'm free, Kurama exclaimed as he stepped out of the cage. However, a new voice echoed in the air, 9 tails, step back. The voice, firm and resolute, belonged to Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, who positioned himself protectively in front of Naruto. Father, Naruto whispered, turning to see his parent, who embraced him warmly. Naruto, Minato replied, accepting his son's hug. Observing the emotional scene, Kurama murmured with irony, 4th, can I at least rip out one of your eyes, please? The request made Minato frown, while the giant fox added irritably, let me rip off a leg, and I'll explain what's going on. This left Minato, clearly bewildered, sweating nervously. Naruto talked with his father for quite a while, recounting his days since leaving the academy and how he met his girlfriends, which deeply surprised the blonde Namikaze when he learned that Naruto had 3 girlfriends, one of whom was several years older than him. He also mentioned how he had developed a good relationship with Kurama, the 9 tails. However, like everything in life, this moment had to come to an end, as the chakra the 4th Hokage had reserved began to dwindle, causing him to start fading away. Naruto, please take care of yourself, his father requested with a smile as he said goodbye. The blue-eyed blonde struggled to hold back tears as he watched his father walk away. I wish you both could have been together, but I can't do everything, he said, wiping away the few tears that had escaped his eyes. Shifting his attitude, the Uzumaki declared, well, now it's time for us to kick some butt. His newfound determination made the massive fox laugh. Let's see how strong you've become, pup, the fox replied as all of its tails began to move vigorously. Naruto emerged from his mental space, sweating and breathing heavily. My body feels different, the Uzumaki remarked as he got up and heard his friend groaning in pain. If you didn't kill me, I thought my mom would, he said, recalling how, when he was younger, his mother couldn't help but hug him tightly, nearly suffocating him, and then had grabbed his ear when she found out he was involved with 3 girls. For a moment, I thought she was going to rip it off, he concluded, rubbing his ear, which was the same color as his mother's hair. Hey, how's your abdomen? Kurama asked his Jinchuriki. He simply lifted his shirt, revealing 3 claw-shaped cuts. It's getting better, he replied as he made all the scrolls on the floor disappear. I think I'll take a nap, were the last words of the blonde before he lay down on the bed. Days continued to pass, and the blonde remained bedridden. What do you think he has, Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked her mentor, who was checking the Uzumaki's stable temperature. I don't know what's wrong, he's been sleeping for a week, the Senju replied, puzzled by such deep slumber. Please don't go tomorrow, Shizune requested of her teacher, who merely glanced at her without saying a word. Why aren't you answering? Please respond. Her apprentice retorted, catching the sanin's attention. What will you do? The blonde responded. Even if it costs me my life, I'll stop her, Shizune replied firmly and determinedly, but with a swift movement, a single strike from the sanin was enough to knock the girl unconscious. Morning arrived in the small village, and in a hotel room, the blonde Uzumaki began to open his eyes as he sat up in bed. I never thought this chakra assimilation would make me sleep so much, he muttered to himself, glancing at the day through the digital clock on the nightstand. I knew you were going to sleep, but I didn't think it would be this much, the giant fox commented, also peacefully sleeping. As he got up, the blonde noticed Shizune lying unconscious on the floor. What day is it? He asked himself as he began to wake Shizune, just as he heard the toad sanin arriving through the window. Now, our ninjas found themselves on the battlefield after appearing in a cloud of smoke, protecting the sanin from the slugs. Hello, Kabuto, the blonde greeted with a smile, leaving the mentioned character bewildered. Get out of the way. Tsunade shouted, pushing the albino sanin aside to launch herself directly at Kabuto. With a swift movement, he cut his own hand with a kunai, letting the BLD fall onto the senju, who froze at the sight. However, when the subordinate of the snake sanin attempted to strike Tsunade, he only felt a blow that sent him staggering back several meters. You're a talented ninja, Kabuto remarked as he wiped his cheek. You might as well go clean Orochimaru's backside, can't you see the poor guy has a bad hand? The Uzumaki retorted mockingly, pointing at the snake sen, who wore an expression of annoyance. Shizune approached her teacher, who looked pale from the scene she had witnessed with Orochimaru's subordinate. Grandma, if you're not going to fight, you're just in the way, she said coldly and seriously, surprising everyone present. Naruto, you think you're special, Kabuto said, capturing the blonde's attention. You only have strength because of the beast inside you. You'll never be anything in life, he added, trying to provoke the blonde. At least I don't need to be next to someone else to feel important, Naruto replied with a laugh, prompting Kabuto to charge at him with a kunai in hand. However, Kabuto only felt a strong punch to the chin from the Jinchuriki, sending him reeling back toward Orochimaru. Using the BLD from his arm, Kabuto smeared it with his fingers over the tattooed seal of the snake sanin, summoning 2 giant snakes. Demon it! The albino cursed, biting his finger to perform a summoning jutsu. However, from the explosion of smoke emerged Gamakichi. What? The sanin questioned upon seeing the small toad. Jiraiya's chakra is still affected by the poison, Shizune replied in her mind. Kid, the toad sanin called out, asking for Naruto's help. I'm coming, the Uzumaki responded, mimicking his MSDR's actions with the intention of summoning the chief toad. But from the cloud of smoke emerged a small yellow toad wearing a blue vest. Gamatatsu. Gamakichi exclaimed upon seeing his brother. Kid, we needed Gamabunta, Jiraiya complained to the Uzumaki. My chakra is unstable. I slept for an entire week. Naruto excused himself. At that moment, they saw the two snakes lunging toward the albino and the blonde. I'll take care of Jiraiya, Orochimaru exclaimed as he attacked the mentioned ninja. The other serpent lunged at the young blonde ninja, while Kabuto advanced toward Shizune. What a great time for my chakra to be unstable, Naruto grumbled as he watched the giant serpent open its mouth to swallow him whole. Thanks, buddy, he thought as Aoi Hano appeared in his hands. With quick precision he made a clean cut, severing the massive serpent into several pieces. Did I take that long? The blonde wondered, glancing at Shizune on the ground and Kabuto standing before Tsunade, ready to strike. That kid is really annoying, Kabuto remarked, dodging Naruto's kick as he positioned himself in front of the Senju to protect her. Naruto, do you really think you can go far? Even if you become Hokage, who will respect you if everyone sees you as the Nine Tails? And if you die, you'll never achieve your dream, Kabuto confessed, trying to break the Uzumaki spirit. I won't die. I will become Hokage, and I won't go back on my word. That's my ninja way, the blonde replied with a smile, surprising Tsunade with his words. Then I'll kill you here. Kabuto shouted, lunging at Naruto with a kunai in hand. Naruto stopped Kabuto's attack by grabbing his wrist. And you're starting to annoy me, the blonde declared as a Rasengan formed in his hand, striking Kabuto's abdomen with force. However, Kabuto managed to grab Naruto's chest before being thrown back by the Rasengan, crashing into a rock. Still, I won, Orochimaru's servant said with a laugh. You cut the muscles in my heart, Naruto said, touching his chest while listening to his opponent's laughter. But that laughter turned to surprise as the blonde disappeared in a puff of smoke. Did you really think you were strong enough to take me seriously? A simple clone got the better of you, a new voice said from behind Tsunade. She turned to see Naruto, his katana resting on his shoulders, looking at her with determination. Tsunade felt happy and relieved to see the Uzumaki in good shape. My chakra is stable now, or rather, I have a good amount of it, Naruto mentioned, blocking Orochimaru's sword attack with his own katana. Kid, you've given me a lot of trouble, Orochimaru exclaimed, clearly irritated as he extended his body to strike the Uzumaki, but the blow ended up hitting the Senju instead. I would bet my life on it, because I am the 5th Hokage of the Leaf Village, Tsunade said, delivering a powerful blow to the snake sanin. However, at that moment, Orochimaru's sword, which Naruto was holding back, extended and pierced through the Senju. Dim Enit, the Uzumaki exclaimed in his mind as he grabbed the serpent's sword and pulled it out of the blonde's body, throwing it away. Seal release, Tsunade thought as she brought her hands together. A vast network of chakra spread throughout the Senju's body, instantly healing all her wounds. Orochimaru, watching as the wounds caused by the sword closed completely, except for the torn clothing that remained as the only evidence, asked in surprise, "It seems I'm not the only one who has learned new things. What is that?" Tsunade, wiping a bit of BLD from her lips and rubbing it on her hand, replied, "I've been accumulating chakra in the seal on my forehead. By releasing it, I can rapidly duplicate cells, allowing me to heal any organ." Shizune, worried, thought to herself as she got up from the ground and watched as Gamabunta, the giant serpent Manda, and the giant slug Katsuyu emerged from 3 massive explosions. The number of times a human can duplicate their cells is limited. If she overuses that technique, she will only shorten her life. The legendary Sanins stood on the battlefield, each on their respective summons, staring each other down. The little yellow frog greeted with a "Hi, Dad," while its brother shouted that they needed to get out of there as soon as possible. Manda and Orochimaru, Katsuyu and Tsunade. The giant toad mentioned, observing the others. "What brings us together for this special meeting, Jiraiya?" Gamabunta asked. "We're going to take down an old enemy," the white-haired man replied, casting a glance at his former teammate. "Hey, Orochimaru, what are you doing summoning me here? Do you want me to kill you?" Manda snapped at the Sannin, who fell silent. "Please, Great Manda, we'll make it up to you later," Kabuto pleaded, trying to calm his I don't like this at all, Tsunade commented while hearing Naruto's laughter nearby. I could go for some frog soup, Manda said, eyeing Gamabunta. And I could use a snakeskin briefcase, Gamabunta replied, gripping the hilt of his sword. All right, Naruto exclaimed, jumping off the giant slug's head and beginning to descend onto the battlefield. The first one to kill Orochimaru gets a meal on me, the Uzumaki proposed, as if it were a game. The Uzumaki's words marked the beginning of the battle. Katsuyu shot a stream of acid at the giant serpent, but Manda dodged the attack and lunged at the giant slug, beginning to strangle it. Just as Manda was about to sink its fangs into Katsuyu, Gamabunta's massive sword blocked the serpent's attack. However, in a swift move, Manda struck the toad chief hard, as Katsuyu had split into several smaller slugs. This blow sent Gamabunta staggering back several meters, and in an aerial twist, he combined his strength with the white-haired sanin to unleash a massive firestorm that forced the serpent to shed its skin. The ground began to tremble as Manda approached Gamabunta and Jiraiya from beneath the earth. Although the toad chief managed to grab the serpent, he only caught its tail, while the rest of its body coiled around both of them. Just as Manda was about to bite Gamabunta, the giant toad's sword plunged into the serpent's jaw, immobilizing it. Keep your mouth shut, Tsunade shouted from the end of the sword's hilt. The snake sanin thought that fighting both of them at the same time was a complicated task as he stretched his tongue toward the senju. But at that precise moment, a powerful snowstorm enveloped Manda, along with Orochimaru and Kabuto, paralyzing them. In it, how could I forget about the brat? The snake sanin reproached himself, lamenting his oversight. Immediately he felt Tsunade grab his tongue and pull him forcefully, freeing him from the frost that had immobilized him, only to receive a solid punch to the face from the senju. Orochimaru was sent flying by the powerful blow from the senju, crashing into his subordinate and freeing him from the snowy frost in the process. How dare you do this to me? The next time I see you, I'll kill you, Manda threatened before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Since Tsunade didn't cooperate, I'll have to find another way to get my arms back, the snake sanin remarked, rising to his feet and fixing his gaze on the Uzumaki, who was sitting on a rock. Until next time, friends, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Naruto. He bid farewell as his body began to merge with the earth, and Kabuto disappeared in a burst of smoke. The battle had come to an end. Well, since no one died, I don't owe anyone anything, the Uzumaki said with a laugh, as if it had all been a game. Brat, Gamabunta grumbled before disappearing along with his sons. It seems everything is over, Tsunade commented, watching as one of her hands aged before her eyes. No, Grandma, we still have our battle, the blonde reminded her, stepping down from the rock and positioning himself in front of the senju, eliciting only a laugh from her. Naruto, I give up, you win, the sanin of the slugs confessed, removing her necklace and placing it around the Uzumaki's neck. Your frog stayed in my room. I think it still has the money, although I've taken quite a bit, Tsunade admitted, observing how the blonde was enveloped in a cloud of sadness. I'm surrounded by people who take money from a kid and spend it, he thought, sinking into depression as the laughter of those present filled the air, a stark contrast to the sudden change in the hyperactive ninja. In the distance, a group of ninjas approached the great gates of the Leaf Village. It's been a while since I've been here, Tsunade remarked, observing the slight changes in the village as she spotted the silhouette of her sensei. What a welcome, she commented, noticing the elderly Sarutobi, who had aged considerably. Tsunade, it's as if time hasn't touched you, greeted the third Hokage to his former student. Old man, the grandmother and that pervert nearly cleaned me out, Naruto complained, feigning tears. Don't say it like that, you're making us sound like the villains in a novel, retorted the albino, playfully grabbing the blonde's hair. Well, I'm off to bed, Naruto said as he started to leave. Wasn't a week of sleep enough for you? Questioned the sanin, puzzled by Naruto's actions. Go find Shikamaru, and I'll wait for you in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi instructed, listening to Naruto's complaints. Naruto and Shikamaru soon found themselves in the Hokage's office with the third and the newly appointed fifth Hokage of the Leaf Village. Congratulations on your promotion from Genin to Chunin, Hiruzen said, presenting the new vests to the two young men. No, thanks, and I don't want it. were the responses from both boys, leaving the Hokage speechless and prompting a sigh from Tsunade. Boys, you don't understand, the rank is already on your record, we're just informing you, Tsunade explained, causing Shikamaru to reluctantly accept the vest while Naruto made it clear he didn't want it. Sarutobi then placed the garment on the desk. But why just us? Shikamaru asked, puzzled. Shikamaru, you demonstrated great intellect in your fight against Naruto, replied the third Hokage. Although you ultimately won because Naruto withdrew, the higher-ups recognized your intellect, which is crucial in the ninja combat field, he elaborated. Afterward, Sarutobi turned his gaze to Naruto and asked Shikamaru to leave, which he did immediately. And you should be grateful, they wanted to throw you in prison for the rest of your life, confessed the third Hokage, leaving Naruto confused. What were you thinking with everything that happened, with Orochimaru and the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Hiruzen continued. Many ninjas and civilians claimed that the power of the Nine Tails was already taking over you, and people know you have a dojutsu. The Hokage explained that the main houses intervened to defend Naruto, preventing the situation from worsening. They were going to promote you to Jonin, but we decided to promote you to Chunin to avoid alarming those who don't know the details of what happened, Sarutobi concluded, his tone a mix of reprimand and fatigue from the long meetings. All right, thanks for the promotion, Naruto said as he left the office. I just got the position, and already I have a headache because of that kid, Tsunade grumbled upon hearing everything related to Naruto. Naruto and the fifth Hokage arrived at the village hospital and headed to the room of the dark-haired Uchiha. There, they found the pink-haired girl sitting beside Sasuke's bed. Please, help Sasuke, Sakura pleaded, bowing her head toward Tsunade. The sanin smiled, approached the dark-haired boy, and placed her hand on his forehead, applying medical ninjutsu. He'll wake up soon, Tsunade assured, calming Sakura, who began to relax. The day continued relatively normally. Naruto arrived home and was surprised to find none of his friends there, as it was customary for them to be in his apartment. Using his dojutsu, he located Hinata training with her team and Sensei, Ino celebrating with her friends over Shikamaru's promotion, and Anko in the training room. Looks like they're busy, the blonde murmured to himself. At that moment, he heard a knock on his door. When he opened it, he found a ninja with a pineapple hairstyle and a horizontal scar on his face. Irika-sensei. Naruto greeted excitedly. Naruto, I heard you're back. Want to go out for a meal to celebrate your promotion? My treat, the Chunin proposed with a smile, happy to see his former student reach the same rank as him. Minutes passed peacefully as the two ninjas enjoyed bowls of ramen, with Naruto recounting his journey with Jiraiya to Irika. Well, it sounds like you did well, Irika commented with a smile. Here, when it was announced that Hiruzen Sarutobi was stepping down as the third Hokage, but without mentioning who the fifth would be, everyone started speculating about different options. The Chunin looked at the blonde, who just laughed. What stories did they come up with? Naruto asked curiously, knowing that Tsunade's appointment was a secret known only to a few high-ranking ninjas. Not too many. Many thought it would be Sanin Jiraiya since he was in the village and it was assumed he would take the position, Irika explained, before smiling. But the funniest part was what Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi did, he added with a grin. What did those three do? Naruto asked as he started on another bowl of ramen. They painted your face alongside the fourth Hokage's on the wall, the sensei told him, causing the Uzumaki to laugh at the kid's antics. Time flew by until both ninjas said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. It was great talking to Irika-sensei, the blonde commented, rubbing his stomach because he felt so full. I'm going to check on how Sasuke is doing, Naruto thought as he headed to the hospital. As he walked through the hallways toward Sasuke's room, a loud crash made him quicken his pace. A pot had fallen to the floor. Upon arriving at Sasuke's room, he saw the young man with his arm extended, a pot of chopped apples scattered across the floor. Guys, you need to be more careful, the blonde said while picking up the apples. But when he looked up, he met Sasuke's gaze, filled with intensity and defiance. The dark-haired boy slowly got up from the bed and stood in front of Naruto. Naruto, fight me right now, the Uchiha commanded, his voice thick with fury. What are you talking about? You're barely recovered, the blonde replied, trying to avoid another fight like the one they had earlier. "Shut up and fight me," Sasuke repeated, his Sharingan with two tomo flickering intensely. "I already told you I won't. Are you deaf?" Naruto shot back, his tone now more serious. "I don't care what that stupid fifth Hokage says. She's meddling in things that don't concern her," Sasuke continued, his anger unsettling Naruto. With a serious expression, Naruto locked eyes with the Uchiha. "Is all of this because of your brother?" he asked, causing a vein to throb on Sasuke's forehead. "Did you ever stop to think about why he did that? Why he didn't do the same to you?" Naruto concluded just before receiving a punch to the cheek from Sasuke. "Sasuke, you won't achieve anything by killing him," Naruto insisted as a loud scream filled the room, and a bright blue light illuminated everything. "Stop, Sasuke!" Sakura exclaimed as she saw the Sharingan user's hand beginning to glow with a Chidori. Sasuke lunged forward, ready to strike Naruto with the Chidori, but in a swift motion he shot to the side, causing destruction. "Sasuke, the Chidori isn't meant to be used against your comrades," a new voice echoed in the room. "Were you trying to kill Naruto?" The voice concluded as Naruto stood up, revealing his masked sensei. "What were you thinking?" Kakashi asked, watching his student as he jumped out the window and ran away. Kakashi slowly approached the window. "Thank goodness Naruto didn't use the Rasengan, otherwise, Sasuke would have died," he murmured, addressing the white-haired sanin sitting on the roof next to the window. "You taught that kid the Chidori too," Jiraiya replied as both adults watched Naruto leave the hospital room. "What's going on between those two?" the Sage of the Toads asked with intrigue. "To simplify it, it's like your relationship with Orochimaru in the past." Kakashi's short and direct response left Jiraiya deep in thought. Naruto walked calmly toward his home, but his mind was filled with worries about what might happen. "I don't want to fight Sasuke again," he thought, resting his hands behind his head. "Well, in the end he learned the hard way," Kurama commented, prompting Naruto to recall their intense past battles. "Maybe some people only learn through pain," the fox added with a sigh, concluding the conversation with his friend. As he arrived in front of his apartment, he sensed the presence of two familiar chakras. Naruto opened the door to his home, and upon hearing footsteps approaching, he saw Hinata and Ino appear. "Naruto," the girls greeted joyfully, rushing to hug him. "When did you get back? You didn't tell us," the blonde Yamanaka asked, worried because they hadn't heard from him in days. "I arrived a few hours ago, and since I saw you both busy, I decided to wait," the Jinchuriki replied, giving each of them a light kiss on the forehead. "But if you didn't let us know you were back, why are you here?" Naruto asked curiously, receiving a nervous laugh from the girls. "Well, to sum it up, we came to eat here and take a shower," Hinata explained with a sweet smile, causing Naruto to chuckle softly. "I see," the blonde concluded with a smile, accepting the situation. Minutes passed as Naruto watched Hinata and Ino prepare dinner, the sunset light filtering through the window. Suddenly, he felt the presence of someone familiar approaching and heard a knock at the door. "I'll see who it is," the Uzumaki said, heading toward the entrance with a hunch about who it might be. When he opened the door, the first thing he felt was a weight on top of him. "You cheeky brat, how dare you!" a feminine voice exclaimed, filled with anger. Hinata and Ino quickly approached, surprised to see Anko as the new arrival. "You left me without a word and disappeared for half a month," the purple-haired woman revealed, leaving the other two girls speechless as they looked at the blonde on the floor. "Naruto, is there something you'd like to tell us?" Hinata asked with a smile that, despite being sweet, carried a hint of unsettling seriousness. Naruto was already sitting on the sofa in his home, with the snake as lying on his shoulder, a victorious smile on her face. "So, to sum it up, let's say I have a fling with Anko," the blonde explained to the two girls in front of him. "You're an old pervert, looking for a relationship with someone younger than you," Ino exclaimed, pointing at the older purple-haired woman. "Girl, what did you just call me?" Anko replied angrily, standing in front of the blonde Yamanaka. "That you're an old perverted creep," Ino repeated, causing Anko to grab Ino's hair, but without fear Ino mimicked the action, grabbing the snake Isaras's coat. "Okay, you two, let's not escalate things," Naruto interjected, placing himself between the two girls to separate them. The atmosphere was charged with tension, especially between the two girls in dispute. "Naruto is mine," Ino exclaimed, clinging to the Uzumaki's arm. "He belongs to me too," Anko retorted, grabbing the other arm of the blue-eyed blonde and pulling him. Exhausted, Naruto thought to himself, "What kind of mess have I gotten myself into?" as he felt his body being pulled in opposite directions. "What if I make a clone for each of you?" he said aloud, and immediately felt his body stop being stretched in different directions. "Then, 2 clones for me please," Anko requested with a mischievous smile, leaving everyone present with blank expressions, wondering what was going through the mind of the eccentric ninja. Dinner went on in silence, with everyone enjoying a peaceful meal. However, the silence was interrupted by Hinata. "So you achieved your goal," she commented, referring to Anko's earlier words about Naruto and Hinata's relationship. "I'm not letting him go," Anko replied, dropping her cutlery and taking Naruto's hand, which made everyone present smile. Meanwhile, Ino thought to herself with a smile, "Well, if we look at it this way, I was the first to get involved in the relationship," and continued eating calmly. Dinner ended, and the girls prepared to head back to their respective homes. "It's a shame that I can't stay too," Anko remarked triumphantly, causing the two girls at the door to turn around and see Mitarashi hugging Naruto, pressing against him more and more. "What?" Ino exclaimed, surprised. "I'm an adult now, I can decide where to sleep," Anko said firmly, leaving Yamanaka speechless. "Besides, I don't think my cute boyfriend would mind if I spend the night at his place," she added, leaning down to give Uzumaki a quick kiss on the cheek. "Well, Anko has a point. See you tomorrow," Hinata said, bidding farewell as she left the house, followed by a resigned Ino. After Ino said goodbye to her friend, she began to run from house to house, leaping from rooftop to rooftop until she quickly reached her home. She opened the door and dashed down the hallway, calling out to her parents with excitement. The heiress exclaimed upon seeing her father in the dining room, reading a small book, and her mother in the kitchen, washing the dinner dishes. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Mrs. Yamanaka asked, concerned that her daughter might not have eaten. "Didn't you have dinner with Hinata?" The blonde teenager replied without hesitation, "I can stay over at Naruto's apartment." The silence that followed her request felt eternal, though it lasted only 3 seconds. "Of course, dear," her mother responded with a smile, allowing Ino to rush out of the house without hearing her father's objections. "But what?" Inoichi asked, confused by his wife's actions. "What's wrong with that?" she replied as she dried the dishes. "Tsunade is back, which means Naruto is in the village too," the blonde said, standing up in front of his wife. "Yes, I knew that. It's good that they returned without any problems, right?" Mrs. Yamanaka replied, placing the dishes in the drying rack. "So you let your daughter spend the night at a boy's house?" Inoichi continued, worried. "Naruto has slept here before," she reminded him. "But at least we were here. They shouldn't be alone in an apartment all night," insisted the jonin. Mrs. Yamanaka, finishing up with the dishes, replied, "You know, we can take advantage of this situation." With a meaningful look, she pointed out various places in the house. The kitchen, the sofa, the dining room, even the stairs. "When was the last time we used these spaces?" she concluded as she unbuttoned her dress and kissed her husband, leaving him thoughtful and confused. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting on the sofa with Anko Mitarashi curled up in his lap, and he couldn't help but think, "I never imagined I'd see the SDST of torture like this." As he stroked Anko's violet hair, he heard Kurama's voice in his mind say, "I never thought I'd have a human as a friend," which made Naruto smile slightly. Anko, her brown eyes sparkling, looked at him, and seeing her head tilted and chin raised, Naruto understood what she wanted. "You're all so spoiled," he commented with a grin, lowering his head to kiss Anko's lips. They shared a calm and tender kiss, savoring the moment, until a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Who could it be at this hour? Anko wondered anxiously as she got up from the sofa to open the door. However, Naruto already knew who it was. "Hey, shouldn't you be in bed by now?" he asked, annoyed, looking at Ino at the door. Despite his words, Ino was undeterred and walked in as if it were her own home. "Ino," Uzumaki greeted, equally perplexed to see the blonde. "My love," the Yamanaka responded, approaching him and giving him a passionate kiss, leaving everyone even more bewildered. Night had fallen, with the moon watching from above, and in Naruto's house, only the bathroom light shone, while the sound of running water filled the air. "Little girl, don't turn on the shower, I wasn't planning to wash my hair," Anko complained, noticing her violet hair was soaked. "Not my problem," Ino replied sarcastically, splashing her with a stream of water, which only increased Anko's irritation. "Naruto, move aside, I want to drown her," Anko requested, but her beloved, resting against her chest, simply shook his head. Ino didn't want to move, leaving Anko to hear her victorious laughter as she climbed into the tub with the other two individuals sprawled over Naruto. "I think I need to buy a bigger tub," he remarked, noticing how Ino's feet were curled up against the wall of the tub. "I don't understand what you're complaining about. You have two friends next to you." Ino laughed as she shifted away from the blonde, leaning her back against the wall and crossing her legs over the edge of the tub. "That's true," Naruto affirmed as he turned his body and planted a kiss on Anko's lips. The violet-haired girl didn't expect that move, but she tightened her grip on Uzumaki's head, not giving him space to pull back. "Hey, don't monopolize him," Ino exclaimed, grabbing Naruto and pulling him away from Anko. "What's wrong? Haven't you heard of sharing?" she said, licking her lips, which turned Ino's face bright red as she spun Uzumaki around, kissing him with the same intensity Anko had used. The tension in the air was palpable, and Naruto Uzumaki, the so-called culprit, could feel it between the two girls. "Well, I think if I stay any longer, I'll turn into a raisin," he murmured before hurriedly leaving the bathroom, leaving the two girls alone. They sat in the tub, staring at each other. "You're the young heiress of the Yamanaka clan," Anko broke the ice. "And you're the instructor for the Chunin exams," Ino replied, surprising Anko. "Listen, my name is Anko Mitarashi," she asserted, somewhat annoyed. "And you, how did you meet that idiot?" Ino asked, her tone becoming more serious. Naruto had entered the room in his underwear, with a towel still on his head drying his blonde hair. Was it a good idea to leave those two alone? Kurama asked, making his presence known in Naruto's mind. "I don't know, but if those two end up fighting, I don't want to be caught in the middle," Uzumaki replied as he opened his closet and pulled out a hoodie, which he then put on. "Wow, I should provoke your homemade dango," Ino's voice rang out, accompanied by the laughter of Anko. "What did I miss?" Uzumaki wondered as he saw both girls enter his room wearing only their underwear. Blonde Uzumaki was confused, not understanding the change in the attitude of both girls. "Was that cilantro I just had?" he pondered, recalling the dinner he had. "Stop saying nonsense, my love, and come to bed," called the violet-haired girl with brown eyes from the bed, where she lay next to the blonde, both of them clad only in their underwear. "I'd better not overthink this," Naruto concluded with a sigh, moving closer to the two girls and lying down in the middle of them. As Naruto settled in, he felt both girls snuggling against him under the covers. "You're so warm," Ino remarked, pressing her skin closer to her beloved. "Share some warmth with me too," Mitarashi complained, throwing one of her legs over Naruto's body. "Ah, here I am, the one who can't move," he thought resignedly as he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Hours passed, and with them, a new day dawned in the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, Shikamaru and Naruto stood before Tsunade, the village leader. "Naruto, Shikamaru, I'll be brief. Sasuke has left the village," Tsunade announced, delivering news that left Shikamaru stunned while Naruto looked down, clenching his fist in frustration. "Your mission is to bring Sasuke back to the Hidden Leaf," she concluded. Confused, Shikamaru replied, "Why is a mission of this level assigned to two Chunin instead of a Jonin?" The Hokage explained, "Right now, all the important ninjas are out on missions," leaving Shikamaru speechless. "You have 30 minutes. Choose your best ninjas," Tsunade urged, prompting Shikamaru to leave quickly. Shikamaru exited the office, leaving the two blondes in a tense silence. "Did you already know?" Tsunade asked. "I suspected it with everything that's happened," Naruto replied, raising his gaze to meet her eyes. Sasuke is seeking revenge, and Orochimaru is offering him power. His emotions are blinding him, Naruto added, aware that sometimes it's best not to change what has happened. Naruto, you're a ninja above the level of a jonin, Tsunade said, capturing his attention. You're just a 13-year-old boy, but your maturity is that of an adult. The blonde continued, I recognize your power, and I can say that even if I teamed up with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, we wouldn't fare well in a fight against you, she confessed, leaving Naruto surprised by her words. I need you to bring Sasuke back, Tsunade concluded, causing a smile to spread across Naruto's face. Oh, one last thing, Naruto, she said, making him turn around just as he was about to leave. I need you to bring him back alive, Tsunade finished, which made Naruto laugh. At the village entrance, a group of 6 young ninjas prepared: Chuji, Kiba, Rock Lee, Neji, Shikamaru, and Naruto. We'd better hurry, Naruto said, eager not to waste any time. Let me explain our positions, Shikamaru began, detailing the plan. Kiba would lead the way, using his keen sense of smell to detect any dangers that Naruto or Neji might miss with their dojutsu. Neji would take the rear, covering the team's back, while Naruto in the center would keep an eye on the flanks for better coverage. The other 3 ninjas would be ready to provide support in case anything unexpected happened. After an emotional conversation with Sakura, who tearfully pleaded for them to bring Sasuke back, the ninjas set off, leaping from tree to fulfill their mission. However, minutes after they started, Kiba reported that he had detected the smell of BLD, prompting the team to stop abruptly at Naruto and Neji's command. What happened? Rock Lee asked, concern evident in his voice. Explosive tags, Neji informed, pointing to one stuck to a tree. It's a trap technique. When someone enters the area, it activates, Shikamaru explained as he examined the seal. I've found the other tags, Neji added determinedly. And I've found Sasuke, Naruto said, pointing ahead, leaving everyone with serious expressions focused on the mission. Following an explosion that alerted the enemy, the group of ninjas faced off against the sound ninjas. All right, now we'd like to talk, Shikamaru said with a smile as his shadow connected with that of his opponents. However, a previously thrown shuriken disrupted Nara's jutsu, and soon they found themselves trapped in a sphere of rock. This thing is absorbing our chakra, Neji exclaimed, watching as one of the cracks Kiba had created began to regenerate. Get back! Naruto shouted, striking the sphere with force, creating a large crack, though he couldn't break it completely. Kid, did you think I hadn't learned from that time? Orochimaru's servant mused, recognizing that Naruto was a significant source of chakra. Naruto, Shikamaru called, setting aside his analysis. Hit the other side, he instructed, and Naruto nodded. Chuji, get ready, Nara continued, prompting Chuji to start increasing his size. The other side isn't in contact, it won't regenerate as quickly, he concluded as the team prepared to break free from the cage they were trapped in. The Leaf Ninjas were once again face to face with one of the Sound Ninjas. Now it's our turn, Rock Lee exclaimed, cracking his knuckles with enthusiasm. Be careful, Shikamaru warned as he saw the enemy gathering their hands and lifting a large boulder of rock to throw at Naruto's group. However, Naruto shattered the rock with a single blow, sending a massive spinning mass toward the Sound Ninja. The attack was stopped by Chuji, but a kick sent him reeling back, returning him to his normal state. Naruto and I will handle this, Shikamaru said, but Chuji's exclamation interrupted him. It's mine. I'll take care of him, he declared, standing up and positioning himself in front of his teammates, determined to face the enemy. The Leaf group leaped from tree to tree, getting closer and closer. It's strange that there aren't more traps, Neji reported, visibly worried about the lack of obstacles. They're underestimating us, Shikamaru replied, and after a brief moment of reflection he joined his hands and, using a transformation jutsu, turned into the Sound Ninja named Jirobo. He moved ahead of his teammates to infiltrate the Sound Ninjas. You took your time, Jirobo, one of them, a two-headed ninja, commented. You, Fatso, don't be so slow and carry the barrel, the red-haired ninja ordered, to which Jirobo nodded, leaving the others intrigued. You can't carry the barrel because you're not Jirobo, another Sound Ninja exclaimed, turning around and throwing the barrel toward his companions. "Damn it," Shikamaru thought as he reverted from his transformation. He threw a kunai, but it was intercepted by the six-armed ninja. "Jirobo always grabs Taiyuya's attention with those words," Kidamaru commented, launching a web from his mouth that ensnared Nara against a tree. While the others attempted to attack the sound ninja from behind, Kidamaru managed to trap them all in webs, securing them against a tree with hardened web arrows. "I'm going to have some fun with you, stupid blonde," Kidamaru said, pointing at the 6 Uzumaki caught in the web. "Let's see who the real one is," he exclaimed, shooting one of his arrows and causing one of the blondes to explode in smoke. "Wow, missed." The sound ninja laughed as he began firing the other arrows. When he hit the last blonde, he too exploded in smoke, revealing that none of them were the real one. The sound ninja was incredulous to see that none of the Narutos caught in the web were the real deal, but he didn't have time to think, as he had to block a downward attack from the Uzumaki, causing him to fall from the branch he was standing on. In the same motion, Kidamaru shot his web, ensnaring the blonde's wrists. Without wasting a second, Naruto lunged forward, grabbing the web rope and pulling the sound ninja's body, forcing him to quickly cut the connection to avoid a kick to the head. However, while focusing on Naruto, he received a powerful blow to the back from Neji, who was now free alongside his teammates. "Things made with chakra will be destroyed when you apply chakra to them," Neji explained, leaving the 6-armed ninja speechless. "Get out of here. I'll take care of him," Neji concluded with determination. They continued on their way toward the last 2 sound ninjas who were holding Sasuke. "We're close," Kiba mentioned. "I see them," the Uzumaki added, prompting the ninjas to quicken their pace until they halted in front of the 2 sound ninjas, who had stopped on a branch. "What have those 2 been doing?" the redhead complained, noticing how they always had them trailing behind. "Who cares? I'll take them out in 10 seconds, the 2-headed boy declared, approaching quickly. In a swift motion, the sound ninja named Sakan launched a series of punches that struck the present company, but instantly, they dissolved into smoke. "What?" was all the sound ninja could articulate as she felt herself losing control over her body. "Taiyuya!" Sakan exclaimed, but in his distraction, he felt himself being grabbed. "Hey, don't get distracted," Naruto's voice rang out, revealing that he was the one holding the sound ninja, just as this Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a kick delivered by the youthful ninja that connected with the individual's body. Sakan received a solid kick from Rock Lee that sent him stumbling back toward the red-haired ninja, who was trapped by Shikamaru's shadow jutsu. However, just before they collided, Shikamaru released the technique, deflecting the impact, while Naruto held a barrel containing Sasuke. "Damn it!" Sakan shouted, furious, launching himself into the attack, but an assault from Ino and a resonating explosion caused both to fall to the ground. "Kiba!" Shikamaru yelled, worried. "We have the advantage now," the young ninja asserted with a smile. "I wouldn't be so sure," Naruto replied, turning his body to block an attack from a new opponent. "Kimimaro," the redhead mentioned, recognizing the new rival who had entered the fray. Kimimaro was the new individual, and in a swift moment he managed to snatch the barrel from the leaf ninjas, simultaneously distancing himself and standing on another branch. "Taiyuya, you're so slow," Kimimaro scolded. "How are you here?" "Your body," the sound ninja said, surprised and confused by her companion's presence. "I'm here solely by sheer will," he replied, further shocking the girl. "With one foot in the other world," the redhead concluded, understanding her companion's situation. "That doesn't matter, give Sasuke back." Rock Lee shouted, jumping toward Orochimaru's servant. "Lee, don't rush," Nara exclaimed, but at that moment, Taiyuya appeared in front of him, delivering a punch to his face that sent him staggering back, only to be caught by the blonde Uzumaki. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked his teammate, who merely nodded. Kimimaro began to retreat at high speed, jumping from branch to branch with Sasuke. "What a joke, this feels more like a game where we face different bosses," Naruto commented, exhausted by the repetitive situation. "Either way, you won't get past here," Taiyuya asserted as she pulled out a flute. "Naruto," Shikamaru called, drawing a kunai. "I've got this," the Uzumaki replied, nodding, a gesture that was enough for Nara to lunge at the redhead. Taiya blocked the kunai attack with her flute, but when she turned to look at Naruto, she realized that he and his teammate with the peculiar hairstyle were no longer there. In a meadow quite far away, Naruto and Rock Lee found themselves facing Kimimaro, who had a bruise on his cheek. "I'd like to know what space-time technique you used to get here so quickly," the sound ninja asked with intrigue, recalling how they had appeared out of nowhere after receiving a hit to the face that had made them stop in the meadow. "Everything ends here," Kimimaro declared, as two bone stakes emerged from the palms of his hands. "You're absolutely right," Naruto added, creating a couple of clones, while Rock Lee assumed a combat stance. The clones charged directly at the sound ninja, but Kimimaro dodged the first attack from one of them with a jump, easily dispatching two clones with his bones. However, he had to retreat when a third clone managed to position itself behind him, launching a kick that shattered a large portion of the ground in its wake. The sound ninja didn't have much time to breathe, as he saw the original Naruto approaching alongside the mushroom-haired ninja. "How annoying," thought Orochimaru's servant as he ducked to avoid a kick from Rock Lee. Before Lee could strike with his stakes, he felt the blonde deflect the stake from his palm with his feet, preventing him from connecting his attack with that of his other enemy. Without giving the blonde a moment's respite, Kimimaro brought his other hand down, piercing through the Uzumaki, who vanished in a puff of smoke. Instantly, he felt someone grab him from the side and launch him into the air, forcing him to cover himself with his arms against a descending kick from the youthful ninja. Without wasting any time, Kimimaro got back on his feet, creating some distance between them. He pulled a bone shaped like a sword from his shoulder and lunged to attack Rock Lee, who had to dodge the bone sword slash that grazed his head. Lee, maintaining his balance, twisted his body to evade a second move and launched a punch that Kimimaro caught, leaving the mushroom-haired ninja's guard wide open. But just before the tip of the bone could touch the youth's head, it was halted by the blade of the katana resting in the blonde's hands. "You're in the way," were the only words that escaped the sound ninja's mouth before he kicked Lee back several meters. Naruto and Kimimaro began to clash swords evenly until they both retreated. Naruto had received a cut on his cheek, and Kimimaro's sword had broken. Both ninjas were ready to continue, but suddenly they saw the barrel pop open, releasing Sasuke, who was laughing uncontrollably. Before they could say a word, Sasuke took off running. "Idiot!" Naruto grumbled, watching his friend run away. "Naruto," Rock Lee called, stepping in front of the blonde. "I'll take care of him," the mushroom-haired ninja concluded, giving a thumbs up and smiling at the Uzumaki. Understanding the situation, Naruto turned and headed toward the Uchiha, determined to catch up and find out what was going on. Two giant statues loomed majestically, flanked by a powerful waterfall. That was the landscape of the Valley of the End. "Are you really going to run away?" Naruto exclaimed, annoyed, causing the dark-haired boy to turn around and face his blonde companion. "What's it to you, idiot?" Sasuke replied, revealing half of his face, marked by the cursed seal. "Sasuke, please, let's go back." "The revenge you seek makes no sense," Naruto said, his voice filled with sadness and compassion. The dark-haired boy, with a serious expression, stared intently at the Uzumaki. "Why do you care about my reasons?" the Uchiha asked, making the blonde lower his gaze. "I have my own path," the dark-haired boy continued. "I'll say this once, go home," he declared, causing Naruto to clench his fist tightly. Chuji, Niji, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Rock Lee. They all risked their lives coming for you, Naruto reminded him, thinking of the conditions some of them had ended up in. "What does it matter?" Sasuke retorted, turning to leave. But in an instant, Naruto leaped onto the statue and struck the Uchiha. "Do you think being with those teammates will make me stronger?" Sasuke asked from the ground. "I'm going with Orochimaru," was his final statement. Naruto slowly rose, leaving the Uchiha on the ground. "Killing him won't bring your clan back to life," the blonde said, provoking irritation in the Uchiha with his words. "Did you ask him why he did that?" the blonde continued, watching as the dark-haired boy got up. "Because he killed everyone except for his little brother," Naruto concluded, only to feel a strong blow to his abdomen delivered by the dark-haired Uchiha. "Shut up, you don't know anything," were the words he said after slamming the Uzumaki against the waterfall. I had forgotten that while he was in that barrel, he became stronger, he thought to himself, emerging from the water and standing on it. Naruto and Sasuke locked eyes before charging at each other. In midair, the Uzumaki extended his arm, ready to strike, but the dark-haired boy tilted his head and dodged the attack. However, before he could counterattack, Naruto surprised him with a kick that sent him crashing against the face of the statue. "Have you finally woken up?" the blonde said, perched on the outstretched fingers of the statue. "Yes, I've awakened," the Uchiha replied, getting to his feet. "I'm no longer the stupid kid I used to be," he added, launching himself to strike Naruto, who jumped back and fell into the water, creating distance between them. The two young ninjas stared at each other, waiting for the other to make a move. "Your face shows disdain, but you radiate hostility. Do you really want to kill me?" The Uzumaki confessed, receiving an affirmative response from the Uchiha. "Do you no longer consider me your friend, that you're just trying to kill me?" the blonde said with a nervous laugh. "Does everything we did as Team 7 mean nothing?" Naruto continued. "Of course it mattered. To me, you became my best friend," Sasuke replied, revealing the exhaustion on the Uzumaki's face. "And your death will take me to a new level," the dark-haired boy concluded, launching himself into the river and standing on the water, facing the blonde. Both ninjas stared at each other, their eyes shining with their respective dojutsu. Running toward each other, they threw punches that both stopped with force. "What strength?" thought the dark-haired boy, surprised by the difficulty of holding back the blonde's attack. In a swift motion, Sasuke pulled out a kunai belonging to Naruto and threw it, but the blonde blocked the weapon with a shuriken that flew in the opposite direction. "There you are," the blonde exclaimed, grabbing the Uchiha's ankle and throwing him against the statue, as Sasuke had attempted a surprise kick that he couldn't land due to Naruto's anticipation. The Uzumaki jumped back, regaining distance as he heard the characteristic sound of 1,000 birds. "Sasuke," Naruto whispered sadly as he began to form a Rasengan, watching the dark-haired boy approach at high speed with Chidori in hand. "What is this lie I'm repeating?" was the thought running through the Uzumaki's mind as he watched the two techniques collide. "What am I doing? This isn't me," the blonde Uzumaki said in his mental landscape, accompanied by the giant fox. "You're mistaken," the giant fox mentioned, causing its host to lower his head and close his eyes in self-disappointment. "You're repeating the same lie, Naruto. Not because you've returned to the past, nor because you've changed a few things. You're repeating it because, just like before, you're still focusing only on yourself. You thought that by getting stronger, everything would change, but you forgot that not everything in this world revolves around you. If you had truly matured, you would have understood that it's not just about your path, but about everyone else's as well. The first step to being a true leader is to look beyond your own suffering and change what truly matters. And you still don't understand," Kurama concluded, causing the Uzumaki to clench his fist tightly, returning to reality. Naruto watched the dark-haired boy from a distance. "I'm still a kid," the blonde thought. "I shouldn't imitate anyone, not even my past self. I have to create my own destiny, my own future." Those were the last words that crossed his mind just as Naruto's eyes began to show a change. The Shutengen slowly emerged, the tomos fading until only the white circle in the center of his pupil remained, merging with the ring, forming what looked like veins or lightning radiating from his gaze. "Naruto," the dark-haired boy thought, watching as the blonde approached at high speed. "I can see you," the Uchiha murmured, and with a swift movement he stopped Naruto's punch before delivering a kick to his cheek, sending the blonde reeling back several meters. "Yeah, that packs a punch," Naruto thought, wiping the BLD from his cheek. Without wasting any time, Sasuke formed hand seals and launched several fireballs toward him. Naruto leaped to dodge them, but at an impressive speed, Sasuke appeared midair, aiming to land another kick. However, Naruto grabbed his ankle and threw him against the foot of one of the statues. "Dinenit," Sasuke thought as he dodged a series of kunai that flew at him, embedding themselves in the stone beside him. "Watch your back," Sasuke heard from behind just before a punch landed on his face, sending him staggering back several meters. He used that teleportation technique, he analyzed as he regained his footing and charged back at Naruto. Naruto dodged one of Sasuke's punches and blocked another kick with his forearm, quickly retaliating with a punch to Sasuke's chest. Sasuke managed to block it by crossing his arms in an X shape, but it only pushed him back slightly. Sasuke lunged at Naruto with an outstretched fist, but this time Naruto stopped the attack. He was taken aback when he saw Sasuke's other arm coming at him with great speed. Is that seal different? Naruto wondered as he blocked the new attack with his forearm, forcing him to take a step back. The chakra from that seal feels different from what I sensed the first time, he analyzed. Let's see how resilient he's become. With a smile, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's wrist and struck his ankle with his foot, causing him to lose balance. Charging chakra into his fist, he delivered a direct blow to Sasuke's chest, sending him crashing against the waterfall wall. Frustration washed over Sasuke as he realized that even with his new power, he couldn't match Naruto's strength. "You're my friend," he barely heard as he looked up sharply at Naruto. "You're heading into a pit of darkness and loneliness from which you'll never escape," Naruto concluded, while Sasuke regarded him seriously. "I won't let you go with Orochimaru, no matter what. Even if I have to break your arms and legs, I'll stop you," Naruto exclaimed with determination. "Idiot," Sasuke shot back, launching a massive fireball. But astonishingly, Naruto dipped his fingers into the water and pushed them forward, creating a huge wave that dissipated Sasuke's fire technique. It was evident on Sasuke's face, but it didn't last long as he saw Naruto's shadow emerge from the smoke left by his previous technique. A punch was all he felt before he found himself submerged in the water. But it was just one hit. How did he send me down so deep? Sasuke thought, noticing how far he was from the surface. Before he could move, he felt a barrage of blows that propelled him out of the water, pinning him against the wall, with Naruto in front of him, using his forearm against Sasuke's neck to restrict his movement. "You don't know anything," Sasuke muttered quietly. "You never had parents or siblings, how could you understand how I feel?" he exclaimed, now angry as he pushed Naruto away. Naruto fell silent for a moment, staring intently at his friend before responding with a sigh. "It's true, I don't know exactly what it feels like," he said, nodding. "But when I'm with the people I care about, those who support and appreciate me, I feel like they're my family," he continued, his voice firm yet filled with emotion. "And you're like my brother," he added with a smile that, while cheerful, carried a deep sadness. Confused, Sasuke didn't grasp the meaning behind those words and, with an inquisitive look, asked, "Why?" Naruto gazed at him intensely, his eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and determination. "Because you were the first real bond one ever had," he replied, causing Sasuke to close his eyes in silence as he shoved his hands into his pockets. The atmosphere grew tense, and finally, Sasuke spoke with unsettling calmness. "Then I'll break that bond," he said, gripping his ninja headband tightly and tying it around his forehead. In that instant, a three-tomo Sharingan glimmered in his eyes, marking the beginning of a path that would drive them further apart. Without hesitation, Naruto charged at Sasuke, while surprise flickered across the Uchiha's face. He was now able to anticipate Naruto's movements. As Naruto closed in, Sasuke reacted quickly, dodging his punch with an agile leap and putting himself at a safe distance. "It feels like when I had the seal activated," Sasuke thought, trying to understand the sudden change. "Looks like he has improved his Sharingan," commented the Nine-Tails, referring to the three-tomo dominating Sasuke's eye. "Let's fight on equal terms," Naruto replied, determined to give his all, regardless of the power difference between them. Now it was Sasuke who charged at Naruto, and Naruto, mimicking his action, advanced to block the attack. Without waiting, Naruto threw a punch in front of Sasuke, who ducked and attempted to deliver an upward kick to strike him on the chin. However, that plan failed as Naruto grabbed his ankle and unexpectedly slammed him down into the water. Naruto then followed up with a punch, which Sasuke dodged by tilting his head, grabbing Naruto's neck, and spinning his body to plunge him into the sea. But in an instant, Sasuke had to leap high as a massive spike of ice erupted from the water, nearly piercing him. Naruto emerged from the water, positioning himself atop the spikes, and watched Sasuke, who was beginning to activate part of the cursed seal. "Let's continue," Naruto said, shedding his jacket and letting it drop as he submerged himself in the water. First gate, he murmured, while Sasuke, observing with the Sharingan, saw Naruto's body begin to overflow with more chakra. Both ninjas launched into an attack simultaneously, not giving each other a moment's respite. The sound of powerful blows and the roar of crashing water filled the air. Fire style, great fireball technique, Sasuke declared, creating a massive sphere of fire. However, Naruto positioned himself in the center and, with a swift hand movement, sliced the technique in half. But before he could react, a powerful blow sent him reeling back. Spinning in the air, he placed one hand on the water and, with a swift push, countered the Uchiha's attack with a kick that sent him crashing against the feet of the statue. The dark-haired ninja slowly rose to his feet, and as he stood, the cursed seal gained more control over his body, enveloping him completely and leaving his skin a grayish hue. Sasuke, Naruto murmured as a layer of reddish chakra began to wrap around him. His eyes turned red with slit pupils, his nails transformed into claws, and the whiskers on his face became more pronounced. Both ninjas charged at each other, but a single blow was enough to send them both crashing into the statues. That Dmed seal is much stronger, the blonde thought as he got back up, noticing that Sasuke had grown two gigantic hands on his back that spread out like wings. What happened while Sasuke was with the sound? He wondered. This battle needs to end, Sasuke declared as he began to gather energy to form a Chidori of black lightning. Without a word, Naruto concentrated chakra, creating a Rasengan enveloped in Kurama's energy. Wasting no time, both ninjas launched themselves at each other, their powerful abilities colliding in an explosion of energy. The sky, previously sunny, began to darken as rain-laden clouds gathered, soon dominating the atmosphere. How did we end up here? Naruto murmured, gazing at Sasuke's unconscious body on the ground and noticing the horizontal cut on his headband that sliced through the symbol of the village. Well, what a great fight, a new voice rang out, followed by applause. The Uzumaki reacted quickly, looking up to focus on the newcomer. Orochimaru. Kabuto, Naruto said, recognizing the sound ninjas through the rain. Lord Orochimaru, your plan worked perfectly, Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses while the snake sanin smiled. No, Kabuto. We still have a bottleneck ahead of us, Orochimaru replied, watching as Naruto activated his Dojutsu, intrigued by its new design. Naruto positioned himself in front of Sasuke's unconscious body, unaware that Orochimaru and 4 of his clones had already surrounded him along with the 3 ninjas. Kurama, what's happening? I feel different, the Uzumaki asked, puzzled by the strange sensation that had overtaken him since the fight with Sasuke. Your dojutsu has undergone a change, but I don't know why. I can only assume your body is still adapting, the giant fox replied, analyzing the situation. However, as they spoke, they failed to notice that Orochimaru's clones had created a barrier around them. What's happening to me? The blonde scolded himself, frustrated at not understanding why he wasn't reacting as he normally would. You know, Naruto, your hand's seal caused me a lot of trouble, Orochimaru said, showing that the wounds on his hands had already healed. Let's work together. Why do you continue to support a village that turned its back on you since your Biarch? The Sanin asked, a smile on his face. Your power and my knowledge. Together we could achieve great things in this world, he concluded, trying to tempt the young ninja with his words. The blonde, without responding, slowly crouched down and placed his hand on Sasuke's chest. At that moment, the flying thunder god, seal appeared on the Uchiha's shirt. I have to make sure Sasuke is safe. The best thing would be to send him back to the village, Naruto thought quickly, but he was surprised to find that the jutsu wasn't working. Did you think I wouldn't safeguard against that ability? Orochimaru remarked with a laugh. I've always wondered how they teleport. It means dismantling matter and reconstructing it elsewhere, the Sanin said, making Naruto grow. Increasingly serious, unsure of what to do. Something that's impossible. But then I came to understand another theory that seemed more plausible. Orochimaru continued, while Naruto resumed his defensive stance. It's like trying to connect 2 points on a sheet of paper with a pencil, but without marking the paper. Do you fold the paper and pierce it with the pencil? The blonde replied. Exactly. But what if you place a sheet of metal underneath the paper? Would the pencil break through the paper? Orochimaru clarified, explaining the meaning of the barrier. The two ninjas stared at each other intently, the only sound being the raindrops hitting the barrier surrounding them. If I activate my Rinnegan, could I destroy it all or escape with Kamui? Naruto asked his furry friend, who shook his head. No space-time ability can enter or exit the barrier, Kurama responded. Your only option would be to destroy it, just like last time. Naruto activated the first gate again, covering his body with chakra. Then I just have to defeat you, he declared, eyeing the snake sanin. This will be fun, Fox, Orochimaru replied, smiling as Naruto stood firm, determined to continue the fight. Naruto charged at the ninja, who dodged the first attack but couldn't evade the kick that struck him squarely, sending him back against the barrier. Just as the Uzumaki planned to land a second blow, Orochimaru transformed into mud. Turning his gaze, he saw the sanin heading towards Sasuke's unconscious body. The blonde quickly extended his chakra cloak to cover the dark-haired ninja's body before the snake ninja could touch him, and at the same time, several claws shot from Orochimaru's arm, forcing him to retreat. Orochimaru found himself against the wall, dodging the attacks the blonde was launching, but he quickly countered as well. Just one more dose and he'll wake up, the sanin said as he stretched his neck and moved towards Sasuke's body, only to be surprised when, in the blink of an eye, the Uchiha's body swapped positions with the Uzumaki's, who delivered a powerful blow to his face. Demon Rinnegan, the sanin complained, but he couldn't do much because as he got up, he saw Naruto with his arm extended toward him, his Rinnegan dominating his eyes, and in an instant, a strong invisible force sent him crashing against the wall of the barrier. Orochimaru, slowly getting up, watched as the ninja before him had transformed into a true beast. This is it, everything or nothing, the sanin thought, a smile forming on his face as he began to make hand seals. Meanwhile, the blonde drew his katana, charging it with chakra with determination. Summoning technique, ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### darkness. Stop, Naruto! Kurama shouted in the blonde's mind, but it was already too late. The barrier shattered, disintegrating along with Orochimaru's clones and the mist that had enveloped the area, while the sound of a body hitting the ground echoed. Well, interesting. He's still alive, Kabuto remarked as he descended to stand next to Orochimaru, observing Naruto's body on the ground. To his left, a pool of blood began to spread. Shut up and heal him. If he's still alive, that's better for me, the snake sanin replied, watching as his subordinate followed the order and staunched the blonde's bleeding. Now we can leave, Orochimaru concluded, hoisting Naruto's body over his shoulder, while Kabuto did the same with Sasuke's. The Valley of the End was charged with tension as Orochimaru and Kabuto prepared to escape. Sir, don't move Naruto too roughly, the wound might reopen, Kabuto cautioned, adjusting his glasses as he hoisted Sasuke onto his shoulder. Suddenly, they had to leap to the hill as a long frog tongue shot out of the water toward them. Orochimaru, a voice called from above. Looking up, they saw Jiraiya descending with a Rasengan in hand. With no other option, the ninjas jumped back, dodging the albino's attack, which struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Well, who else do we have here? Orochimaru remarked, spotting his former comrade. Give me the boys, Orochimaru. Jiraiya shouted angrily. I've been through too much with these kids, I'm taking them, Orochimaru replied coldly, showing no intention of handing them over. As he bit his tongue, he extended his arm, revealing his summoning tattoo. Then I'll take you down myself, Jiraiya declared, beginning to form hand seals. In a puff of smoke, Gamabunta and Manda appeared. Jiraiya, what's going on now? The Toad boss asked, eyeing Manda and Orochimaru. But upon closer inspection, he noticed Naruto's body slung over his enemy's shoulder. Without hesitation, Gamabunta unsheathed his sword and launched the first attack, which was dodged by the massive serpent, wrapping around the Toad's arm and immobilizing him. At the same time, the albino ninja leaped from the Toad's head toward Orochimaru. The snake sanin stepped back, evading Jiraiya's attack, but in that instant, He heard the sound of 1,000 birds accompanied by a blinding light behind him. Chidori was all he caught as he narrowly avoided Kakashi's strike, which only grazed him. "DM it," Orochimaru thought, annoyed as he observed the new figure with silver hair. Orochimaru and Kabuto stared intently at the two-leaf ninjas, while Gamabunta and Manda maintained a strategic distance, ready to attack. "You arrived just in time," the albino said, greeting Kakashi. "I think we have the upper hand." "They're a bit preoccupied and I doubt they'll let them go," he commented, gesturing to the bodies of the young ninjas. "Sir Orochimaru, I'll handle Kakashi," Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses. "We need to leave quickly before more leaf ninjas arrive," Orochimaru replied, making it clear they couldn't wait any longer. Suddenly, without warning, Orochimaru's left arm fell to the ground, leaving a pool of blood. A deep cut was visible on his left shoulder. "What? I thought I hadn't hit him," the silver-haired ninja thought, surprised as he observed the sanin missing a limb. "DM it. He did manage to hit me," he exclaimed inwardly, furious, recalling the moment when Naruto had wielded his katana. With no other options, the snake sanin grabbed Naruto's body with his right arm and tossed it into the air, where Kakashi caught him mid-flight. Looking up, he saw Orochimaru approaching rapidly with his sword. However, the silver-haired ninja noticed Jiraiya stepping in front of him, taking the snake sanin's sword in his shoulder. "Always getting in the way, Jiraiya," Orochimaru commented, pulling his sword from the albino's shoulder. With a twist in the air, the sword was swallowed by Manda, along with Kabuto, in a puff of smoke, disappearing into the darkness. The ninjas watched as Orochimaru and Kabuto escaped with Sasuke's body. "They took the Uchiha," Jiraiya said, clutching the shoulder where he had been stabbed. "At least we managed to rescue Naruto," Kakashi said, trying to find the silver lining. However, his words were abruptly cut off as he felt a liquid on his right hand. Looking down, he realized it was BLD. Quickly, he moved Naruto's body, and his eyes widened in shock. "Jiraiya, we need to get Naruto to Konoha fast," Kakashi exclaimed, clear concern in his voice. "But what?" He couldn't finish the sentence as he saw the expression on Kakashi's face, which mirrored his own worry. Kakashi and Jiraiya arrived at the Leaf Village, accompanied by medical ninjas who provided treatment to Naruto, trying to prevent him from losing more BLD. They quickly headed to the hospital. "Fifth Hokage," Kakashi called as they entered. "What happened?" Tsunade responded, but she was taken aback when she saw Naruto being wheeled past on a stretcher. "Quickly! I need a medical team in the rooms of Niji Hyuga, Chuji Akimichi, and Naruto Uzumaki," the Hokage ordered firmly, raising her voice. A week had passed since the mission to bring Sasuke back to the village, and the young ninjas who participated were still in the hospital. Although their lives were no longer in danger, none had been discharged. Meanwhile, Hinata, Ino, Anko, Sakura, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Shizen were in the hallway outside Naruto's room, waiting for the fifth Hokage, who was exiting the blonde's room. "How is he?" Shizen asked, visibly worried about the young ninja's health. "The wound is improving, and thank God he hasn't developed gangrene," Tsunade replied, delivering good news that lifted the spirits of those present. "But unfortunately, I don't think he'll fully recover," she began to say, but couldn't finish her sentence as a noise from the room interrupted them. The group entered, catching the attention of Shikamaru and his father, who were nearby. Upon opening the door, they saw Naruto standing in front of the mirror, holding some bandages in his hands. "Naruto," Sakura called, concerned for her teammate. "I'm sorry, I couldn't complete the mission. I couldn't bring Sasuke back to the village," the Uzumaki replied without turning his head. "Don't worry, Naruto, it wasn't your fault that we failed. There was another factor that we didn't account for," Shikaka responded, referencing Orochimaru's unexpected appearance. "Naruto, I truly regret what happened to you," Sakura confessed, her head down and her voice trembling on the verge of tears, feeling guilty. "Sakura, don't worry, remember," Uzumaki said as he began to turn away. "What doesn't kill me makes me stronger," Naruto finished, revealing his face, which bore a scar on the left side that cut across his eye. The blue eye that once sparkled with life was now white, almost like a Hyuga's. Naruto was sitting on the hospital bed while Tsunade conducted more tests, which were now easier since he was awake. Naruto, I have some news for you, and it's not very good, the fifth Hokage said, capturing the attention of those present. As you've already realized, you're blind in your left eye, and unfortunately, you won't regain your sight in that eye, she confessed, leaving everyone feeling bitter about the news, although they had suspected it was the most likely outcome. Life is very mysterious, the blonde Uzumaki commented, drawing the attention of those around him. In the blink of an eye, both of Naruto's eyes activated their Dojutsu. For some reason, I can activate my Dojutsu in both eyes without any issues, the Jinchuriki admitted, surprising everyone. Even though I can't see images, I can perceive chakra in much greater detail, he explained. But just then, a loud slap echoed through the room. Everyone watched in shock as Hinata slapped Naruto. You're a complete idiot, the violet-haired girl scolded, her words reflecting the sadness she had felt over the past week. Why didn't you take me with you, like you did with Niji? She asked, looking into the blonde's eyes, searching for answers. I could have helped too, Hinata exclaimed, upset and heartbroken at seeing the state of the man she loved. The atmosphere grew tense and silent until it was broken by Naruto's voice. I was scared, he confessed. I know your skills and abilities, you're a great ninja, he continued. But even knowing that, I was afraid something would happen to you. Shikamaru wanted you to come with us. I was the one who stopped him, saying you had told me you weren't feeling well. I was a coward, but if my cowardice means the people I love will be safe, I don't care what happens to me, the Uzumaki replied maturely, making everyone understand the reasons behind his actions. The day passed quickly, and to everyone's surprise, Naruto was discharged from the hospital, allowed to leave on the same day he woke up. I think it's best if I go home, he said as he walked out of the room, heading toward the exit to return to the streets of Konoha. Naruto, wait, I'll come with you, Ino said, walking alongside him. We'll head out now, Anko and Hinata said, staying in the room as they watched the two blondes walk away. Blaming yourself for something you couldn't do won't change anything, Anko mentioned, causing tears to begin falling from Hinata's eyes. If I had been more aware when they came for Niji, and if I had gone, everything would have been different, the violet-haired girl sobbed. Naruto and Ino walked through the streets of Konoha, heading to his home. As they made their way, they could hear the murmurs of the villagers, whispers that, while not malicious, carried a sense of sadness due to Naruto's new appearance. Minutes passed until they arrived at the apartment, where both ninjas entered. I thought I'd never get here, Naruto said, referring to the uncomfortable stares he had received along the way. Naruto, you should rest more, Ino suggested, concerned for his health. Don't worry, I'm fine, he replied, but he couldn't finish his sentence as he bumped his leg against the small table in front of the sofas. Naruto! Ino exclaimed, worried. It's nothing, I'm fine, he said as he sat down on one of the sofas. The young Yamanaka watched in silence as her boyfriend settled onto the couch. It seems that only having half a vision makes things a bit tricky, he joked, laughing at himself for bumping into the small table. Naruto, this isn't funny at all. Don't treat it like a game, Ino scolded, standing in front of him. We have to find the silver lining in things. We can't just be bitter, Naruto insisted, trying to brighten Ino's green eyes. Then remember that I love you no matter what, she replied, climbing onto his lap. I love you just the way you are, my beloved Naruto, she concluded, pressing her lips to his. The two shared a kiss, their lips and tongues entwined in a passionate embrace that only broke when they needed air. I love you so much, Ino gasped between breaths, giving him a shorter kiss. Naruto, she said as she removed her blouse, tossing it to the floor. Ino, he murmured as he gently held her. Looks like you're having fun, a new voice called from the door, and when they turned to look, they saw Hinata and Anko entering. I'm just showing Naruto my love, Ino replied, tossing her blouse aside. Then we should show him how much we love him too, Anko said as she unbuttoned her skirt, letting it drop, while Hinata unzipped her jacket. Darkness reigned in the sky, accompanied only by the chirping of crickets, and at the village gates, a figure with blonde hair was approaching. I didn't think you'd be here, especially at this hour, a new voice came from behind a tree, revealing Kakashi with his silver hair. Tell me, Naruto, are you planning to follow the same path as Sasuke? Kakashi asked his student. Revenge? What novel is that from? Naruto replied, making it clear that he had no interest in seeking vengeance for the loss of his eye. So, where are you going? Are you going after Sasuke? Kakashi asked again. I hadn't thought about it. And if I am, do you plan to stop me? The blonde said, observing how his teacher's expression changed. Naruto, you know very well that a ninja leaving their village without their Kage's consent is a serious matter, Kakashi replied, his tone serious. Ninjas are the military forces of each village, and if you leave, you could be classified as a deserter, he explained, trying to help Naruto understand the consequences of what he was about to do. I just plan to get stronger, and being outside will make me stronger than staying here, the Jinchuriki stated clearly, outlining his goals. If that's the case, I'll go with him, a new voice echoed, appearing at the village gates. Pervy Sage, Naruto greeted with a smile at the albino. If he comes with me, we won't have any problems, Naruto concluded, causing Kakashi to smile as he watched the Uzumaki walk past him. Naruto, don't copy my look so much, were Kakashi's parting words as he saw the blonde gradually distance himself from the village. The shops were open, children were running through the streets, and people strolled leisurely, immersed in the daily routine of the small village. Inside one of the stores, a female voice could be heard saying goodbye, please come back soon. As she exited, an albino ninja with distinctive markings on his face stepped through the door. It was Jiraiya. As he walked down the street, his gaze darted from side to side. Where could he be, he wondered, scanning his surroundings. Probably in the same place as always, he concluded, still thinking about his student, and began walking in search of him. Jiraiya arrived at a small lake and, looking up, spotted a blonde resting on a branch. You can't wait even a minute before disappearing, can you, Naruto? The albino said, visibly annoyed and tired as he fixed his gaze on the young man. I saw you chatting a lot with the exchange student, so I decided to step back to avoid interrupting, Naruto replied, his voice more mature, reflecting the changes of adolescence. Get down from there, it's time to head back, ordered the sanin. The blonde obeyed, descending nimbly and clearly showing that his height was now almost on par with Jiraiya's. It's time to go home, Naruto added, revealing the scar on his face that marked his past. A few hours passed, and the two entered through the village gates. Home, sweet home, the blonde remarked, climbing up a tall post. It's been a long time, he added, observing that the only thing that had changed in the village was Tsunade Senju's face on the Hokage monument. You've grown taller, Naruto, a new voice said nearby, prompting the Uzumaki to turn around and see a silver-haired man sitting on a nearby roof. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto greeted his teacher as he jumped down to join him. I have a gift for you, the Uzumaki confessed, pulling out a small orange book. I can't believe it, exclaimed Kakashi, raising an eyebrow. The latest edition, he asked, knowing that it was still a long way from official publication. Unfortunately, I only have one, Naruto replied, glancing at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was standing beside him, observing the volume. The scene couldn't have been more comical, a former Kage and a Jonin fighting over an orange book. I knew my novels were popular, but I never imagined I'd see this, Jiraiya commented with a smile as he watched both ninjas stop fighting and start reading the book together. I still think the ending left too many questions unanswered, the blonde said, clearly dissatisfied with the story. Don't worry, those questions will be resolved in the next volume I'm going to write, Jiraiya replied with a mischievous grin. Well, you're absolutely right, the Uzumaki nodded, watching as the two high-ranking ninjas immersed themselves in the novel. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a young girl with pink hair, accompanied by a blonde with two pigtails. Sakura, Granny, the blonde greeted in his characteristic carefree tone. Naruto, she responded, surprised to see him. Kid, I have to apologize, Kurama said in the mind of his Jinchuriki. What are you talking about? Naruto asked, confused. A long time ago, I told you that the big-headed girl would have a D cup, but now that I look at her closely, it seems she has an A cup, the Nine-Tails added, causing Naruto to stifle a laugh. Naruto, don't you think I look more feminine? Sakura asked, thoughtfully touching her cheek. You haven't changed at all, the Uzumaki replied, backing up his furry friend. Sakura was annoyed by her blonde companion's response, but before she could protest, she noticed the scar on the left side of his face, a mark that denoted the passage of time and the stretching of skin, causing a painful feeling of guilt to wash over her. Before the pink-haired girl could articulate a word, an explosion of smoke erupted beside her, revealing an attractive young woman with brown hair, with only a few clouds covering her NTMT parts. "Big brother, what do you think?" the girl said, leaving Jiraiya on the verge of fainting. Konohamaru, the Uzumaki greeted his student, who had already dispelled the transformation. "You've improved a lot, but when I show you my new technique, you'll be amazed," the blonde concluded, provoking the ire of the pink-haired girl. Already angry, she threw a punch at the blonde, who simply leaned his body to let her fist pass in front of his head. "Damn it, you haven't changed at all," Sakura expressed angrily as she tried to hit him again, only managing to damage the ground of the village. "Sakura, you're scaring Konohamaru," her sensei mentioned, watching as the young Sarutobi stood behind his grandfather. "Naruto, he looks more like you," Tsunade scolded her albino friend, referring to the words he had said earlier. "And that girl is like seeing a second Tsunade," Jiraiya thought, observing how she had destroyed the ground. "I think it's time," Kakashi said, gaining the attention of his two students. "It's time to play a game," he concluded, showing two bells. The onlookers found themselves in a training field next to 3 wooden stumps. "The rules are the same," Kakashi began to explain, placing the bells on his waist. "You must grab a bell. You can use any method you see fit. Your time limit is until dawn," the sensei concluded as dusk gave way to night. "Aren't you going to keep reading?" Sakura asked as she put on some gloves. "You won't have time anyway," Naruto affirmed, rolling up the sleeves of his jacket to reveal 2 wristbands, one on each hand. "Let's finish this quickly," the blonde concluded, loosening the straps of the wristbands, while the silver-haired man adjusted his ninja headband. Without warning, the blonde ninja launched a series of shurikens, forcing Kakashi to duck. But even though he tried not to take his eyes off his student, Naruto had already moved at great speed, positioning himself quickly behind him with a kunai in hand. "You've gotten faster," Kakashi murmured to the Uzumaki, but at that moment, the silver-haired man vanished from the battlefield in a puff of smoke. "Down!" the pink-haired girl shouted as she struck the ground with such force that it destroyed a wide radius around her. How scary, Kakashi thought, knowing that he now had to be alert and prepared to face both ninjas, whose teamwork and speed kept him on constant edge. The silver-haired man was deep in thought as he emerged from the rubble. "I guess it's time to take the initiative," he murmured, observing both of his students. But in a swift movement, he had to dodge a kunai that was hurtling toward him at great speed, and in that very instant, he barely caught a glimpse of his blonde student. Fading away. His instincts warned him that something was approaching from his side, and without thinking, he managed to evade a kick from the Uzumaki, who had used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach his sensei faster. Kakashi thought, "I almost forgot his dad's technique," as he stepped back, narrowly avoiding a kick from Haruno that shattered several trees in its path. "I wonder if Minato-sensei was this fast at everything," he concluded, feeling the pressure mount as both young ninjas attacked him relentlessly. Hours had passed, and in the dark sky, the moon indicated that its temporary reign was nearly over, making way for a new day. "I'm so tired, all I've done is run from those two," the silver-haired man thought, not bothering to hide, knowing it would be pointless against Naruto. "The speed of his hand seals is incredible. He doesn't let us get close," Sakura remarked, recalling what had happened hours earlier when their sensei summoned a water dragon. "Kakashi-sensei is really strong," Naruto added, continuing the observation. "He's smarter than Shikamaru, has a better nose than Kiba, and uses his dojutsu better than Sasuke or I do," he said, praising his teacher's abilities while using his shutengen to locate him through the trees. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei is very strong, but he must have some weak point," the ninja suggested, causing a sly smile to form on the blonde Uzumaki's face, as if an idea was beginning to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Kakashi sensed his students closing in, prompting him to stay alert to anticipate their next moves. However, he was surprised to see both ninjas advancing directly toward him in a frontal attack. A direct attack? Are they really that desperate? Thought the silver-haired man, knowing that such an offensive was easy to dodge. But he never imagined what was about to happen. The end of the tactics. The protagonist realizes. Were the words that escaped Naruto's lips, freezing his sensei's expression. Kakashi instinctively covered his ears, but it wasn't enough. His Sharingan allowed him to read Uzumaki's lips. Kakashi exclaimed, closing his eyes and pressing his ears tightly. But when he opened his eyes, he saw both ninjas holding a bell in their hands. Ninjas must always be 2 steps ahead, Sakura concluded, sporting a victorious smile. A new day was dawning in the village of Konoha, and near a small river, a tall woman with violet hair, dressed in a hoodie that covered her body, gazed at her reflection in the water. It was Hinata Hyuga, who couldn't help but think, I miss Naruto so much. That thought lingered in her mind as she looked at her face reflected in the water. The letter from yesterday. It said he would be back soon, the young Hyuga recalled, aware that even though they were far apart, they always kept in touch through letters, thanks to the seal that delivered them quickly. I should check if there are any new letters, she thought to herself, sighing and turning around. But at that moment, she heard a voice behind her. Mississippi Hinata stopped dead in her tracks, surprised. What is a beauty like you doing here? Wouldn't you like to spend some time with me? Said the voice, as the violet-haired woman turned around, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of her beloved Naruto Uzumaki standing before her. I love. Hinata exclaimed, leaping into the arms of the blonde. In a flower shop, a small bell rang, announcing someone's entrance into the establishment. I'll be right there, please give me a moment, a feminine voice called from inside the store. I came to bring a bouquet for Miss Ino Yamanaka, said the person who had entered, leaving Ino confused. Who would send her flowers? She could only think it was someone else trying to flirt, as it wasn't the first time it had happened. How many times do I have to say that my heart already has an owner? She exclaimed, stepping out toward the door, but was surprised to see who was holding the roses. Really? And who is the owner? Naruto asked with a smile. Naruto. Ino exclaimed, jumping into the Uzumaki's arms, causing him to drop the flowers to catch her. In the training forest, there was a violet-haired woman with a hairstyle reminiscent of a pineapple, wearing a miniskirt and a jacket. It was Anko Mitarashi, who was exercising and performing her basic training but suddenly stopped. You know, I don't like being spied on without my permission, Anko mentioned, aware that someone was watching her from the branch behind her. Without wasting any time, the violet-haired woman threw a series of shuriken, but when she turned around, she saw that the person was no longer there. At the same time, she heard the whistling of the air and thought, he's fast. Immediately, she dodged a series of kunai that ended up embedded in the ground. Before she could react, the individual was already behind her. Too fast, she thought, ready to attack. However, she stopped when she heard the person's voice. You haven't changed at all. Anko turned sharply and, upon seeing Naruto, who was now at her height, smiled. My little fox is back, Anko said, leaning in closer to the Uzumaki.